Still Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Somerset and Essex. This match is sponsored by Clark Wilmot LLP. Clark Wilmot LLP is a national firm of solicitors providing a full range of legal services for businesses and individuals. Working closely with their clients, they provide legal service and tailored solutions, whilst also investing time and energy into developing strong client relationships. We thank Clark Wilmot for their sponsorship. Can I also inform everyone in the ground, due to a significant plumbing issue within the Lord Botham stand, which could pose a health and safety concern, we have taken the difficult decision to close the stand until the issue is rectified. Therefore, members and supporters will not be able to access the Lord Botham stand for the remainder of this fixture. This means the Great Catch Fish and Chip outlet and the bar within the stand will be shut. An alternative catering option will be available from the 12th man, which is situated behind the Somerset stand. Seating in block 4 of the Somerset stand will also be available for members and spectators today. We sincerely apologise for any inconvenience this may cause people. Somerset County Cricket Club would also like to thank our principal county championship sponsor, WPA Health Insurance. We're pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, again in 2025. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with their head office just around the corner from the ground in St James's Street. Somerset County Cricket Club would also like to thank our principal partners for the 2025 season. Cooper Associates Group, WPA Health Insurance, Trade Nation, Brown & Brown Insurance Services and Virtue. Ladies and gentlemen, the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open during the lunch break and the tea interval. It's housed in an impressive 600-year-old building and contains many displays about the history of cricket, and Somerset cricket in particular. It's designed and staffed entirely by volunteer Somerset supporters. Admission is free, but a voluntary donation towards a substantial running cost would be gratefully received. This season there's been much expanded display about women's cricket. It's probably the only permanent large display about women's cricket in the country. There's also a book sale today, located to the right of the Archer Pavilion. That'll be going on before play, at lunch, and I believe in the tea interval as well. Just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, the umpires for this match are Nigel Long and Ben Evans. The match referee is Phil Wickets, and the scorers are Holly Rhodes for Somerset and Paul Parkinson for Essex.
Very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship match between Somerset and Essex. We had plenty to excite us yesterday. The match position, Essex bowled out for 206 and in reply in 6 pretty awkward overs yesterday evening, Somerset found their way to 9 for 1. Archie Vaughan is the casualty. He got a beauty from Sam Cook. It wasn't the only one that Cook bowled either. There were several, and Archie Vaughan got an edge to one of them, and well taken in the slip cordon. Josh Davey then came in to play an exemplary role as night watchman. He took most of the bowling, and he is on 8 not out, and Andy Umead is on 1. I'm Stephen Lamb. With me is Vic Marks. Morning, Vic. It was quite a watchable day.
So I hear. I mean, I did see snippets. You can pick up snippets, but you can't get the complete picture from a distance. But the old stream and the highlights I've been glued to those. And it's one of those days where you turn up, and it's one of the specialities of cricket at its best is you just don't know which way this game's going to go.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's an unusual pitch. Obviously, you were telling me how you could not identify the pitch yesterday from the rest of the square, which is very green. So it's green, but from one end it's turning. So you don't get many green turners. Look, that's what we've got. And some people will mull that over. Is that a good thing about it? What it does do, it makes, even though the run rate yesterday was unusually slow, it makes for gripping cricket. And the fact, you can have one over where someone scores 10, and suddenly balance of the match has changed slightly. Taking a wicket, that makes a huge difference. And you fancy there's going to be a result. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. Both for Somerset desperate for a win. We've got Cook ripping off his cap right from the start. He's
raring to go.
He's going to be making, I'm pretty sure he'll be making his test debut in a couple of weeks' time. And night watchman Davey and Andy Umead, who's playing his first match of the summer in the first team. So there's a lot to relish. Stuff will happen, but we just have no idea, at least I don't, which way it's going to go. Can 2 Somerset players play significant innings just to get a first innings lead of some significance? Or, with the ball turning at one end, a bit of grass there for the likes of Cook and Porter as well. Batting was obviously not easy yesterday. Anyway, so there's much to relish.
There is, indeed. And Somerset bowled really well yesterday. They made good use of the conditions.
Yeah, and they got a slow start too, because I switched on early on. It was green and it was 40 for no wicket. And I thought, this insertion isn't working very well. Anyway, there are 4 slips and off we go.
First ball of the morning from Sam Cook. And that's defended pretty firmly by Andy Umead. If you had a blueprint for how to perform as a night watchman, then I think Josh Davey would have fulfilled it yesterday evening. He took almost all the bowling, and he turned down, we had 1 extra over, and he turned down a second run in order to take Simon Harmer in the final over. Yeah,
well that's very noble. It's what he's supposed to do, I suppose, but
not every night watchman.
No.
Here is Cook again. It's not quite the right line. He just needs to get a little bit tighter into the off stump. He bowled beautifully, just the 3 overs he had yesterday evening.
Yeah, well, he's got a fantastic record at county level, Cook, in that he averages under 20 with the ball, which is extremely unusual. And he's not been the flavour of the month amongst England selectors because he's not express. He's around about the 80-mile-an-hour mark.
4 slips for him. Solid defence from Andy Umead. The other thing you always wonder at the start of a day is whether the pitch will play quite in the same way that it did the previous day.
Yeah. Well, it'd be quite interesting to see who Essex used at the other end. You'd think they'd probably use Porter, who didn't bowl last night, but because the ball has turned when the bowling is from the river end, they gave the ball to Harmer last night.
Outside off stump again. It's an absolutely glorious morning. You could hardly have better conditions to watch cricket than this. Bright sunshine. There's almost no wind. The Somerset flag is trying to flutter a little bit, but not particularly successfully at the moment. It's a good leave.
Well, I think it must have brushed his pad on the way through. We'll have another look, I expect. Which prompted the appeal. Here we go. Well, I don't know. It might have brushed his pad, but it swung a bit after it left. Went behind the stumps.
Wasn't far away.
No.
That's
he's bang on target. So going back to Cook anyway, he's not the identikit of what the current England regime are always looking for, which is extreme pace and height and the sort of bowler you think that on good flat pitches, which sort of prevail in Test cricket more often than not, that they can beat that. Cook, though, is not express. He's around about that 80-81-2 mark, but he has got a phenomenal record. He's got great control. He's quick enough that if he gets any movement, it's hard to adjust. And his record is phenomenal. Alistair Cook, actually, over the last couple of years, when I bumped into him, says, I think he's, he may not be rapid, but I think he could do a job for England. Because not every bowler has to bowl at nearly 90 miles an hour from a height of 6'6". He's totally very reliable.
And Alistair Cook should know. Master chef on little chef.
Yes, that's right. Porter's going to have a bowl.
That's Josh Davies' first ball of the morning. Played comfortably enough. He looked well up for it yesterday evening. He looked combative.
Well, I was watching, and I was I know this is maybe clutching at straws, but I was impressed by his entry he walked out. No one likes really the thought of being night watcher in some ways. Actually, some people do like it. If you're a lower order batsman, you want a chance to be there the following morning. But he walked out very positively, I thought.
To turn that away to leg. Perhaps that was the direction it was heading and why it was given not out.
Yeah. And he, as night watchman goes, he's quite a high calibre in that we've watched Davy. We've not watched him score a whole stack of runs, but when you actually see him bat, he is sound technically. He's orthodox. He gets into positions that all the top batsmen get into. His record is modest. But you don't get much better forward defensive shot than that, really.
Absolutely.
And I think when he started his career, he was hoping to be a genuine all-rounder. As things have evolved, he's always been batting around about 9 or 10. And he's played the odd good innings. Never got to 3 figures, but he's certainly got a few half-centuries to his name. So he might relish the opportunity. It's not going to be easy out there. It certainly didn't look easy yesterday as the day wore on.
Everything behind that. Again, still see how new that ball is, still glinting in the morning sunlight.
What was striking too from a distance yesterday is we're not conditioned to runs being scored at a rate of 2 point something per over. Sort of old-fashioned in that way. It was still gripping, I think, because there was always the prospect of someone getting out or something happening. Whether that'll be the same today, we'll wait and see.
There's a play and a miss. First of the morning from Josh Davey. They had the heavy roller on the wicket before the start this morning. Up and down a few times. Don't know whether that will have influenced things at all.
Nor do I.
Difficult to tell from up here.
I mean, we used to agonise over it years ago. Oh, yeah. When there was often the thing, put a heavy roller on, it'll either quiet it down, or if you're in a different mood, or break it up. Not sure it always made that much difference. It's a good shot for Note.
Firm drive. There's no one in the North Botham stand today. It's closed.
Oh, is it?
I got an email yesterday evening to say it was going to be closed because of a significant plumbing issue.
Oh dear.
And the bar down at the base of it at the back is closed as well.
Is that where they serve the fish and chips?
I believe it is.
You believe it is? You do.
I can
You're
consult my email.
You're eating vegetables and less salads, I'm sure.
I had a very nice pie from the Stragglers yesterday for lunch.
Good. Right.
Chicken, ham and leek.
Oh, well, that covers most options, doesn't it? Oh, right, so the Botham now, so there'll be no one moving behind the arm there.
Here goes Sam Cook again.
So, I think we've got two Essex men who know. I mean, this is a good attack on a pitch where you think it might move around. It obviously moved around a little bit yesterday. In that both Porter, they're archetypal county bowlers. That's why Porter has got a pretty brilliant record as well over the years, but no one's ever really thought of him as playing for England because, well, he only bowls about 77. They're out of fashion. But not in county cricket, especially early season, although we're not having early season conditions all the while here.
Down the leg side. I wonder whether he got a bit of bat on that.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Nigel Long will let us know one way or the other.
Well,
and
he's
it
not
was bat.
signalling. Well, let's see if we can verify. Yeah,
Deflection.
Well, off the bat?
Yep.
Well, he got hands to it, didn't he? Let it go now.
So does it go down as a chance?
Yes, it does.
He's disappeared behind the replay notice.
No, I think that... I mean, assuming Nigel Long was right, and we must assume that he got his gloves to it, so that counts as a chance.
Difficult one.
Although I'm not sure Umeed has been credited by a run on the scoreboard.
He won't get one there either.
Well, he won't because he's not facing. Sorry,
fair enough.
Dive in. But actually, the scoreboard is not registered that single, and nor is our television. Did I imagine it?
Nor is your fellow
nor of you. I think I'm dreaming. But there is. I think I'm fairly confident Davies on strike. The batsmen have crossed.
You can be. I think that was just a slight deflection, wasn't it, from the bat of Umeed? Oh, that's a beauty.
Yeah,
we saw a couple of them yesterday evening, one of which accounted for Archie Vaughan.
Yeah.
The right line, on or around off stump. You've got to play at it. Davey had to.
Yeah, well, it's almost perfect as far as Cook is concerned, except for he didn't find the edge. But there's still that little bit of movement, a little bit of shape away. This is like vintage Cook. Umeed's now on 2.
I think he pulled his bat inside the line there, just at the last possible moment. Josh Davey. Yes, that single took Somerset into double figures. 9 for 1 overnight. The Lord Botham stand, I can tell you a bit more information.
Oh, good.
Health and safety concern caused by this plumbing issue. So no access to it for the remainder of this fixture.
Okay.
Unarguably a single this time for Josh Davey. And you mentioned the fish and chip outlet. The Great Catch fish and chip outlet, of course, will also be shut, and the bar within the stand. But there is an alternative catering option from 12th Man, which is behind the Somerset stand.
Okay. Way to our left there.
Yeah. And there's another little note at the end of the over. If you'd like to sit in the Somerset stand this weekend, blocks 4 and 5, or the James Hildreth stand, please enter the ground via the Brown Rose gates. Map on the next page, which I can't show you. But that is over.
They're the ones just behind the James Hildreth stand, aren't they?
Yeah. That's the way in, through the Brown Rose gates.
In other words, you can't walk behind the Botham stand, I suppose.
Here's Porter, and that's just glided down to backward point. Won't be a run for that.
I mean, if there are two county bowlers who you would anticipate being on target when bowling on a greenish-looking surface, it might well be Cook and Porter.
They'd be high on the list, wouldn't
Yeah, no extreme pace, no bouncers or anything like that. We might get the odd one from Cook possibly, but
comfortable single here.
I mean, Davey could. I mean, in one way, I'm sure Davey is relishing this because he's always had the capacity to bat properly, and he's got a chance to do something at the start of the day. And he plays, as I say, if you turned up randomly, completely unaware of who these men are batting in the middle, you'd be hard pressed to identify which one of these is the so-called night watchman tail-ender. Tail-ender is not a fair description of Davey, but it wouldn't be straightforward at all.
Yeah, they've got options, haven't they? Because Jack Leach has done the job before as well.
Yeah, I suppose last night Jack Leach had also bowled 30 overs.
He worked hard. He'd earned his keep. He bowled really well. Very tight. Oh, just nudged at that one. Dangerous outside the off stump. I thought Lewis Gregory was unlucky not to take a wicket yesterday.
Right.
Passed the bat on numerous occasions. And he was the one Somerset bowler that didn't. 3 apiece for Pretorius and Leach. And Leach just 35 runs off him in 30 overs.
Very rare. I mean, you saw those figures in days gone by, you know, wizened old finger spinners and cautious batsmen. Take 4. It's not quite perhaps out the middle, but it's good enough. Slightly over pitched. Maybe he opened the face a little bit, but he's found the vacant third man boundary. He's on his way again.
Go on about wizened off spinners then, Vic.
Well, all I'm saying
is,
I mean, it didn't always happen when I was bowling, but you would quite often see figures, 30 overs, 2 for 47 or something like that. And batsmen play differently now. You don't very often see it in this day and age, but you saw it yesterday.
Yeah, it was quite slow moving, particularly after tea yesterday. Somerset strove for another breakthrough. Noah Thane was the main obstruction.
Well, in a way, he must have played pretty well. I think he topped score. We haven't had a half century in this match yet.
Yeah, got 41.
But it's very unusual for a young player to come out and play against left-arm spinner and basically go for attrition, which he clearly did very effectively. Well, he got 41, which was invaluable.
Yeah.
It's one of those games where a good 40, is significant, I suspect.
Sam Cook supported him very well.
Yeah, well,
8 from 73 deliveries.
Yeah.
So, no Simon Harmer as yet. I'm sure we'll see plenty of him
He'll
today.
be busy. Well, yeah.
Sam Cook, in the meantime, still with 4 slips. A lot of movement there. Started off outside the off stump and pretty much held its line. Pair of wood pigeons flying across the ground in front of us.
Very good eyes you've got.
Maybe heading for one of those copper beaches that look so good. just coming into full leaf.
Yeah, yeah.
Bold, on the money.
On the money, but it's a good stride from Davey to defend that.
It's not quite such a big crowd as yesterday yet, but it tends to fill up a little bit during the morning session. James Hildreth's stand well populated as ever.
So it's a good crowd yesterday, I gather.
It was. And very similar conditions, really, but very similar weather. Bright sunshine all day. I was worrying a little bit as I came down the M5 this morning because it clouded over. I thought, oh no, it can't be a bowler's day, can it? But
It might still be. Occasionally happens in bright sunshine, as yesterday, really. I mean,
Indeed.
still don't know what type of how to assess a total of 206. It's really not easy.
Here's Cook. Very, very firm defensive push.
I mean, what will be interesting, because it was quite surprising that Leach was so economical yesterday, and they'd obviously adopted a plan, really, that we're not going to, especially they're all right-handers he was bowling to, we're not going to take any risk against him. One of the interesting facets of this day will be when Harmer comes onto ball, on a pitch that is likely to help him quite a lot.
Nice shot.
Whether Somerset, that's gone for a 4, that's the shot of the day by a huge margin. Whether the Somerset batsmen will be so passive, or whether they'll try and upset him a little bit and be a bit more aggressive. It's easier for right-handers to do that against off-spinners than left-handers. Obviously, Leach was bowling to right-handers, so it's not so easy to hit with the ball spinning away from him. All these things are opening up for us. But that was a lovely, lovely clip off the legs, bisecting two boundary fielders.
Firm defence again to follow up. Yeah, he was just offered a little bit of room on his legs and made the most of it.
Yeah. Well, that's a high quality shot. It's you see, the random visitor still doesn't know who the night watchman is.
Yeah, good point about Miguel Pretorius, who bowled superbly yesterday.
Yeah, and
Economy rate of 1.71, which is only marginally worse than Jack Leach's.
Yeah, took 3 wickets as well, and he's not been a notably economical bowler in the past, but he's looked actually as effective as any of Somerset's seamers in the last couple of games.
Here's Porter. Oh, is that a chance to second slip?
I don't know.
It was very low, if so. I fancy it might have been half volley.
At the moment I'm going on body language, which is not one of extreme disappointment, but we'll have another look and get your eyes on it along with mine. Here it goes. Just didn't quite carry, perhaps.
Yeah, that's fair.
We'll be generous. They're just a couple of feet too deep, perhaps.
Not quite where he intended, but keeps it all along the ground.
Of course, over to the body. Well, he would have done if it carried. I mean, it's. I still marvel at those wonderful soft buckets that are in his hands. Even yesterday, I didn't see very much, but I saw him take the slip catch off Jack Leach. And he's very close there, and he drove at it hard, and he just gobbled it up around about ankle high, as if it was the most straightforward operation in the world.
Such an asset, isn't he, in every respect?
Well, he's an astonishingly good. I mean, he'll drop some now, but I say it every time I come here. But I find myself marvelling at his catching abilities. Not just we had that T20 campaign where he just kept plucking things out of the air long on, but in the slip cordon, he's equally good, if not better.
Here comes Porter again.
Oh, he likes it there. Don't bowl at Davies' legs. Anyway, it's a couple. Ripple of applause. So it was a bit misleading. We're sitting in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, and it's a glorious view. We're right behind the stumps. You can see the Quantocks. What you can't see is the fact that there's actually a lot of people in this stand. We can hear them, but we can't see them. It's pretty well populated below us, I think, judging by the noise and the applause for that too. Ooh, he's
just fished at that one.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, they're very generous with their applause. There is the stand that we're sat in.
Yes, there's a good sprinkling of spectators there. It's a great place to watch from. Oh, right, let's have a look at that Overton catch on fire in the back room there. Look at that. I mean, it looks easy, but he's close to the stumps. He's close to the bat there, and he just seems to be waiting for it even then.
More runs here, down to long leg, just a single. In fact, Sam Cook is patrolling the boundary down there, so that's all they'll get. But Somerset going along. Well, so far so good after just over 20 minutes play.
Yes, I mean, Umeed's had he was given a run from a leg glance, which the keeper got his gloves to, but it didn't stick down the leg side. He's had a nick to second slip that probably didn't quite carry, but almost did. But he's still there. Great chance for him to...
That certainly came back in.
Yeah, I just think it was a bad leave, really, but I think the height might have saved me. Let's have another look. Well, just outside, might have been a little bit high, but I'm not comfortable. Everyone says, "Oh, that's a good leave," but I think there's always a touch of irony about that. It means he's got away with that leave.
He was probably clinging to a hope that he judged it right.
I think it's the height. I think the combination, it might just have been outside off stump. It might just have been too high, but it's too close to leave that, really.
So Davey on 17 not out is on strike to Sam Cook. Maybe just a little bit more haze today than there was yesterday.
They're bringing in the guy at square leg just to save the single against Davey. Well, he's the one who's been very strong off his legs. I wonder whether he might try and adjust his line. He's going to bowl to that slip cordon a bit more. Or maybe he's enticing Davey to try and whip it. There's a big gap there, I don't know. But given that that's the one area that Davey's been scoring this morning, square on the leg side, timing the ball nicely, it's slightly surprising that they've done that, and I can only think they're just trying to seduce him into whipping one that is a bit straighter, or we'll see.
Still those four slips waiting as Cook runs away from us.
Well, that's yes. I think he wants the bowl a little bit wide. He didn't quite middle that. It was quite wide, and he got it back to the bowler. I think they're reckoning, okay, this boy can... Not boy, he's practically an old man now, Davey. But he's good off his legs. Let's see what he's like through the offside. And that wasn't totally convincing, that cover drive. It was quite a wide ball. Got the inside edge back to the bowler.
Covering up nicely there. Concerned about a bit of black smoke in the area of the station, but that seems to have been snuffed out now, happily.
Yeah, we've heard a few sirens, haven't we? Maybe heading that direction, but there's no black smoke now. No Pope.
No, we don't have one. We had two, didn't we, at one stage? It was a rather good film.
Conclave.
Conclave and the two popes.
Oh yes, of course, yeah. I think preferred the two popes. But this is not a film
I think
review.
I did too.
Well,
Anthony
are we allowed
Hopkins
to?
and
Yes.
Jonathan Price.
Yeah. I don't know if we're allowed to go off on it. Well, we're allowed to do anything we like,
Well,
aren't we, Stephen?
Charlie and I went off on cathedrals for a bit.
Well,
for a bit yesterday
that's
afternoon.
his specialist subject. He's told me that he probably mentioned if he goes on Mastermind, which he could easily do and
Yep.
do it very well, that would be his specialist subject.
Absolutely.
For the first round. I don't know what he's chosen for round 2 and 3. That's a
beauty.
good ball. Yes, well, Conclave won lots of awards, but it lost me a bit with its denouement. But I mean suddenly it's also had some fantastic publicity with the,
Absolutely.
with the
events of the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, everyone's been sort of quoting it as gospel as to how, this is how it's going to pan out. Well, how the process, I'm not sure the actual outcome will be identical.
In goes Cook.
What he might have done, it did move, it's moved away from him. Well, we could give him the benefit of the doubt, and he certainly gave us the impression at the end that, well, I'm leaving that it did leave him off the pitch, and it actually, I think he did hold the bat on the original line rather than follow it, so it passed his bat 2 or 3 inches wide of the edge. So if you're out there and you're in charge of Essex, still Wesley in charge, I presume, isn't
Yep.
it? Yep. You're thinking, well, this is slightly frustrating. We've had half an hour. No wicket yet. Harmer. He start twitching, get loose.
Still Porter in the meantime, and that's we've seen that from Josh Davey a couple of times, but Andy Umeed has got that one nicely out to deep square leg. Comfortable too. I do remember the year of the 3 popes, back in the mid-1970s.
Well, talk us through that then, because I'm a little bit hazy on that one, Stephen.
Well, I think it was Pope Paul who died early that year, and it was a rather strange thing, which I'll come back to after this delivery.
You don't get this with Trigo, you know. I don't think.
You know, it's meant to be either black smoke or white smoke. Black if they haven't managed to vote one in, and white if they have. It came out a bit grey on this occasion. But there was a new pope. It was John Paul I, and he didn't live very long. It was very sad, actually. I think he only lasted around a month.
Right.
And that ushered in the long era of John Paul II.
Right.
No ball from Jamie Porter.
Couple more runs.
Anyway, probably enough on popes for the time being, at least.
I think there'll be probably enough happening.
I do know, actually.
Oh no, a bit more. Let's have a bit more on popes, will you?
John Paul II was Archbishop of Krakow when he was appointed.
Right.
And I did go to Krakow. It's about the coldest conditions I have ever experienced.
You wouldn't want to field in the slip cordon in Krakow.
You wouldn't. You'd have your hands in your pockets, mufflers on.
Ooh.
Squeezed away.
Yeah, I mean, that is off the edge. Let's see.
May go all the way.
It will. That was a genuine edge. That he guided one down there earlier on. It's not such a good delivery, but that's sped away. That's a real bonus. Umeed.
There is a museum in Krakow. We spent a bit of time in museums and coffee houses.
Because it had good
It's a bit
radiators
warmer.
there.
But
This wasn't a stag night then.
no, it wasn't. But I know there's some good memorabilia in that museum, including the Pope's skis.
Ah.
Bit inside out there from Umeed, but it's okay. It's all along the ground into the covers.
Pope skis.
Quite short wooden ones.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
And I quite wanted to go on them. I thought if they belonged to the Pope, I'd go like the wind.
But you couldn't, obviously.
I know. They were locked into a glass case.
Okay. Yeah. How odd. I wonder how often you use them.
Porter, in the meantime, is staying firmly on piste.
Yeah.
Pushed up to mid-on. It hasn't done quite as much as regularly today yet as it did yesterday.
Well, obviously, I didn't see live. I was looking at the scoreboard, 40 for no wicket, off about 15. I don't know whether the bat was being beaten regularly at that early stage. Obviously, Somerset were more effective in the afternoon.
That's well bowled and well played.
I mean, they must have had a nice pattern. Once Leach got established, and it took him a while to get his first wicket, didn't it? But it doesn't half make life easy for a captain if he's got Leach bowling at one end, getting a little bit of purchase and conceding barely a run and over. So he's got reliability from that and control from that end, and then he's got four seamers essentially that he can juggle with from this end. So he's always got bowlers who should have sufficient fuel in the tank. That's why it'll be interesting when Harmer does come on. We'll see how much he spins the ball. But will the Somerset batsman allow Harmer to bowl in the same way that Leach was allowed to bowl? He obviously bowled very well, but he was not threatened very often.
Yeah, he was turning it pretty much from the start. He was beating the outside edge of the right-handers quite regularly. And when Michael Pepper, who was that Overton catch, that didn't really come as a surprise. He had looked like taking a wicket. And in fact, he took three in pretty quick succession. Pepper, then Critchley, and then Harmer. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. As I say, I think Harmer's... I think he might be at second slip, but he'll know that he'll be summoned pretty soon, I would think. And of course, there's a Sri Lankan Test bowler to come.
Indeed.
Who is mid-on, waiting his turn.
Wearing rather a fetching cap as well, which is sort of blue to the front and red to the back.
Well, it might be his favourite cap rather than his Essex cap, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's unlike any of the others on display. Very bright red.
But a measure of how warm it is, we've got a Sri Lankan fielding at mid-on, and I don't think he's got anything other than a shirt on. He hasn't got two sweaters. I remember when Brian Rose was here and he signed from Sri Lanka the unorthodox leg spinner Mendes. Do you remember? I can't remember what his first name was, but he had a prolific few months of Test cricket. They couldn't pick him. And Brian signed him. It's quite exciting. But the season then was starting in, certainly mid-April. And it wasn't an April like this one, or the one we've just had, or it was absolutely freezing. Ajanta Mendes, his name was. And his fingers were like ice blocks. And he couldn't get it. He could bowl in temperatures of 7 or 8 degrees. So this magical signing, which sounded a good idea, didn't really work in those sort of conditions.
Yes, that's leavable and indeed left by Andy Umeed.
Well, Umeed's playing. We got to the stage last year, we didn't know what to expect. Sometimes he'd be gallivanting down the pitch in the first over, playing lofted drives. This is the sort of Umeed of old in a way. He's got runs in the second team quickly, but there is a huge gap, of course, in the standard of bowling this summer. And it's a big innings for him, really, because if he Somerset are desperate for some runs at the top of the order. And that's a very, very good shot. He's been patient. That one's just a little bit wide and just a little bit short, and he's cracked it away. He's a very graceful player now. I mean, his early reputation was as a sort of arch blocker when he played for Warwickshire. He's gone through some sort of metamorphosis where last year he was the most... We've got Harmer on now. You know, he attacked with abandon sometimes.
He's had that wonderful 50 over tournament
exactly.
before last, and did pretty well last year too.
So we'll see what we get this year. Now, here comes Harmer. Just marking out his run. Looks like he might even start from around the wicket. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, so he's expecting turn. And you're more likely as an off spinner to come around the wicket if you think the ball's going to turn.
Yes, you meet opportunity in consequence of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was an opportunity on the horizon anyway. But he's in now, and I mean, runs in this match, I'm not saying they count double, but in a low-scoring game, you know, a 60 is equivalent to 100 on a flat pitch almost. Anyway, he's nowhere near that at the moment, but he's still there, and he's got 18. And Somerset 37 for 1, content at the moment with the morning session. Now there's a bit of a chat going on between Harmer and his potential bat pad. Yeah, who's just getting geared up.
We finished yesterday the final session with 4 men around the bat plus the keeper. Yeah, doesn't look like we're going to have quite so many to begin with.
3. We're going to have 3.
Yeah, just the 3.
Which is you know, pretty aggressive. A slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg. Davey, I don't know. We'll see what Davey does. I mean, whether there's no one out apart from the deep backward square leg. It's a sort of old-fashioned orthodox field for a turning pitch. Here he comes. There was a sort of little shimmy there, early shimmy. I mean, where Davey may be contemplating, if he thinks he's in the right slot, is to go over that mid-wicket area. It's a bit early for that, but, you know. It's a pity from our perspective that he's bowling from the river end.
we felt that a bit with Jack Leach yesterday.
Because we're hidden. We can't quite see the amount of turn with batsman and wicketkeeper there. However, Daly has found the middle of the bat. Harmer's been a great servant. He's an old-fashioned overseas player, and he's immediately identified with Essex now. He doesn't move around. He's been there for ages, it seems.
Well played. Pushed out on the offside. So this is Harmer's 4th over in all, 3 of them yesterday evening. The new ball.
Well, that might have turned, but I'm not entirely sure it came off the bat. We'll just wait and see. It's a leg bye. So that probably did turn, but no inside edge. Just about played a shot at it. Mid-on, going a little bit deeper for Omid. Not on the boundary, but he's retreated. There's a single there if he can get it to him.
The over. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 4.
Yeah, well, spinners being treated with unusual respect for this century or decade. But it's intriguing. When the ball is doing something, the game, even though a wicket hasn't fallen this morning, I think the game gets more interesting because you just don't quite know which way it's going to go. You can get a flurry of wickets.
It's a more interesting wicket than we had for the first game.
Yeah, where we had, I mean, that first game is going to haunt Somerset, or has haunted them, I think. They've got to get it out of their head. It's magical, 371, flattening out 200 overs bowled, but no victory in the second innings.
Nicely driven, they're going to get a comfortable signal for that.
And it felt like a defeat. And you could sense that there was a negative reaction after that. So the challenge is to get the momentum back. This game, therefore, very important for me. Well, every game is important. That's why we love it and agonise about it. And it's important for Essex too. We're sitting pretty well at the moment in the championship, but it's early days.
Yes, this is the 5th round of matches, 14 in all. Yes, I just wonder as well whether there's, I know it's a long winter in between since it happened, but the trauma of getting so close in all 3 formats last year.
Maybe.
I just wonder whether there's anything left over from that.
I don't know, maybe. I mean, they've had a few setbacks. I think that Worcester game was a big setback, not winning that game. Obviously, that's nicely tipped away. Not get a couple. No, that's right, they're sticking with it.
Yeah.
I think that, and obviously the fact that Matt Henry, I saw Matt Henry actually in Pakistan, and I stupidly said to him, "Don't get injured." This was just before he had an injury, just that meant that he missed the Championship Trophy final.
Yeah.
But he was really looking forward to coming back, and I don't quite know where we stand about that now. But he was the icing on the cake. The fact that he would be around, and both in terms of his bowling ability, but he slotted into their dressing room so well, and he enjoyed his time here, and it was a very positive influence.
And he was really happy about the prospect of coming back.
So that was a blow that this, the really exciting that he would be returning. I think tacitly that it's such a disappointment. It puts the burden back on the likes of Craig Overton and one or two of the others. Anyway, it's never easy, and you've got to just look forward. And this game is going to be very significant. But then you could say that about most of them. But there's a lovely tension about it. If you're a Somerset fan, are they going to get going?
I saw Matt Henry in New Zealand actually in the winter. Not to speak to, but I watched him bowl in the first 2 tests, which would have been before the injury.
Yeah.
He was fine for those 2, and he clearly he seemed to me to be New Zealand's best bowler.
No, I think he is their spearhead in a sort of way. He's a bit quicker than Cook, but he has similarities with Cook. He's not express pace, but he's aggressive. He bowls that fullish length early on. Just a little bit of swing, LBWs, nip backs, that sort of thing. And he was in control of his game, bowling in mid-80s probably. As I say, that but it's not out and out fast bowling, but it's fast enough. And he's been New Zealand's prime wicket taker in Test cricket over the last 18 months, I should think. And he was bowling well in that Champions Trophy as well. Anyway, we may see him, but we may not.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Harmer again then from the river end. Is that a pad and bat?
Well, Harmer wasn't interested, so it may have been a bit of bat on it. Let's have a quick look. Well, no, it's turned too much. It's down the leg side, but it has spun. So that's the interest. That's they like that down below. Here, a little ripple of applause. But they put that man back, as I say, not on the boundaries. Very tall. That must be Walter, I think. Walter. He comes up a little bit for Josh Davey. They've taken the extra cover out and brought him onto the leg side. The cover drive is pretty risky unless it's a real full half volley. However, Davies equal to it, sees the gap and just dabs it down. They like that down below as well.
Yes, they're very animated.
They like a good single. They're quite right too.
Yeah, Paul Walter and Dean Elgar, although they're both left-handers, there's no difficulty in distinguishing.
No. Yeah. No excuses there.
Elgar's perched at leg slip at the moment. Under the lid, as indeed is forward short leg. Yeah, there was applause yesterday for almost anything that Jack Leach did.
Well, quite right too.
There was a group of people over in the Somerset stand, we think from Exeter University, and he went out to field there at the end of each over and got rapturous applause every time.
Not Cardiff University. He went to Cardiff University, didn't he? Well, good to see him there, and why not?
But they are generous, aren't they, this crowd?
Oh yeah, I mean, another left arm spinner, my vintage, was Dennis Breakwell, and he used to get him going. He often used to field third man in front of the river stand, where there's the stand down there, and it would be the most, the ball would go down to third man, and Dennis would sprint round, and he had a nice arm. Not massively powerful, but it would come in right over the top of the stumps to Derek Taylor. And they'd go, oh, I mean, it was obviously an easy one, but yeah. You milk it nicely. We're having a look at Simon Harmer. Look, he's around the wicket.
He's almost, his sleeves almost brushing the umpires.
Yeah. Well, he runs up quite straight, like a lot of modern spinners. It's the modern way. Jack does it the same.
Sam Cooke's made way for Jamie Porter at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
So the notion of being very side on has slightly got a bit. I mean, a lot of the bowlers that I can remember, I mean, Ray Illingworth, for example, he used to bowl round the wicket, and he'd come between the umpire and the stumps because he was coming at that angle. He was starting off on the offside, if you like, and he'd have a little angle and be very side on. But Leach and Harmer and most modern spinners.
That's a full bunger.
Yeah, he put it away, more to the point. It was a big full bunger. Very odd delivery. He almost fell over, actually, or perhaps that was just trying to stop the ball. Anyway, he's going to have a routine scrape of the footholds for that. That was a very about 6 feet off target. So yes, a lot of the modern spinners they run up straight rather than at an angle, and they're not quite so side on. It's partly because they don't get so much drift up because they're not sort of in that perfect away swing action. And then, if you had a big umpire, possibly even Shep, dear old David Shepherd, or the Swaroop Kishan of India, if you were bowling around the wicket, it was very difficult. You had to go wide of the crease to deliver, to get past him. So then you'd politely ask him, can you stand back and I'll run between you?
I remember Ray Illingworth very well. He was the captain when I first caught the cricket bug. There was a very exciting game against Pakistan at Headingley in 1971.
Right.
He was captain and he bowled a lot. I have a feeling he got 100 in that game as well. Went there with a 6.
Illy did.
Having batted quite dourly up till then. But it was there's a play and a miss. Josh Davies
he's annoyed with himself. It was too wide to block. Well, Illy would not have hit many sixes in Test cricket or in any other cricket, I suspect. I wonder where he hit it.
I think it was straight.
Oh, really?
But it was emphatic.
Yeah.
And it was a triumph for him, that game altogether, because England won it by not very much. 25 runs,
he's
thereabouts.
A terrific captain. I played against him quite a few times, actually, because he came back and played for Yorkshire, but I also played him when he was captain of Leicester.
Well, he was very successful, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the best thing he ever did was leave Yorkshire, really, because that made him more an obvious candidate to captain England. He captained England because Cowdrey had a bad injury, and I'm sure everyone thought that Illingworth is the perfect stand-in, because he was already towards the autumn of his career. He's probably late 30s. he'd had a sort of patchy. I mean, he's a very good cricketer, wonderful cricketer, but he'd been in and out of the England team, so he wasn't an absolute regular. So if you're Cowdrey, you're thinking, well, he's the perfect standing, because as soon as I'm fit, I'll be right back in charge. And then they made him captain. He kept scoring runs, and England kept winning.
Yeah, they did. Won the Ashes, didn't they? in
and
Australia.
he did it, and this stand-in did it for 4 years, and very successfully too, in his own way. I mean, the only trouble. There's a lovely quote actually. I've been writing a book about England captains.
Oh yes, indeed. This is a
although
Alan Gibson's book.
Illy is not in my, but he keeps cropping up because he ended up as England manager.
Yeah.
But there's a lovely quote, and it's inevitably from Brian Close, and he's and Close he said about Illy, the trouble with Illy is he always wants his own way. Well, if anyone ever wanted his own way, it was Brian Close. But he was right. Illy did want his own way. But then so did Closey. Anyway, but he was a wonderful, larger-than-life character, Illingworth.
Well, yeah,
slightly not so obviously as Closey, but they had obvious similarities as
both
well.
Yorkshiremen who moved on and did very well by doing so.
Yeah.
Talking of books, is this
gone.
out?
Yeah.
Leg stump has been rattled.
And he went for the big shot and he missed it, I think. And it's the first sort of sign of aggression, and he missed it.
We'll have a look from the other end, which will give us more of an idea.
He was looking to slog sweep it, and it's I think he might have picked the wrong ball. The idea was good. There was space out there, but he just didn't quite get the bat in the right place. I'm not sure it turned that much. It just kept going. But let's have another look. This will be a better view. Just turned a bit. He was almost like too early on the shot. So that they've had to wait 55 minutes, but that is a wicket for Harmer, which will calm, well, not that he needs it calming down, but it reassures him. He's now also critically got a left-hander coming in, and you'll like that, in Tom Lammonby. So it was that's a frustration from Hamid. It's the first time he's really gone for any sort of ambitious shot. And we were wondering whether he tried to attack Harmer. But the first time he's tried to do anything at all elaborate, he didn't hit the ball. Yeah. So a disappointment there from the Somerset perspective, because he'd actually done quite a lot of good work to get to 20, but he's not there anymore. And this is the sort of match and the sort of surface where, well, we've seen it happen to Somerset this summer. You can get a flurry of wickets. If the ball is turning, it's the first 20, 30 deliveries. If you get through them, you can adjust. But it's very difficult to start with, and you'll see an experienced spinner too. You know that, and you know you've got to be right on your game to start. Just don't give them anything easy, and you know they'll be much more tentative right at the start of the innings. If you get it right in the first couple overs, there are possibilities. So here we go. Big test for Lammonby, this. And it wasn't a very convincing start. I'm just trying to see what he was doing there. He was got a bit tangled up. Beating his outside edge. We'll have another look. Well, he actually misjudged the length. He almost yorked himself. It's a bit better. If you're left-handed and you're just coming in, you think, where am I going to score? And there's no obvious route if he bowls well against the turning ball at the start. He's played that nicely though, waited just a bit short of a length, and he's off the mark. I love it when there's a bit there for the bowler, and it's a great test. I mean, we played Essex half a dozen or more years ago on a pitch that turned. It was the game that I think Somerset had to win the championship, or have a chance of doing so, and they failed to do that. And Cook got runs in both innings, and it was turning more than we've seen in this match. In fact, it might have been after which we got docked points. I'm sure it might have been that game. I'm not sure, but it was a wonderful exhibition of skillful batting from Cook, who got runs in both innings, but especially in the first innings when no one else was really getting any. And he found a way to do it.
He always found a way, didn't he?
Yeah. It was a great example of like golf between the really top quality player and the next tier down.
Here's Jamie Porter. He's played firmly enough by the night watchman. Davey, the man who came in, was protecting Tom Lammonby yesterday evening when he came out to bat. He's still there.
Yeah, well, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if he came and played Harmer and protected him a bit more. But having said that, I mean, Lammonby's just tickled one away, just short of a length for a couple, but he won't be thinking like that. But Somerset will be very keen for Davey, who's batted perfectly well this morning, just to keep going. I mean, he is a bit of an imposter sometimes at number 9, Davey, as we've said, 9 or 10, but his record's not astonishing. But as I say, you watch him bat anywhere, really. In fact, if he keeps going like this, he might be invited to open the batting soon.
So this book on cricket captains, Vic, who do you start? Because you're taking over, as it were, from Alan Gibson.
Well, Alan Gibson, Anthony, we all know Anthony next door. Alan was, of course, Anthony's father, and he was a lovely, beautiful broadcaster.
I remember.
I mean, he was my favourite then, way back. And of course, he wrote. I mean, did all sorts of things in his life.
He wrote beautifully for the Times.
Wrote wonderfully for the Times. Erudite, very funny. A day at the cricket from Alan Gibson, as opposed to John Woodcock writing about the cricket, you know. Anyway, Alan Gibson wrote a lovely book called The Cricket Captains of England, ranging from, he took 1877 essentially as his starting point.
Which was the date of the first Ashes test.
Yeah, the centenary, the one in Melbourne. I mean, you could, that's, and then he more or less finished with the centenary test 100 years later with Greg,
which Australia won by the same margin as the first one.
45 runs or whatever it was. Exactly. I mean, fairy tale stuff. Anyway, so he covered all the England captains in a beautifully written, witty, erudite. He's a lovely writer. Foolish to try and follow him, really. Anyway, so he took it up to Greg, and then he had to write a grumpy postscript because Greg suddenly got sacked post Kerry Packer. So there was a quick postscript where he did the start of Brearley's time. You could tell he was grumpy about having to do it, but just had to update it. Anyway, and so I have, this is about done now. I've written volume 2, which takes us from, I go back to Brearley as well, because he didn't finish. Brearley was still going strong by the time he finished. From Brearley to Stokes. With there's a chapter on one-day captains who became, there were some dedicated one-day captains, obviously Morgan, but one or two others as well. So I've just done that. So I shall forget it all soon.
But to be launched?
To be launched, well, I think the launch is, I think it's coming out around about mid-June.
Look forward to it.
Well, your friend of mine, Stephen Chalk, has been, extremely helpful, of course. And I've been sending stuff to him. He's been correcting it here and there, correcting many mistakes and stuff, and being a great source of encouragement.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, for many.
Yes, I'm actually in the middle of A Striking Summer by Stephen Brinkley.
Ah, yes, that's same. Is that with St. Fairfield Books as well.
Yes,
it is, isn't it? Fairfield is the publishing company that Stephen started, and it's now with the Western Cricket Monthly. Matt Thacker runs it because Stephen's passed it on. He's still working like a demon. All sorts of projects. He's writing a very good one about he's writing what will be a fascinating book with Mark Elaine at the moment,
which I'm sure will be an interesting
absolutely
read.
Well, he's also, Stephen is basking in the minor glory of winning the Wisden Book of the Year award every year. Wisden has a Book of the Year, and his book on Brian Close won it,
which it's entirely merited.
Yeah,
It was a splendid book, and with an entire chapter devoted to Brown Close's driving, and not through the covers.
Yeah.
That's a splendid book. We were talking about Brown Close earlier, and it does bring him out. That's nicely played down to third man. Would it run to the rope? Yes, just.
Okay, let's have a look. Well, that's an educated sort of edge, perhaps, or perhaps he was gliding it there. We'll have a look. Well, I mean, it was slightly over-pitched. I'm not sure if he was aiming there. It's a brilliant shot. I'm not sure he was, but he'll pick up the 4 gratefully. It was slightly over-pitched, so the ball went down, and Lammonby's brought the 50 up for Somerset.
Looking at the captains that you covered and captains that you've seen over the years, we talked about Ray Illingworth, who was my first in a way, sort of watching. I would put him sort of up there with the best.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really. I mean, Illingworth is not in my era in the sense of writing about
Slightly
him.
before.
But I did play against him. Shot. And that's a glorious shot. He's just erred onto leg stump, middle and leg. But my goodness, he's put him away gracefully.
Our alien friend will be assuming that Josh Davey is a regular number 3.
Well, absolutely. Career change would be quite a good idea. Look at this. There's nothing wrong with that.
Lovely shot.
It's just a flick of the wrist. So yes, I mean, so I haven't written much. Illy comes into it because, of course, Illy became England supremo when Atherton was captain. And I also, my first chapter is a sort of resume of Alan Gibson's writing. So Illy crops up there as well. But he was much loved. I talked to dear old Jonathan Agnew about it. I mean, Aggers and David Gower played with Illingworth as pups at Leicester. And Gower, Illingworth, you saw Gower, he wasn't sort of doer in many ways, Illingworth. You saw Gower and knew he had something special. And he was in the England team, probably with... He wasn't running it then, but he would have given him a good reference, even though they were, very different in many ways. But you talk to Gower or Agnew about Illingworth, and they have the same sort of affection as Somerset folk have about Close. I think Illingworth's a bit more calculating, a bit more selfish probably, and they always used to say he'd toss the ball to Jack Birkinshaw, who we all know down here in Championship cricket. He's got
off stump, nicked, I think, and that is the end of the night watchman's vigil. But it's been a very good one from Josh Davey. He goes for 27. Jamie Porter has accounted for him, so the 3rd wicket has fallen, the 2nd of the day. Good delivery.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one.
For 27.
Well, it's just left him a bit. He's only defending it, and he's just clipped the top of off stump. It's the sort of dismissal that if you're a batsman or even if you're a night watchman, you think, I'm not sure I did an awful lot wrong there. It just didn't quite get the bat in the right place, but it did move. It was angled in and then it straightened. Away. And every bowler loves the notion of just clipping the top of off stump. So there's no disgrace in that dismissal. It's changed the balance of the match now. 2 wickets in the space of 10 and 15 minutes.
Essex back in it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they never had it.
If they were ever, yeah.
But that's a good, it's not a bad dismissal from a Davey point of view. He'll think, well, that was just a good delivery that I wasn't quite able to cope with. And for Porter, very satisfying. So he did a good job, Davey. And he can bat. Well, perhaps there'll be more thought about using him as an all-rounder. Who knows? But anyway, we've got Tom Abel out there who had a very disappointing time in the last match. He went like that.
Yeah, so it was a pretty unproductive first hour for Somerset yesterday, and some similarities today, really. But
well, I suppose there's some sages who say, "Oh, it's the rollers worn off," but I'm never quite sure whether that's the case or not. Really. So, Tom Abel, key man, of course. I always think people earlier, Abel, you want to get it full and straight because he does. He always feels slightly an LBW candidate. Well, he did get it full and straight, and he's hitting for 4. But I mean, I don't think that was a bad piece of bowling. Was that in the air?
It looked from the reaction
I
of the
think it
fielder
was.
at mid-wicket.
Let's have another look. I mean, I'd love to see.
I think he's got it over the top.
Yeah. Oh well, that's 4.
Unusual way to get off the mark.
Well, it is, and it's just, if that's the case, well, I think he middled it, but just the way that the mid-wicket fieldsman reacted.
Another one here.
Yeah. Well, he's come out looking very positive, but you can see what I mean. He bats almost on middle and off, and he's very good off his legs, but right at the start, you've got to be tempted as a bowler to hone in on middle and leg. Because he might, if he if he's going to miss it early on in the innings, he becomes an LBW candidate. Anyway, he's off 5 off 2.
That's all right. That'll do.
Yeah. Here's a look at the Davey dismissal. He heard what happened and set off, and he sort of set off with the air of a man who said, "Well, there's not much I feel I could have done differently there." I suppose the answer is, if he got lunged at it, he might have got something in the way, but it was a very good delivery.
Harmer then to the right-handed Abel.
Ooh, he was playing that on the leg side, and he's got a leading edge back down the pitch, I think. Again, it's those first few deliveries against spin. Get past them, and you can start to adjust to how much turn there is and the pace of the pitch.
That's more where he was planning to place it.
Quicker that one.
Just 3 bowlers used so far.
I wonder, yes, Sri Lankan test player, he was thinking, well, when are they going to give me a go? Well, not, I thought we'd give him a go quite soon, but Porter will have another one for certain. That's nicely played. They'll be looking for a second here.
Yes, each one of the 3 has a wicket. Tidy looking columns. Cook with the first one yesterday evening, and the 2 on at the moment have 1 each. Firmly defended. This time by Abel, who's already on 7. Oh, was that taken? It is. Wicket number 4, Tom Abel nicking one that goes straight on, I fancy, and that's a big breakthrough for Simon Harmer. Tom Abel caught at slip for just 7. Somerset 63 for 4.
Well, it's a fairly straightforward slip catch, well taken. It's it's also sort of confirming what I'm saying. Right at the start, you're needing to adjust round the wicket. It's a good line that Harmer's using on a pitch that's turning. By coming round the wicket, you bring into play both edges, inside edge and outside edge. That one didn't really turn a little bit, it bounced a bit, it almost took, not quite the shoulder of the bat, but pretty high up the bat. And it's a serious situation. We've gone from the relative comfort of 48 for 1,
46 for 1.
46 for 1, it's now 63 for 4. And Harmer is starting to cause problems. Porter's just got rid of Davey. So the match is swaying. At the moment, it's swayed very much in Essex's favour. Two good innings can change that. But at the moment, it's Somerset batsmen who are under pressure. They're not as if they're all in the peak of form. It's not straightforward. Came out quite bristling, didn't he, Tom Abel? But just prodding forward there. And a slip catch.
Last ball of Simon Harmer's 8th over as well. He has 2 for 14. Impressive figures, much as Jack Leach's were yesterday. Hasn't bowled anything like so many overs yet.
Porter coming round the wicket to Abel. Sorry, to Lammonby.
Essex will feel they're fully in business here. 3 wickets have gone today. That total of 206 looks pretty good at the moment.
Yeah. Just need Somerset. Well, for Somerset would say you need 2 innings of significance from someone.
4. Kind of fine leg.
Yeah, nicely tucked away. It was a poor line, but a delicate leg glance takes him into double figures.
So, of the England captains you wrote about in the book, would you put one on a pedestal, or would you put?
Well,
I mean, the captains are good captains for different reasons.
Yes, that's right. Well, I mean, I started with Briley, and obviously we ought to put him on a pedestal, if anyone. I think I think for 2 years, Michael Vaughan was terrific. 2 years up to 2005. I mean, 2005 was the series. I've watched a lot of cricket, and so have you, Stephen. But I think that 2005 series was still the most captivating,
I agree,
dramatic match after match. And the winning of that series meant so much, and you sort of take into account the fact that at the time Australia were the best side in the world, and England only won by a whisker, of course. But that combination, so I think, and England had played terrific cricket up to that point under Vaughan, winning in South Africa, especially just before.
That excellent attack.
Yeah, and sort of the Fab Four, so-called. But I think his greatest achievement was Vaughan, was to convince his players that they could beat Australia, and that the way to do it was that you had to get under their skin and play aggressively. I think if you played against Australia thinking, well, we'll just eliminate errors, against a better side, quite often that doesn't work because they're better than you are. But if you can ruffle them, and they did ruffle them, and they had moments of luck with Glenn McGrath stepping on the ball at Edgbaston, etc. So for 2 years, I think Vaughan was terrific, and then it all went a bit pear-shaped. He got injured, and then I think he tried to do all sorts of magical stuff when he he's always trying something ridiculous. It didn't quite work after that, but for 2 years, that was a terrific England team, and he convinced them they could beat Australia.
Well, I remember I covered the Old Trafford game.
What a game that was.
It was a fantastic game. That was the middle game of the series, which was a draw, but what a thrilling draw it was. And that was when Vaughan said, look at them, they're celebrating at the
that's
end,
right.
and it's a draw.
Yes. Yeah. So he stands out, and then you could argue that all that was possible because Hussein had rescued a shambles of a side with some hard-nosed leadership and got them back on track along with Duncan Fletcher. And then you had Andrew Strauss, of course, who won the Ashes in Australia. He's done that very often.
Yeah, we talked about Illingworth, that was one, and then there was Gatting in between, wasn't there?
So all those, you put them all on pedestals if you like. And also, I'm thinking, of the others. I mean, they're all capable men, most of them anyway. But Stokes you've got to think about.
He's special, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, the final judgment on Stokes has not been made yet, but what he's achieved.
Reverse
so
sweep
far
has worked. I think that's going to go all the way.
That's the way to get off the mark, then.
Nicely done.
It's very brave, but it's
picking up from where he left off here last time.
Yeah, well, it's a brave shot to play, but I understand. I'm not going to chastise him, because one of the things you want to try and do, although it's very early in his innings, is to upset the rhythm of a bowler who's got conditions in his favour, make him bowl worse. And there's a little adjustment in the field. He's just gone a bit finer, that guy there. So there's a big gap on the offside there. It takes a lot of bottle to play a shot like that, I would have thought, but he's advancing down there, so hit the field. That's sort of what. It's a better shot than the one Umeed played, obviously, but he had aggressive intent there. He's eyeing, they're keeping the field up, but he's eyeing the open spaces on that leg side. Got in a funny position there, but you can sense that Banton's not going to prop and cock too long. He's going to try and take the initiative. No, that's the way he plays, and I don't fret about that too much. It's going to be a fascinating duel if he stays in.
Yeah, he was presented with a picture yesterday just before play, picture of him celebrating
right, yeah.
that extraordinary,
that
fantastic innings.
Yeah. Reminds me of my grandfather, who said, if some bloke scores 200 or 300, no point playing him in the next game, because he's never going to do it again, is he? Anyway, we now have Raditha, test bowler from Sri Lanka, who's had to wait a while to have a go. This is the 27th, I think, over of the innings, but he's got the ball in his hand. Rangy, 6-footer, probably, who's played 18 tests for Sri Lanka. Been around a while, I think he's in his 30s. Yeah. So, obviously, a handy man to have. And probably quite unfamiliar to most county players, I would have thought. I don't know if he played. Is this his first season with Essex?
I believe so.
Yeah. So he's going to put him over the wicket, and he's got Lammonby waiting for him.
Be a comfortable signal here for the left-hander. I'll take him on to 13. Yeah, until 2005, it was the 81 series that everybody talked about.
But I think 2005 trumped 1981 series.
Over the full length of the series.
Yeah, I mean, yes, because every match in 2005, even the Lord's defeat, it started in epic style with Langer and Ponting losing blood.
Bit on the cheek.
That's right, and okay, Australia won that, and you thought, here we go again. And then that epic Edgbaston game, which England ended up winning by 3 runs. And then it just kept going from there. And like you, I mean, I remember at Old Trafford, you were there. My one abiding memory I've got of, I was working on that game, probably for the BBC, I think, and we got to the ground around about 9:30 on the last day, and there were about 15,000 people walking away from Old Trafford because they wanted to go and watch. But there were no tickets left. They don't always sell the tickets for the last day. And there were about 10,000, disappointed people heading away from Old Trafford very glumly because they couldn't get in.
Yeah, extraordinary scenes. I mentioned A Striking Summer by Stephen Brenkley, which I haven't
1926.
Yeah, indeed. And what that does very well is put the series into the context of what was going on in England at the time.
Yeah.
Not long after the First World War.
Yeah.
Miners' strikes going on, partly hence the title.
Well, that's miners' strikes going on in 1981, of course.
Indeed. Oh, cut in half. That's a beauty.
Yeah. Well, he's just got that a bit straighter, and it moved a little bit. He's going to pose a threat if he gets it there more frequently. Let's have a look. It's gone between bat and pad and over the top of the stumps.
The 1926 series, I have to be honest, I didn't know very much about it at all. And the first 4 games were all drawn. There was a lot of weather interference. And then England changed their captain for the last game. They dropped Arthur Carr and gave the captaincy to Percy Chapman. Won the game and the Ashes. Lovely shot.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen from Banton already the fact that, I mean, that was not a great ball, but he did not put it away well. And this is what you want him to do, to play his natural game. He's struggled a bit since that epic innings. Although when I've been watching, he's actually hit a few crunching shots to fielders and been caught. But you want him to play his instinctive way here, rather than grind, because...
And the early signs are that he will.
Yeah, we've seen the reverse sweep, and well, that was just a good shot to an ordinary ball, but we've seen hints that he is not going to be that passive against Harmer. So you don't want to go away. It's not time to pop down into town to do a bit of shopping, I don't think.
Yes. I mentioned David Gower earlier. He was a bit like that, wasn't he? You don't go off shopping, or you you leave the bar and you watch what's going on out in the middle. There's a certain fellow named over opposite us.
Yeah. Well, they all used to go shopping when I came out about after Botham and Richards. Actually, suddenly the high street was really quite busy, having been deserted.
I'm sure they didn't. So it will be the left-handed Lammonby initially to face up to the Harmer off-spin. This will be Harmer's 10th over in all. 2 wickets in the bag already. Almost another one there as well.
I think that one's turned. We'll have a quick look.
That's the classic off-break turning away from the left-hander.
I mean, it's... Here we go. You have to be quick.
Looks like it, as far as we can see.
Oh, it's beating the outside edge again. It's almost a carbon copy.
Might be able to see it from the other end. Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah. Well, there's nicely flighted, and it has spun. So he's in rhythm now. He's confident. It's hard work now for Lammonby against the off spinner.
he's taken, is he? At slip. Harmer has struck again.
Yeah. Well, he felt it was coming. I mean, off spinners now somehow they just relish left-handers, and let's have a look. But that will have turned, pitching on the stumps, and well, it's turned enough. And I think in a way, I'm not sure that turned as many as some of the others, and it was sort of half forward. Could have been further forward, maybe, but it's those early balls against the spinner when it's turning that's so difficult. I think the previous two where he'd been beaten outside the off stump kind of made him a bit more tentative there too. You could have been a bit further down the track, perhaps, I don't know. But it's a good delivery. It's not another left-hander.
Well,
Harmer will be rubbing his hands together at that prospect, albeit very gifted left-hander. And well, Somerset under the pump here, 78 for 5. One of those is a night watchman, but he's also probably been the top scorer.
Yeah.
The big test for James Rue. I think if you're Somerset, you actually you want your right-hander facing Harmer more often than not, but it's hard to engineer sometimes.
Well, yeah, and as you say, it's one left-hander replacing another.
Yeah.
And we felt it with Jack Leach and the right-handers yesterday.
Yeah.
When you see them turn and lift, then the doubt is sown in the mind of the batter.
Well, it's so much harder if the ball is turning and you are up against a quality bowler who don't give you any freebies. You've got fewer options to counter-attack if you're left-handed or if the ball's spinning away from you. So I would expect Banton. Banton will probably, if he stays in, he'll stay positive against Harmer. There's this possibility of hitting on the leg side with the spin. He's also brought out his reverse sweep. We've seen that.
Here's James Rue's first ball. Wow.
Well,
he's been watching Tom Banton.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't quite out the middle of the bat. I think it was a top edge. I mean, it's a bold shot, and he's got 4 for it off the top edge. Don't think Harmer will be too bothered.
So we now have a batter at either end who's got off the mark with a reverse sweep.
That was the non-off spinner. That was a sort of arm ball, and it was wide enough. Let's have another look at this. That's not an off break. He hasn't spun. See, that is just coming in like a sort of in swinger to the left-hander, and it was a lovely piece of bowling. And he left it, and it missed off stump by, I don't know, an inch. It was to admire the bowling there. Anyway, he's still there, James Rue. An eventful 4.
So Kassan Rajitha will want to get in on the act here. It's the only wicketless bowler.
Yeah, but
he's only bowled an over.
He's only bowled an over.
0 for 5.
Yeah. Well, they put a bit of protection out actually against Banton. They've given him a deep backward point on the boundary. That's just swung a little bit. Opened him up. He's playing that on the onside initially and moved to cover. It's not straightforward at the moment. I think we're seeing a different sort of approach than we saw from Essex. We didn't see many. I don't know. You were here. I don't think there were many reverse sweeps yesterday.
No. No, there weren't. I think there was one.
Yeah. And who's to say which is the right way to go? Depends who you are. I see. Depends. Yeah, I think there is a danger when you've got batting problems if you issue carte blanche instructions, because every batsman is different and every batsman's got to work his own way out of any little slump that they're in, and it's very difficult I think, to lay down guidelines for a whole batting lineup. Everyone's got to find their own way.
Nice shot. That's going to be 4. Right off the meat of the bat.
Absolutely beautifully timed. I mean, it was a nondescript ball, but it wasn't a terrible delivery. But he's flicked that away off his hip. And there's no one out there.
It is one of the extraordinary things. We were talking about different approaches to captaincy earlier, and you mentioned different approaches to batting. So it's such an individual game as well as being
that's what I mean.
a team game.
I mean, there's scope for the batting coach to work individually and work out with players. Well, what do you think your best way of going about it, particularly on surfaces like this where it's challenging. But I think it's always dangerous if you. I mean, I've been in sides occasionally, not very often. Don't hook. No one should hook. Well, that's no good at all. Some people, it will be a valuable shot, but for others, it won't. You mustn't play anything outside the off stump. Well, it's up to each individual. It's an individual element of the game.
Oh, he's bowled in. He's played on. Rajitha is in on the act now. In only his second over, that is a body blow. Well, Tom Banton has gone for just 12, and there's to be no repeat of the heroics here last time. Not that there would have been anyway, but that'll be a huge disappointment to him and his team.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's more of a nondescript delivery. It's just a little bit wide, but he's not got in a great position. It's got inside edge onto the stumps. It's a big wicket, that, for Essex, because if anyone was going to hurt them, it was likely to be Banton. He played 3 beautiful shots for his 12 runs, but he wasn't in a great position there. And this game is moving fast, and it's not moving in a direction that Somerset will be enjoying. If you offered them, well, obviously if you offered them parity 200, they'd bite your hand off at the moment.
They would, certainly.
There's still a bit of batting to come, but
Essex, we fancy.
They're on a roll, yeah.
Yeah. There could well be a significant lead for Essex from this situation. 6 wickets gone. Lewis Gregory, the skipper, is coming in 1 out of position at number 8 because of the use of the night watchman yesterday evening. Batted well at the Oval last week, Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, he keeps finding himself trying to dig Somerset out of a hole.
So he's got 1 delivery from Rajitha to face. Here it comes. Solid defence to start from the Somerset skipper. 86 for 6 is on the board. That's a pretty gruesome spectacle for Somerset eyes. There is the full summary of the game so far. All the Essex bowlers in the wickets column.
Well, this will be interesting. I mean, so far we've seen Rue, he reverse swept his first ball, top edge 4. I think Palmer was maybe anticipating the same sort of shot. Anyway, he bowled his arm ball, which just missed off stump. He's only faced 2, but it's been quite eventful deliveries. Here we go.
That's a bit more orthodox.
Yeah.
Reverse sweep again. It's a concerted appeal.
Not out. He wanted it. We'll have another look at it in a second. Such a flurry of activity. It's quite hard for the umpire. The ball's been turning. Oh, I think he's quite fortunate to get out. Was he outside the line? I think that ball was hitting the stumps, I'll tell you that much. Whether he's outside the line, we'll have another look. I know a lot of umpires would have given that out. Well, in my day they would have done for the shot. But,
I think he may just have gone outside.
Maybe.
I don't think shaves.
Yeah, I don't think he could have complained too much if he'd given that out. I think you might, in the days, well, when you're playing international cricket, you get the lights going on. I think you might have got an orange there. 2 reds and an orange. At best, from a Somerset perspective.
It's a good-looking drive for no run to conclude the over. Testing times for James Roux against
well, he's up against
the spinner.
Yeah, he is a class off spinner, no question about that. And he's done a terrific time as a Essex stalwart. So, T20's around the corner, and if you want to get a good price, you've only got 4 days to get them. I know that some of the games are nearly all sold out, but not all of them.
The early bird catches the worm.
Yeah. And then, curiously, there's a picture of Jack Leach there. I don't know if he's going to play. He might do. Well, it depends what they say.
It's Rajitha in the meantime from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion End. He might.
He did play some last year, actually, didn't he? And did quite well, I think.
He played in the 50 over.
Well, yeah, he did very well in the 50 over stuff. He's obviously bowling extremely well.
He was excellent yesterday. Really relishing the task.
I mean, it's strange, isn't it? Somerset are playing on a pitch that is certainly spinning from one end.
It's a little bit of shade away there.
Shoaib has to look on.
Yeah.
Yes,
he was on as 12th man yesterday a couple of times, around about the time he was announced in the England squad.
Yeah, I know. It's happened a couple of times to him now. He's been announced as in the test squad for Zimbabwe or wherever it is, and he's 12th man for Somerset.
I saw him bowl quite a few overs in New Zealand, actually. Shoaib played in all the tests out there. Had to bowl into the wind at Wellington, which is always a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, well, it can be a significant wind, doesn't it? I do remember playing myself at Palmerston North, somewhere. And bowling suddenly became a simple operation. And you run up and just try and bowl it as far as you possibly could. Wind would catch it and it would probably land on a leg.
Oh, that's a Jaffa.
Well, it still seems to be doing a bit, and Rajitha, we can see why he's played international cricket. I mean, that is a glorious delivery. He's getting a little bit of movement off the pitch at a good pace.
Lewis Gregory didn't do anything wrong there. He was just comprehensively beaten by a brilliant delivery.
Batsman at the wrong ends. Tell you that. It's tap and run. Well, that's 4. It's not totally convincing, but I'll take anything at the moment.
He took some wickets in the first innings at Christchurch, Shoaib Bashir. 1 or 2 of them a bit fortuitous. But I didn't envy him at Wellington.
No.
It was a long spell he had to bowl on the last day. England pretty much had the game sewn up anyway. but it was...
Well, Wellington, I think, is the windiest cricket venue. I play quite a bit of cricket at Perth, where there was a fair breeze, but I think Wellington trumps that.
They're not going to be able to switch ends. Not this time, anyway. It's going to be the left-hander facing Harmer once more.
Yeah. Well, it's all part of James Rue's education. If he gets runs in this situation, it certainly means something. But I don't think he's quite sure how he's going to do that at the moment against Harmer. We've seen him try a couple reverse sweeps, one of which has brought him 4 runs, one which has had him perilously close to being LBW. But the forward defensive is not necessarily, as Lammonby has shown us, a perfect option either. That's a good run. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be easy for Gregory, but I just think if you're in that Somerset dressing room, I mean, Harmer's got 3 wickets, 2 of them left-handers, caught. Oh, no, one of them left-handed. Biggest pardon. But he didn't take. You know, it's looked very difficult for Lammonby, and it's not been looking easy for Rue.
Who can watch from the other end now?
Now then, they're slightly. They're just giving. They know Gregory, and they've just pushed their mid-wicket a little deeper.
Rue's going to have to come.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
again.
I think you've got to take the runs.
Oh yeah.
And actually, I also think that if you're Harmer or Wesley, you'll have more of an in-outfield for Gregory, allowing more singles. Not partly because Gregory is inclined to attack, he can do that, and partly because you don't mind having the left-hander on strike anyway.
Is that your feeling when you were playing, that you prefer a left-hander?
Well, generally yes, but I feel that has become more the case in this era than the previous one. And the most obvious reason for that is all those LBWs. That maybe it's turning too much here, but the sort of Jack Leach LBW to right-handers never used to happen like that. Leach's percentage of LBWs is phenomenally high compared to the spin bowlers of years ago. And they come from bowling to the right-handed batsman for Leach, the left armer. Likewise, the off-spinner bowling to the left-hander. Swan got a high percentage of. If you compared Swan and Titmus.
Another attempted reverse sweep,
Yeah.
and doesn't make any contact with it. Oohs and ahs from around the bat.
Titmus used to have the most wonderful arm ball, real LBW. But he'd tour Australia time and time again. He'd never get an LBW. Never get one. That's all changed, of course. So I think it's become, and the same applies in one-day cricket now. You don't, a lot of talk about matchups, and you want your off-spinner to bowl the left-hander in one-day cricket, and your left-arm spinner to bowl the right-handers by and large, especially if there's a little bit of help. So the difference is greater now. So if you were picking a team and you were playing against a whole team of left-handers, you would want to make sure you got a spinner on a pitch that is turning a little bit.
Here's Rajitha, and this is going to be a comfortable single down to deep backward point for the Somerset skipper. It's coming up towards 3 figures, Somerset, but they've lost 6 wickets getting there.
Not seeing a batting point.
There's going to be one in the game.
I'm not sure they've got a batting point since the first match, have they? They've got one, I don't know. It's still captivating cricket, but it's uncomfortable if you're a Somerset supporter.
Well played by James Rue. He that first game against Worcestershire, which as 150 odd innings go, didn't have much attention paid to it.
Didn't.
Lovely drive. Now that's the class that we know that Rue can exhibit. Beautiful shot.
And he's going to come around the wicket now, he thinks. But it was. I mean, he's going to be happy at that end, I tell you. But that, well, he's found the middle of the bat. Foot wasn't quite there, but it seldom is. Gareth's foot was never that close to the ball. Got room to swing the arms.
Rue onto 9 with that boundary.
It's good pace. I would think he's the quickest bowler in the match, probably.
Essex sensing the chance of a first innings lead. Somerset still with less than half of that Essex total of 206 reached yesterday, and only the 4 wickets in hand. That was wide enough to leave to conclude the over. 1 for 18. Now Rajitha's figures from 4.
Yeah, but he's got an important wicket off the inside edge of Banton's bat, and he's bowled some handy deliveries. It's a good acquisition.
So Lewis Gregory will start this Harmer over on strike. Exactly 2 and over Harmer's going for at the moment, and in the process he's taken 3 wickets.
Yeah. It's going to be a busy man this match, Harmer. Bowled a lot in that second innings, I'm sure, as well as this one.
Big swing and a miss.
That must have gone over the top of the stumps, I think. We'll have a look. Just wide of them, perhaps, but misjudged the length. A bit quicker through the air. That when he varies his pace, like top spinners do.
Another one, another swing and a miss.
I keep missing it. I mean, there is a man out there. I mean, that's quite a high-risk shot, but the pressure's on. They can't see a way forward. They're just nudging that man a little bit deeper now, even though he didn't make contact with that ball.
It's more defensive, the outlook this time from Lewis Gregory. If Harmer has to bowl as many overs as Jack Leach did yesterday,
Well,
then Somerset might have a first innings lead.
Yes, yeah, well, yes.
That's rather a long way off if it ever happens.
Indeed. I would like to be able to prove that one way or the other.
So the entire over played out by the right-hander this time. That's the first time it's happened.
Yeah, well, he went for one big shot, 2 big shots actually, and neither worked. They did induce a field change. The man mid-wicket, who was always loitering quite deep, went right back. I mean, he's a sweet timer at the ball when he he gets going, Gregory.
Don't forget the Beer and Cider Festival. That's another date for your diary. August the 8th. Somerset against Durham, the game which will be the backcloth. And there will be many varieties. Over 100.
Best come all 4 days then.
Here's Rajitha.
Actually,
Oh, beauty. It's given. It took a while for the finger to go up, but James Rue has been given out, caught behind. It's another big wicket. 97 for 7.
yeah, well, I'm pretty sure you get that, actually. It was a good delivery, and it just brushed, I think, the outside edge. Here he is, round the wicket now, and he's just defending it. There's no doubt amongst that cordon. I don't think he was going to go anywhere until he was told to do so, and he was told to do so. Let's have another look. It's just left him a fraction. The bat is straight. He's done a great deal wrong there. Just didn't quite put the bat in the right place. So it's another big wicket. It's looking bleak now. New man will be
Craig Overton.
And that's the 6th wicket of the session. So there's a sort of mournful hum around the ground.
Yes.
Somerset way behind at the moment.
Captain and vice captain.
Yeah, with a lot to do.
The incoming batter.
And there's enough going on for both types of bowler. They bowled really well. Seamers we've seen some good deliveries get wickets, not necessarily in Banton's case, I don't think, but nor necessarily in Umeed, but the ball that got Davey was a good one. That was a handy delivery there. Likewise, I suppose, with Lammonby up to the ball just took the outside edge. We've seen some quality bowling on a surface that is encouraging for both types of bowler, spin and seam. Rajitha settled into his work now. He's going to get the ball to carry. He's a tall man. He bowls at a nice pace. It's not express, but he's quick enough. And that nick carried comfortably.
Nicely played by Craig Overton, immediately off the mark. Just the single. We have time for another over after this one before they head off for lunch.
Yeah, we go by the digital clock, don't we, on the scoreboard, which is 12:55 at the moment.
Shot.
He won't catch that, I don't think. He's not even going to bother with it. 3 figures.
Warm applause. Not had a great deal to applaud this crowd this morning.
No, the first 45 minutes went pretty well. So these 6 wickets have probably fallen in a little more than an hour, not much more than an hour.
Yes, Andy Umeed was out in the 20th over. It's now the 35th. More runs here.
Yeah, not off the meat, but it's a couple. They'll take anything at the moment, Somerset.
Played in a free-flowing manner by Gregory, that one. 104 for 7.
Well, I think there's also the feeling that it's very difficult to attack Harmer. There are risks attached to playing freely against the seamers, but it's not quite so severe, the risks. More gaps too. I mean, batting time is not really a worthwhile objective. It's runs. It's not going to be drawn, this match.
Yeah, we're at the end of the first session on day 2. Single easily taken by Gregory to conclude the over. No 5 for 7.
Somerset 100 came up in 136 minutes of 208 balls.
So Somerset's run rate significantly faster than Essex's, but so is the rate of dismissals.
Yeah.
Harmer's going to keep going.
Quite a lengthy conversation between Overton and Gregory in between overs.
I suppose they don't really want to have another. It's 12:58 now, so I think come what may, this will be the last over. Just want to try and get through it unscathed.
Gregory is ready. That's one done.
Ever the optimist, Stephen.
And a single.
Well, I'm not sure how thrilled Craig Overton will be by that, but he's got to take the runs.
Yeah, this will be his first ball from Harmer.
Yeah.
Overton in a sleeveless sweater. There aren't too many sweaters on display. I couldn't really believe it yesterday when Miguel Pretorius, in the middle of a spell into which he was putting everything. Good leave. Pulled on a sweater. The extreme heat that was out there at the time.
It's May the 3rd.
Well played.
Well, it'll be interesting, and I don't know when it's going to happen, but
Catch it is the cry, but
it will
that was
be
off the
interesting watching Pretorius bat because, I mean, he scored runs for Somerset this year and indeed last year in his own idiosyncratic way. He ain't going to block much, and it's a method that's proved him well. Anyway, that's to come probably this afternoon. It's 106 for 7. It's Essex in control at the moment. The deficit is precisely 100 as far as Somerset are concerned.
Yes,
You can't leave it. It's not always pleasant viewing for West Country folk, but it's fascinating. Cricket is fascinating when the ball's doing a bit and the match is in the balance. But at the moment, the pendulum is with Essex, clearly, after a very good session. Very good last hour for that. Wonderful.
very much so. We're going to have a bite to eat, as well as the players. The captain and vice captain there, walking off to have a bit of lunch, perhaps. And we will be back with you in 40 minutes' time.
The outfield by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion for block 5 of Somerset. Just be aware there may be cricket equipment being laid out. Thank you.
Get ready, get ready, get ready for it. Get ready. I'm in my new era. I'm better in my new era. New era.
get to the cricket this season with first class.
Get this crowd bouncing.
Whoa, what a start for Lewis Gregory.
Oh my goodness me. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes.
I'm James Rue, and today we are recreating some classic Somerset photographs to celebrate 150 years of the club and the launch of our new County Championship shirt.
Somerset not-out batters, Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Session 2, Day 2, this Rothesay County Championship match between Somerset and Essex. And it's the visitors who have the upper hand at the moment. They've reduced Somerset to 106 for 7 in reply to their 206. And very much in control of things on a bright summer's afternoon. Captain and vice-captain together, Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton. They're the not-out batters. Gregory on 14, Overton on just a single. But they need another 100 runs to match that Essex first innings total, and with only 3 wickets in hand, that looks decidedly unlikely. It's going to be Sam Cook opening the proceedings from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Took the wicket of Archie Vaughan yesterday evening, hasn't added to that today, but looking to do so now. Cook on his way into bowl to Gregory. Defended. First ball of the session. Both Sam Cook and Jordan Cox will be in chipper frames of mind, having been named in that England squad for the first test of the summer against Zimbabwe. Sam Cook looking like he means business as he turns and runs away from us. Starting off outside the off stump and moving even further away. Vic Marks is settling in beside me. Vic, some good news I can give you, which you may or may not have heard already. The game against Sussex, which starts on May the 16th, Matt Henry will be here.
Yes, I've just seen one of Spencer's great emails. Well, that's good news. It's a good ball too.
Yeah, that was the right line. First one started off too far outside the off stump, but that was good.
Well, there was a bit of movement in the air there. It was well it went off the pitch. Actually, it bounced, and then it left him a long way after it bounced too. Made it look even better delivery. So that's what England want. Not necessarily what Gregory wants to see.
Yeah, you can leave that every time. It's pitching outside off. Then.
Yeah, but there's just that flicker of movement in there in the air, sort of shape. It's a nice carry. You're right, it's a little bit wide. He gets it another 6 inches toward the batsman. That would take a bit of playing.
Like that.
Yeah, well, yeah. He's, as they say, he's making it talk at the moment.
Yes. I wonder how much Gregory wants to listen.
Well, I think he's quite good, I think, Gregory, at just putting things to the back of his mind, that's gone sort of thing. He's been around a while. He's beaten the bat a few times himself, bowling like this.
He did yesterday.
That's
appeal for LBW.
It's not out.
And it's given not out by Nigel Long. He's going to get a leg by for it, in fact.
Well,
so that shows.
You know how you sort of watch something as a sort of gnarled old pro? And I thought he was I still do,
It's
actually.
very, very close.
I mean, he's half forward. It's hit him just below the knee roll. He has, he's taken a little step down the only thing that would have gone through, I think, the umpire's mind is that he did a little shuffle down the pitch to add to sort of the slight uncertainty as to whether he was in line or not.
Yeah.
But it just fell out.
That shuffle may have just taken him outside the line.
I mean, I reckon that was. I think if there was a review system, A, I can guarantee it would have been reviewed, and B, I think he's in line as he's hit. He's a bit down the pitch, admittedly. So I think he's quite lucky still to be there.
Still on strike, having kept it with the single.
Leg by, I hasten to add, rather than a run. I'm sure they gave I think they gave a leg by.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Let's have a look at that. Nice. Stayed back. Turn. Just got a bit of inside edge on that. Still asking lots of questions. He's enjoying himself at the moment. Simon Harmer. I wonder if that was my BV. Didn't try to spin that one. I'm not sure. Just ended up very wide. Well, it's not easy out there. Let's have a look at this one. He's tossed that up a little bit higher. It's turned.
Turned into Gregory.
But it's turned sufficient to miss leg stump. Nice change. He changes his pace nicely. It's quicker.
Well stopped at forward short leg.
It's very difficult. What you want to be able to do is to make him bowl badly by attacking him. But it's easier said than done.
Yeah, well, Tom Banton looked intent on doing that when he came in, but he didn't last long enough for it to...
I mean, the one sort of parallel that comes back to me is that on the few occasions I did play on uncovered wickets some of the time. Not that often, but I did. And of course the ball, after you get the ball turning on a drying pitch, suddenly would turn. And the best batsman, and I was quite a young spinner then anyway, but the best batsman would try and put you under pressure and attack you. And be more aggressive than they would normally be, because they had to make you bowl badly. It's very difficult to make someone like Harmer bowl badly, or Jack Leach for that matter. But that's what they do. I think you'd watch some of these great players do that. And I remember, I don't think necessarily I was playing in this game, but you might play against Worcestershire, and they'd have Tom Graveney and D'Oliveira. I definitely played against D'Oliveira. I'm not sure I played against Tom Graveney in a proper match. And they would attack you, but in completely different ways. In that Tom would come, front foot, he'd be down the pitch, hitting you, and D'Oliveira would do it off the back foot. But they would put you under pressure. They had to, because the odds were against them because the ball was misbehaving. But if they made you bowl badly, and then of course when you start to bowl badly and everyone's expecting you to get wickets because it's turning and bouncing, then you feel the pressure as a bowler.
I remember Basil D'Oliveira in I think it was a Gillette Cup final.
Limping to
he
top
was
score.
limping.
Right.
He hit a 6 into the Mound stand. As you say, he was primarily back foot, and he only had one foot to stand on almost. He's a lovely cricketer.
Well, he was a genius, really, in his own way. And he was about 3 years older than he ever confessed to be. And I count myself, really privileged to have played against him, because he was a seminal figure too.
Absolutely.
History.
Well, it's a huge story, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
John Arlott.
Yeah.
Getting involved.
Yeah.
Getting him over here.
That's right.
The career with Worcestershire and then with England and then the whole South African saga.
Yeah.
Oh, is that out? It is. On the back foot, Craig Overton has gone. That looked pretty plumb.
Gregory, I think, Gregory.
Gregory, beg his pardon.
Yeah.
Not playing a stroke, and the Somerset skipper is the 8th wicket to fall.
Well, there you go. I mean, don't play a shot. He's been moving that ball away, hasn't he? And that's part of Cook's armoury and talent. We've seen how that ball's been shaping away in towards that slip chord, and he's played and missed outside the off stump. However, that one just kept coming back in. And I don't think there was much doubt about that one. I thought he got away with one earlier on, and
the finger went straight up.
Yeah, I mean, umpires get very excited when no shot's been taken.
The finger went up very quickly for Dean Elgar yesterday, and that was almost as quick for Lewis
Yeah,
Gregory.
well, he's not playing a shot, so it's irrelevant whether his pad's outside the line. I mean, he is outside of his crease, but I think you can't really quibble with that. Okay, well, we've got Miguel Pretorius. Now, this could be short and sharp, but it could be interesting.
Yeah, he's a strong lad.
He's a strong lad. He's a stalwart cricketer. I like the way he goes about his business. And I think I can predict how he's going to play. Because I think he's really only got one way of playing. And he has had some success. It'll be interesting to see what field they set, actually, because the ball is very much in Cook's favour. He's got that ball on a string at the moment. As I say, against Gregory, he got that away movement 2 or 3 times in the previous over, beat him outside the off stump, so Gregory's aware of that, and then that delivery, it was just angled in, just kept coming in. That was not a good leave. And it's an important wicket. Gregory has got Somerset out of a few holes this summer, but he couldn't do it today.
Shake away from the right-hander again.
It's still swinging. It's swinging. He's got lovely movement there. The ball has swung.
Sorry.
Well, no, I'm just admiring that delivery, really. He wasn't very close to it. And there wasn't much foot movement. But he has his own way, and he has his own license, really.
And it's paid off, as you've been saying. It's 6 and 59 against
whether
Sussex.
Whether he can do it in these conditions, we'll wait and see. Oh, that's the in-swinger. See, he's given. I mean, he has been compared, although he can't be as good, with Anderson as a sort of Anderson replacement. And just there, that ball is swinging. You've seen the first one, boom, away. And the second one there, he got to go in, and, well, Pretorius managed to get the inside edge on it, and he's off the mark, but he doesn't quite know how. And there was definite in-swing there. So he's got that ball swinging, and it's 109 for 8. And now we've got the prospect of Pretorius facing his fellow countryman, Harmer. And they know one another a bit, I think, judging by... Well, they know how... There's a long on, a very tall long on, who's starting to think about opening the batting, probably, and that's Walter. So it's very much an in-out field. There's 1, 2, 3 men on the leg side boundary, plus an orthodox mid-wicket, bat power, leg slip. And he just calmly pats him away for 2.
It's a nice orthodox cover drive.
Yeah.
He's got 6 and 59 against Sussex at Hove, then 47 not out against Hampshire, 0 and 54 against Surrey, so that's not bad.
No. I mean, he's got valuable runs, and he always gets them pretty quickly, without having to move his feet very much. That doesn't matter. It's where the bat is that matters. And he's a spirited cricketer, and he's I think become a firm favourite down here now. And he's got 2 ordinary deliveries, really, from Harmer, who's just over pitch slightly. He just gently, beautifully, timing them away on the offside. Probably slightly. I think he's partly tempting him. He's trying to bowl a little bit slower because there's those men out there on the leg side waiting like vultures to catch the heave. But he hasn't heaved yet. He's just guided him away. This will be a bit quicker, I think. Well, he's not quite guided that one, but he's going to get at least one. In fact, he's coming back for two. So this isn't quite. We didn't think Victoria should be hanging around, but that was the valuable inside edge.
3 2s in the over.
Yep. And he hasn't played a big, extravagant shot yet. And there's a deterrent to try and do so with those 3 men on the boundary. Whether he takes any notice of that, I don't know.
Ooh, it's playing a miss.
Yeah, well, that's gone past the outside edge.
3-2.
It's not good for you. Oh no, is it? Well, it's just gone past somehow. It did turn a little bit. What's he going to do?
Okay.
Yep, well, he's got through the over and he's still there.
On 7 not out.
It's a taxing time. We've got Harmer, and since lunch, Cook has got that ball singing, hasn't he?
Yes.
Moving it in the air both ways. And you can see why he's been picked for the next Test match, and they'll be pleased to see him bowling like this. Which you could, Trent Bridge, they play, and I don't expect they'll see quite so much green grass. But if you get the ball swinging, that's movement enough sometimes. So you expect him to play at Trent Bridge. If you daft, pick him and not play him. See what happens. There's a lot of cricket coming up for England. And maybe they need a bit of variety in their attack. Different skills.
Cook then, that one didn't do a lot by comparison with some we've seen from the arm of Sam Cook. But the other thing I remember about Basil D'Oliveira was that he was quite a usul bowler to come on just every now and again.
Yeah, he got vital wickets, and he famously in that Test match in 1968 at the Oval, he got one of the breakthrough wickets after he'd scored 158.
And Derek Underwood did the rest.
Yeah.
After the thunderstorm.
That's right.
And spectators with mops and brooms.
That's it.
Famous, one of the most famous of all cricket pictures, that last appeal.
Yeah, well, John Inverarity, who of course nearly played for Somerset that year.
Did he?
John Inverarity had been signed. It was 1968. He'd been signed by Somerset.
Okay.
And then they got picked for the Aussie tour. And then he very kindly said, well, I'm terribly sorry I can't come. I've been picked for the Ashes tour. But I know someone who's quite a handy youngster who might be worth having on board. And of course that was Greg Chappell.
That's not a bad replacement.
Yeah. But yes, it's a famous photo of Inverarity padding up to Underwood with every fielder surrounding him.
Yeah, I met him actually, John Inverarity, when he was years later when he was Warwickshire's coach.
Yeah.
Because he came over again in '72 with the Australians.
Right.
And he played in the Headingley Test, where some disease had affected.
Oh yeah, the George Davis Test.
No.
No,
Before the George
the Fusarium
Davis.
test.
Yeah, that's it.
Before the Fusarium
That's
test.
it.
Underwood got lots of wickets.
England had, by complete chance, had recalled Underwood.
Yeah, and it turned square.
I asked him about that
Right.
when we'd done the interview about Warwickshire winning the championship, and he said that was an expletive-deleted stitch-up.
And he is the most gentlemanly of Australians you could ever possibly meet, John Inverarity. I mean, I've got to know him quite well, actually.
Oh, beauty again.
Yeah. And he was the private school headmaster, a much admired in Perth and then in Adelaide. And he captained WA with the young Lilly and Marsh, and they thought the world of him. I mean, he was sort of Bruley-esque,
Okay.
in a sense, in that he was sort of quite a cultured man, but he got on well with the likes of Lilly and Marsh, and he knew that they were great cricketers and they loved him. And of course he came over and he coached Warwickshire, and they won the championship, and he went to Kent. I can't remember which way round that was. I think he went to Kent first, and they improved under his tutelage. But essentially, he was a teacher and a headmaster for most of his post-playing career. But I'm lucky enough to get to know him a bit. And a sort of great thinker about the game. I mean, he was in charge when Western Australia first appeared, as one of the top teams with Lilly Marsh. He would have played with Tony Locke there.
Here's Simon Harmer continuing and hit over the top for 4. It's good aggression.
It's so simple. Why doesn't everyone else do that? But that was a beautiful shot. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He waited for it, and it was a controlled straight drive.
Shot of a man in form.
Oh yeah.
121 for 8 now. Pretorius has rattled into double figures.
Well, not for the first time. That's going to be 2 or 3 as well. 2 probably.
Yes, he's settled for 2. Didn't quite go into 5th gear as he came back.
But it's a controlled along the ground drive. Hang on, I can get one there. He suddenly realised, and then off we go. And he's played Harmer better than anyone so far.
He's just chipping away at that Essex lead. Still a long way to go.
It's still a long way to go, but you could get to.
What is it now? 82.
Yeah. It's quite a lot in this game, actually. 82, but another. I don't know that this pitch is going to get better. Not for spin bowlers anyway. I haven't actually got very close to it, but it usually happens here, doesn't it? Is that as the grass gets browner, it is less helpful to the seam bowlers, and it doesn't have quite the same pace in it for the slow bowlers. But my impression is it's going to keep turning.
What a combination Marsh and Lilly became.
Yeah, I mean, they were great cricketers.
It was 95 dismissals they shared.
Yeah. I mean, sort of Marsh Lilly is the Aussie equivalent to not Underwood, really, isn't it? And I was lucky to get to know Rod Marsh quite well. I played for WA for a season, and he was the guy who asked me, "Do you want to come and play for WA?" And I'm really glad I did. And they ended up ghosting him.
Marvellous.
And it was a pleasure. I don't know if you've done. You must have ghosted the odd person.
A little bit, yes.
Well, the problem. Usually, if you're ghosting someone, and he's a very bright bloke, by the way, Rod Marsh. He was a trained teacher. I mean, he was not just an Aussie larrikin. He had a sharp mind, lovely sense of humour.
Yes, because appearances can be deceptive, can't they?
Yeah, I mean, he liked to drink too. but he, and of course, he ended up running the academy in both Australia and England. But I did ghost him, and I loved doing it. it can be a real difficult task because your ghost is either not interested or hasn't paid much attention, and has got basically nothing to say that it's original. So you're always a lot of ghosts are thinking, oh my, he just doesn't give me anything. Well, Rod was not like that at all, and he had a time when he was with the academy. He was a test selector in the era of Duncan Fletcher, just around that time. And I mean, it's no secret, but him and Fletcher just didn't get on. And they clashed, especially over when the dropping of Chris Reed, actually. But they just didn't get on, and it's such a shame. But they did not get on. And I was doing this piece with him, and he was telling me, saying all this stuff. And I spoke the unusual words for a ghost writer to say, "Look, I'm sorry, Robert, you cannot say that about Duncan Fletcher. We can't do it." And we didn't. But he was, he was an absolute delight. And I've talked to people who've been since then, younger, Rob Key and people who were on the academy with him. It was like a game of cat and mouse they'd have, and Rod was very keen on getting people fit, and Key was a mischievous 20-year-old, 22-year-old who's trying to bend the rules and get around stuff and avoid doing stuff, and they had a wonderful battle, but they ended up as great mates, certainly afterwards, and probably during too. Well, he's thumped that, and he makes the game so simple, Pretorius. It doesn't always work, but he's got a clear head, and he plays with a freedom that is refreshing, doesn't he? I mean, he's probably out any time now, but he's got 20, and the score's 130 for 8, and Essex are thinking, well, let's make sure we get rid of him, otherwise our advantage will just...
Yeah, because at the moment they've still got a significant lead.
They've got 76, haven't they?
But another half an hour of this.
Where's he at that? You could hear the crack.
Listen to the crowd. Listen to the applause.
I know.
They're loving it.
Why don't they all back like that? But this is a good shot, this. I mean,
yeah.
It didn't get up high enough.
He was in control of it.
Yeah. And
good side-on view.
Yeah. So, 72 is a deficit now. Just need someone to stay with him, really. But, he's a cricketer, a great character.
Yes, Rob Marsh when he broke Alan Knott's world wicket-keeping record. Alan sent him a bottle of champagne.
Ah, right, yeah.
With the message, don't drop it.
He could be run out here, we're not careful. Well, Rob Marsh had a torrid start to his career, because he almost started as a pure batsman, and then he got nicknamed, he dropped a couple in his first test, and it was called Iron Glove, so he had to get past that. Not he was more of a purist, but Rob Marsh was a good keeper. He did that well for just the one.
Yeah, protection out at deep mid-wicket. This is really watchable stuff.
Well, it's weird, isn't it? Suddenly it's a couple of big shots, and suddenly Harmer doesn't seem so impossible to play against. It's what sort of Bantam was aiming at, but never quite didn't get there.
Yeah, got out at the other end.
Yeah, maybe the ball's getting a bit soft as well, but it's the fact that, once... Well, let's see what happens now. Anything could happen. Oh, what a catch.
Brilliant
What a
catch. You won't see any better caught and bowls than that.
No.
And Pretorius can hardly believe it. He's looking at the ground and walking slowly off, because that was right off the meat of the bat.
Yeah, it's worth... Look at this. He thought he'd banged it down to long on. Whoosh. It just sticks an arm out, and it stays there, and Pretorius can't believe it. So he promised much, and he played really well, actually, and it's only 24, but it's made the scoreboard look slightly healthy. Look, he doesn't really celebrate Harmer. He just gets up, accepts the congratulations of his teammates, and then throws the ball back to the umpire.
And the disbelief extends to the visage of Craig Overton, watching that.
Well, I'm sure Pretorius feels he's hard done by. It's a brilliant piece of play from Harmer. A lot of bowlers are very good off their own bowling, spin bowlers. But that is a terrific, instinctive catch, and it changes the complexion of the game significantly, because there was just the glimmer for Somerset to get within 30 or 40, and suddenly, you feel a bit more positive about where you are. It doesn't give the batsmen who are going to come in soon quite the same freedom. And now, well, he's got another left-handed bowler, Jack Leach.
In at number 11.
Yeah. Got 4 for 41. His 18th over now, Harmer. And you analyse, often it's the wickets you get are not with the brilliant balls, are they? I mean, that's a very good caught and bowl, but nothing venomous about that ball. Ball that got Umid out. I mean, he put pressure on Umid, and he went for a big shot, missed it. Nothing special about that one. I suppose the Lammonby dismissal, it's the classic pitching on, turning, tentative batsman, not an easy delivery. He wins that one. I'm just trying to think what his other wicket was.
Tom Abel.
Yeah, well, Tom Abel, I mean, he was on top of him. Well, he was on target right at the start before Abel had settled. And there's the virtue of having, coming round the wicket and you're bowling at both edges. And he took the outside edge of Abel's bat and was gone at slip. But it wasn't the most venomous delivery of all. It bounced a bit, actually, because I think it almost took the shoulder of the bat. Why is everything stopped? But there is a stoppage.
Something is being brought out, a helmet.
Oh, another helmet to greet Jack Leach.
Yeah, he's going to have 4
silly
round the bat.
Point. And the forward short leg.
Yes, it's
Leach is in friendly conversation with whoever is at short leg. Another helmet's out. How many balls left in this over?
3.
3. Well, this will test Leach. I mean, see whether he's going to be in aggressive or passive mode. He's got Overton at the other end, who was just sort of supporting Pretorius.
Got most of the bat on that.
Well, he's a good number 11, we know that. However, the challenge is severe. Ooh. Pushed that hard into the ankle of the silly point, and for a while it hadn't bounced, and it could have ricocheted, that one, but
yeah, it could have gone anywhere.
Yeah.
With the Wayne Phillips dismissal.
Yeah.
85.
Oh, he's whipped that away. So he's going to have bowling as well, but you give the Leach Overton partnership, you just got to take what you can get.
Absolutely. Short leg fielder took some of the pace off that, but they still had a pretty comfortable single to run. It was David Shepherd, the umpire, on that occasion in 85, I think, when the debate was whether the ball had hit the ground between hitting, was it David Gower?
Silly point.
Or it may have been Alan Lamb, who was hit on the instep, and I think it was David Gower who took the catch.
Maybe, yeah, or the other way around. I can't remember.
It's a while ago, isn't it?
I mean, of course they did.
They
had to make that decision without all the benefit of television replays. I mean, now you'll agonise as we get replay after replay, and the third umpire will look at it. But I think they got it right, even without recourse to the.
I don't think Wayne Phillips felt the same way, because he was batting well at the time.
Yeah.
Just finding air there, the bat.
Yeah.
Won't bother Jack Leach too much. .68 behind Somerset with 9 wickets down.
Yep, well, the situation is tricky, but you know, just get as close as you can, eke out. We talked about the fact that the Essex last pair. Oof.
He didn't play that, I don't think.
Okay.
That looked like a Truscothic leave to me.
Well, maybe. Good carry though. Yes, the Essex last pair put on about 25, didn't they? And that, in a match like this, that's quite a significant number.
I got a message from George DeBell saying, Wayne Phillips, no? There were 2 wicket-keeping Phillipses on that Australian tour.
So
Ray Phillips, who I commentated with a few years ago.
Oh, right.
Lovely guy.
He used to play with sort of glasses, I think, with kind of... I've seen him with shaded glasses. Anyway, yeah, Ray Phillips and Wayne Phillips. It was 85, yes, he said that was that dismissal.
It's played comfortably enough in the end by Jack Leach. Yeah, there was an Australian expression of alarm which I hadn't heard of before I met Ray.
Which
Holy
was?
dooly!
That means things are not going very well.
Cook tries again. Into his 14th over now. And Leach gets the bat firmly in the way. He's on 1 not out. Won't be quite as famous, this one, as a previous one in his career.
No. Oh, they're putting a single back for him. An insult. He's missed it anyway. They spread the field so that he could take a single.
Well,
so perhaps it's a compliment. We'll take it as a compliment to Overton rather than an insult to Jack Leach.
That may be what they had in mind.
Oh yeah, it certainly was. They were quite happy for him to take a single and have the strike again.
Because Overton is more likely to rattle up a quick 20 or 30.
Yeah, I mean, it will take some doing. We saw Pretorius hit Harmer for a couple of fine shots, but it's not easy out there. He's got this in-outfield and plenty of protection on the leg side. But we can expect a bit more aggression probably from Overton. Use his long reach. Get to the... Anyway, here we go.
Defence initially. Harmer's looking for a Michelle here, a fifer. 4 for 42 at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, tucked away. I think that's going to be a leg by.
He's looking for 2, and he's going to take it, and he's going to get it.
Well, you've got to back him, haven't you, with legs that long?
It's buys. Yeah. It must have turned. It did turn quite quickly, that, and the wicketkeeper got a glove on it, no more than that, and they scampered to.
140 up.
Mm-hmm.
That's more Overton-like.
Was not from the meat of the bat, but he's got a single. A lot of bowlers warming up. Perhaps Cook's had his spell. It's been a good one if he's going to have a break. Every bowler would be keen to bowl at this stage of the innings. Looks like Porter's offering.
Nicely played for no run. Still a clear blue sky Well, just a little bit of a haze. Playing a miss.
Yeah.
Just a sort of line of haze over the Quantocks, probably. High over the Quantocks.
Yes, it's a haze rather than a cloud, really, isn't it?
Otherwise, plain blue. Beautiful day. That is the over negotiated by Jack Leach, so Craigo will be back on strike.
I think it's going to be Porter.
Bowled 8 overs for 37 so far. Jamie Porter has the wicket of Josh Davey, who is still Somerset's top scorer.
Oh dear. It's not a good sign.
Night watchman and made 27. Pretorius next with a rather more rapid 24, better than a runner ball, and 20 for Andrew Umeed.
Well, it's a taxing wicket. It is a demanding wicket, but I still think that the score is a bit under par. And that's it. Did he drop that?
Behind it. No, it's gone down.
Well,
it looked from Craig Overton's body language that he nicked that.
Yeah, he did, and he dropped it. I mean, it's a bad drop. That
it's a regulation catch to a keeper,
and everyone was just about to walk off.
And there's the penalty.
That's right. It's almost inevitable, isn't it? That was a terrible drop. And how often does the next ball go for 4? Oh, he dragged it down, Porter. It's a very good shot. And it's, well, Overton has been reprieved, and maybe that will trigger him to liberate himself and just make the most of it. The field is, mid on and mid off quite deep now. And
catch. Yes, taken. And Overton is livid.
Yeah. Well, he hit that. He did. I mean, he didn't quite middle it. Mid-on was quite deep. It's a good catch, actually. So it's all over. 145 all out. It's not a great response by Somerset. That
first innings lead of 61.
61.
Which is significant in this context.
It is in a low-scoring match, obviously. And it's all gone. After what was slightly frustrating for Essex, first 45 minutes, nothing much happened. No wickets fell. Davey and Umeed progressed without too many alarms, but once one went, there was a bit of a parade of batsmen going back to the. No one really got established thereafter, so they've had a pretty easy time of it. The Essex bowlers and the Essex captain. The great thing for them is that, well, they're going to go and bat. It won't be easy for them, especially if they lose some early wickets. But their bowlers haven't done too much work, and they'll be fresh still come the second innings, whenever that is. There's still 55 overs remaining today.
So that's the picture, 145, that lead of 61 for Essex. We will have a short break along with the players, that 10-minute break between innings, and hopefully you can rejoin us for the resumption in a very short while.
I honestly can't remember when I started playing cricket. I think it was probably around 6 or 7 years old.
I guess when he was about 7, we started doing more things together, playing more sports in the garden.
There's definitely a competitive relationship between me and Dad. We've played many sports against each other over the years. We've got darts, pool, table tennis all in the garage, played all the racket sports. We still play golf against each other. But the one sport that I've never beaten Dad at is tennis. And that is because he refused to play me since I was 12 years old.
He beat me at everything else by 13, and so I had to, had to just call it a day there.
I remember distinctly having a birthday party here. There was a cricket party when I was 7 or so. Dad managed to cut a strip and rolled it. We even got a little roller in the garage and had a great time.
I went to various estate agents and borrowed sale signs, and we put them around the garden as hoardings around the boundary rope, and we had a small little strip in the middle that we cut and rolled, and he had, I think, 13 friends around, so there was almost two teams worth of players, and they all had a bat and they all had a bowl, and then they had a lovely party tea afterwards. When we first looked at this house, the estate agents suggested to us that we should take a pair of shears with us, because we wouldn't even be able to get in through the gate because it had been neglected for years and it was very, very overgrown. When we got a lot of the bulk clearance done and I started to cut the grass, it was quite obvious that it was just a sea of weed and very little grass, more moss than anything else. Because of the size of the garden, I didn't have the time to do very much about it, so it was obvious that we needed some help to get the grass into a decent condition, which is when we engaged the services of Green Thumb. At one stage the garden was full of climbing frames and we had an above-ground swimming pool and trampoline, all sorts of other stuff, and whenever Green Thumb came they had to move all this stuff around to actually tend to the grass, so they've been great.
I remember Green Thumb coming around probably from the age of about 8, because I remember the little orange pellets that were always in the grass, and Dad would say, no, you're not allowed to play on them whilst that's out there, so I was always frustrated for a week or so after Green Thumb had come, but obviously it gets the grass to look like it does. I've put it through a lot of trauma over the years with cricket spikes, rugby boots, and I think it's obviously testament to them that every time I come back home now, and when I came home after school, it looked immaculate and I was able to just get out there and have some fun. I think they've done a fantastic job for 25 years. There's probably a few patches around the garden where I've taken a few too many divots with the golf club as well, and they've managed to get it growing back very well.
I think the combination of what they have done, the treatments that we've had, and the advice they've given us on how to care for the lawn in the interim, it's been first class.
Get to the cricket this season with First Bus.
High blood pressure is responsible for over half of all strokes and heart attacks. It's known as the silent killer. Many people have no symptoms. So, if like these Somerset cricketers, you want to have a good innings, make sure you get it checked to avoid serious illness or even death.
We're going to check your blood pressure today. It takes just 1 minute to have this done. I'll pop this cuff onto your arm. It'll start to inflate and you'll feel a bit of pressure. Please let me know if this pinches at all. So your blood pressure is absolutely perfect. The top reading, the systolic, is 130 and the diastolic is 64. So both of those are very healthy blood pressure, which shows you're looking after yourself very well. For having your blood pressure checked, you can go to any pharmacy and they'll check the blood pressure for you, or you can also borrow a machine from the library, take it home and do your measurements there.
Do you need to book an appointment when you go into these pharmacies, or can you just walk in?
So some pharmacies do have online booking and some just let you walk straight in. It also doesn't have to be the pharmacy you normally collect your tablets from. So if going to one next to where you work or where you...
Somerset team led by Lewis Gregory.
Go on, Somerset!
And the Essex batters, number 22 Paul Walter and number 64 Dean Elgar.
Welcome back after the 10-minute break between innings. Things about to get underway here again at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Players all out there, as you can see, and the tall and short of Essex batting. Paul Walter is at the non-striker's end, and someone who's no stranger to this part of the world. Dean Elgar is taking guard at the striker's end. Distinguished career Dean Elgar has.
Yeah, very canny signing, I think, for Essex. He's finished his Test career, but he still wants to play. And to have someone of that calibre at the top of the order, gritty left-hander, vastly experienced.
And Josh Davey has the new ball in hand. Yes, replacement. In fact, he was signed for the season after Alistair Cook retired, wasn't he? And a bit of a like-for-like replacement.
Yes, I
Cook
think
had some good years with Essex after he finished.
He played for about 5 years after he gave up Test cricket, Cook. And played well too. So, quite a challenge for Somerset. I think.
Oh, was
just got a glove on that.
I think it's going to be a leg by. Nigel Long has changed ends.
Yeah, he's preparing to leg by. When I say got a glove on it, that was James Rue I was talking about rather than Dean Elgar. Interesting little puzzle for, well, there's more than a puzzle for Lewis Gregory, really. But I would have thought, he's had a quiet game so far, Archie Vaughan, but I would have thought actually your first bowling change might see Archie Vaughan bowling to the two left-handers from the river end before you. I mean, Leach is going to have to do a lot of bowling.
Davey, beautiful delivery. Still some help out there.
Yeah,
the seamers. He's round the wicket at the moment to the left-hander. That's how both he and Craig Overton started yesterday morning. And actually things began to happen when they tried bowling over instead of round.
Well, I mean, the tactic of bowling around the wicket to left-handers is a relatively modern thing, and most bowlers do it now. And the variation is to go over the wicket, whereas many years ago you would bowl over the wicket to left-handers, and the variation would be occasionally to come around the wicket for the seamers. Stuart Broad actually was a sort of leader of that change, and he got the ball to swing away from left-handers from around the wicket. And Anderson ended up doing it like that, even though you always think with anyone who can swing the ball into the left-hander from over the wicket has got great scope for LBWs.
Driven nicely, but won't be a run. Oh, there's a misfield. They thought about going for the run after all, but there's that old expression, never run to a misfield. I remember Viv Richards in the first World Cup final got 3 run-outs like that.
What he did.
Alan Turner and the Chappell brothers.
That's right. He didn't get any runs in that match, but he still had an impact in the Lord's final with his fielding.
That was very early in his career, wasn't it?
1975. Yeah. Been to India. I mean, 74 was his first summer here, where he made an obvious, immediate impact. And then he went with the West Indies, I'm pretty sure, to India, probably that winter. And I think he got 100 there somewhere, and was obviously in the World Cup side.
When he turned up here, did you think immediately what might happen?
Well, pretty quickly, yeah. I mean, I've told this or recalled this. We didn't. I mean, he'd played for a season in Lansdowne, but Lansdowne, if you lived in South Somerset, was like the other end of the world, really, and you never came across it. And I've written and said, I remember pre-season practice, which took the start of 1st of April was the start of the reporting back, and we didn't play until May, more or less.
Here's Craig Overton.
And I have this memory, which we often did middle practice, where a pair of batsmen would bat together for about 25 minutes. And I remember I was going to bat with Pete Roebuck, and we were all padded up there, sort of waiting for our turn, and then we went out, and Richards just started his session with whoever, and I still have this memory of Bob Clapp. Remember Bob Clapp?
Yes.
Lovely man, who got a lot of Sunday League wickets and was a big 6'4", ungainly, very willing pace bowler, running into bowl, just a bit short, just a little bit wide, and Vivian Richards, who we didn't know really, just cracked it square cut, boom. And Pete and I looked at one another, because I was a batsman then, and we
Oh, that's close? No bat and pad, maybe. It was a strangled appeal from Craig Overton.
Yeah, just pitching outside leg, I think, anyway. And we looked at one another and said, we're getting the team in front of this bloke. And then, I think in his first match, he had a Benson Hedges match at Cardiff. I wasn't there for that. Closey was captain. Viv won the Man of the Match award, of course, and getting 70 or 80. And, it was immediately obvious to Brian Close and everyone else that this boy is astonishing. Boy, he was 22 actually, he wasn't that young. So we knew more or less straight away that, barring accidents, he's going to be something extraordinary. In a way we didn't quite know with Ian, because he was a bit wilder, and we still wanted to watch him because anything could happen, but you weren't quite so sure about where he would end up. in the field at the moment. Two big left-handers. So in a way, we all felt very privileged after that, just to know about 3 or 4 months before anyone else that we were in the presence of someone who was going to be one of the great players.
Well, I can't think of anybody in all the time I've watched the game. I can't think of a batsman to exceed him, really.
No.
The power of the stroke play, the range of it.
Yeah, and the presence of him too, which got more and more obvious the more he played. Yeah. And
it's
also his ability,
the
banging of the bat handle, and the way he'd make bowlers sweat. He'd just walk into the wicket. It's supposed to be the other way around. You're supposed to be intimidated by fast bowlers. He'd get them all sweating. And all the bowlers of that era, once he had played for a season, you remember, I think, playing against 2 batsmen and possibly getting them out. And one was Richards, the other was Boycott. Very contrasting. But you always remember what happened when you played against them.
Here is Davey again. There are going to be runs here. Just the one down to long leg. So the lead, the original lead of 61 has just extended by 3. And Dean Elgar is off the mark. Davey then, with an empty Lord Botham stand behind him. Firmly, but straight to mid-on. Is that Shoaib Bashir fielding? No, it's Andy Umeed, beg his pardon. Wasn't initially sure. He is. Well, he was 12th man yesterday, Shoaib, so he was on quite repeatedly. Don't know whether he still is today. May have gone off somewhere else.
We might be playing somewhere, I don't know. I mean, he needs, curiously, isn't his next obvious fixture is against Zimbabwe in the Test match.
In which, presumably, he'll play.
Well, he's a solitary spinner in the squad, and they're playing it. Well, we've had a lot of dry weather. Yep. I can't believe, and this is a massive weather change plus lots of grass at Trent Bridge, which is where they're playing. Can't believe they won't go in with
an all-seam
attack. No,
unlikely.
I mean, one assumes Stokes is fit to bowl.
Oh, big appeal for LBW out. The early breakthrough that Somerset desperately needed, really, they've got it. So the left-hand partnership is over with just 3 runs on the board. Walter has gone. LBW bowled Davey for a duck.
Well, he was stuck on the crease. Let's have a look. Round he comes, round the wicket. And looks out to me. It's a strange one. I don't know what I think, he shouldn't be back to that. He's stuck on that crease.
It's a full-length ball.
Fullish length ball. It hits him probably below the knee roll. He's a tall man, but it's still below the knee roll. But he's misjudged the length there. I mean, years ago, again, I must stop saying years ago, but the feeling was you never get LBW's right arm round the wicket seamers because the angles weren't right. But I think partly because of the technology, come to recognise that actually you can get LBW's bowlers with right arm seamers coming round the wicket to left-handers, and that was a case in point. He was stuck on the crease. Hit him below the knee roll, and I think it was hitting leg stump, and he had to go. So I'm just trying to remember. We might. the scorecard of this game last year. I don't want to build up too many hopes, but I'm pretty sure that Somerset in the final innings had to score the highest score of the match to win it, or something like that.
I'm sure
They may have had a first innings deficit. I don't know. Check it out. I'm just clutching at straws here from a Somerset perspective. Still, it's the perfect start. It's 3 for 1. So could say it's 64 for 1 in this one innings match.
You absolutely could. Here is Davey to the right-handed Wesley.
Oh, he's going to get 4 leg byes for that. He loves the leg side, does Wesley. And that was just in his slot. He didn't get bat on it, but he got a lap pad on it, and his team have picked up 4 runs. He's like a lot of modern players, Wesley, that he's very strong off his legs. But you feel early on he is also prone to being LBW because he shuffles from leg to off and he's right in front of the stumps. So it's tempting to bowl very straight at him early on.
He's got his tail up, has Josh Davey.
He's had quite a good day, Davey. Better than most of the other Somerset players so far. Top scored, wicket taker. The fixture last year was over in 2 days.
It was indeed. Essex bowled out for 156 in their first innings.
Right.
Somerset surrendering a small lead, bowled out for 128.
Right.
Then Essex won 38, leaving Somerset needing 167.
She got with 3 or 4 wickets to spare, is that right?
Yep.
It's not quite a carbon copy, and I'll tell you why. It's 4, it's beautifully hit. The reason it's not a carbon copy is that pitch wasn't turning. It didn't spin. I don't think Jack Leach might have played in that game. I don't know if he did. He probably didn't bowl.
He didn't.
He didn't play.
It was an all-seam attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, 170 for 7. That was...
I think Banton got important runs, maybe.
29 of them.
Okay. Anyone who got 40 odd in that sort of game has done well.
42 Dixon, 35 Renshaw. Driven nicely. Be a run. Still plenty of cricket in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But having said all that, Somerset need... Well, the way this game has gone so far, you wouldn't want to have to get more than 200.
Anything over 150 is a
yeah. I think if you offered the Somerset dressing room 200 to win, they would take it. Now you'd have to take it. And you'd still have to play very well to get there, but you'd have to take it. It takes some doing to bowl Essex out for 140, I reckon. I think this, I think it'll get a bit easier against the seamers, possibly. A bit slower. We don't know whether it would spin if any off spinner or any spinner bowled from the Marcus Trescothic end. All the spinners come from the river end. We're talking about Archie Vaughan and the left-handers. It might not be quite such an obvious move now that there's a right-hander in at one end.
It's pushed into the covers by Elgar. 11 for 1 then Essex, so 72 ahead. single here. Down to the third man. There's still an awful lot of work for Somerset to do to get themselves back into this game. Really, it's very much in Essex's hands at the moment.
Yeah. But we have seen the ball continue to move. It doesn't seem to do quite so much when the ball's very new, does it? I mean, that's what happened in...
That was the case yesterday.
Yeah.
Overton over the wicket.
That's good. Good carry there.
End of the over. Ben Debenham hands Overton his cap and sunglasses, and he will proceed to the slip cordon, which isn't very far, really.
It's very near the start of his run-up, really.
Runs here, couple, 2 deep extra.
I would think it won't be long, even though Davy's got the wicket at that end. It won't be long before Gregory reverts to the spin and seam attack. I imagine he'll go for Leach first now, with departure of one of the left-handers, and settle into that rhythm.
Game at Headingley's moving along pretty quickly. Warwickshire bowled out for 253 in reply to Yorkshire's 205. Yorkshire 71 for 2. So just 23 runs in front in their second innings.
Right.
Durham 478 for 8 against Hampshire.
Still going. So that's at Southampton, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's pretty flat there.
At the Utilita Bowl, I understand. I called it the Utilita Bowl and was corrected yesterday.
Well, I thought they should be very grateful for you to get the right sponsor, because it keeps changing. I mean, it's gone from the Rose Bowl to the Aegeus Bowl, I think, and then there's been something after that before the Utilita Bowl. I can't remember.
I don't think there has been.
No.
I think this is the third incarnation.
So I'd have thought they'd be grateful that you got the right one, even if you didn't pronounce it correctly.
Graham Clark made 160 for Durham,
right.
69 for George Dressel.
Isn't he from this neck of the woods, George Dressel? Do I imagine that? I think he's played for our second team.
I think he answer that. Born Bristol.
Yeah, well.
26 years of age. Durham and Gloucestershire second 11.
Yeah. So he can bat as well as bowl off spin. He's an off spinner as well. He's getting something out of it at the moment. He's got good rhythm, Davey, at the moment. I think he always looks better. You can always tell, but he's sort of following through, exaggerated. He's coming a long way through, right through his action, and it's often a sign that a bowler's sort of feeling good about it, his rhythm and action. I think when he automatically keeps following through, more zest about it.
In the air, and it's going to go over the head of long leg. That is 6. Wasn't far.
I couldn't see, actually. Could you see?
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong corner of the
box. It wasn't far over his head.
I mean, it wasn't a great delivery. He picked it up. He got a fair bit of bat on it. I think it cleared him by a fair distance.
Yeah. It was well out of reach.
So you'll enjoy that. Well, Elgar, 6 runs in this match is very significant. I think in one blow.
Yeah.
Davey, yeah, one blemish there. Just when I thought he had rhythm, he's got the bruise. It's gone way over Longlegs' head.
Figures spoiled. 1 for 9 now.
Yeah.
Leicestershire are going well, aren't they, this summer?
Ben Green holding them together, no doubt.
Took them to victory against Gloucestershire last week. Ben Green. Bowled out for 304, but Northamptonshire 155 for 7 in reply, still 149 behind.
Right.
So Leicestershire in control of that one.
Yeah.
And Kent are trailing Middlesex by 9 runs on 100 for 1 in their second innings.
Oh, Crawley's got some runs. In that I know that he wasn't the one. You have to keep checking on these England players.
Got 58, not out.
Well, that's timely because he's got a test match coming up. And he hasn't got a lot of runs lately.
He hasn't.
At least he won't have to face Matt Henry because he gets him out for a pastime.
Absolutely. I had a first-hand experience of that at Christchurch and Wellington.
Well, you were there. That's a lot. Do you enjoy Christchurch? Have you been
very
to
much
that new
so.
ground before?
No. No, it's fascinating.
Yeah. It's lovely, isn't it?
It's quite a small ground because they've got this huge open green space, Hagley Park, and they've been playing at what they call the Hagley Oval for the last, decade or so.
Yeah.
And it's just it's an embankment that they've
plonked in the middle of a huge park. That's right. And they don't have many, lots of lovely grass banks for people to sit on.
That's
They
right.
can put in a few maybe temporary stands, I don't know.
Lovely from Overton.
It's quite a contrast to Lancaster Park, where I've played a bit of cricket, which is a rugby ground, of course, which they haven't played on since the earthquake down there.
Yeah, which was 2011.
Yeah. It's amazing, actually. I don't know what it was like when you went there, but it's taken... when I last went to Christchurch, which was quite a while back, the cathedral in the centre of the city was still boarded up. Now, whether it still is, I don't know.
It is. It still is.
No one quite knows what to do with it, I think.
There's been much toing and froing about that, as this is played for a single out to mid-wicket. I think there was a big discussion about whether it was more sensible to, because the damage was so bad, to demolish the existing building. And they decided not to do that, but the cost of repair, they've simply run out of money, and nothing's happening at the moment.
So what do you say, it's 2011?
Yeah.
So that's 14 years that that cathedral has been kind of boarded up, waiting for someone to decide what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's rather sad. It's quite a landmark in the city, which a lot of which has been rebuilt. But I liked Hagley Park. You take your own seat in most cases.
Oh, right, yeah.
They've got one sort of pavilion. I think it's called the Hadley Pavilion, which is fair enough, given his record.
And he's from that neck of the woods.
But that's where all the officials are, and it's the nerve centre of the ground, really. But apart from that, it's just this raised embankment of earth which you can sit on.
Well, they've done well in a way in New Zealand. I think they've kind of created boutique test venues, and as well as Basin Reserve has a very characterful place. It's a massive roundabout, really, isn't it? But it has character, and it is it's a cricket ground. Obviously, they used to play a lot at Auckland on the rugby ground, but it was a rugby ground, and it was very peculiar angles. A strange cricket venue, really. And they played at Lancaster Park, which is another rugby ground, and even in Dunedin they used to play in that. another rugby ground. You get some funny pitches. You get some short boundaries actually in various directions.
Do you know why the Basin Reserve is so called?
I don't think so.
It is because, it's not quite online from Josh Davey, it was a lake back in the 19th century.
Right.
And there were plans to join it up somehow with the harbour, make it into some kind of marina. But then there was an earthquake in Wellington, and it turned the lake into a swamp. And there were demands for a proper cricket ground, aplenty at the time.
Yeah.
And there was a nearby jail. This one is going to go down to long leg. There'll be a comfortable single for Tom Westley. Take him to 2. So the inmates of the local prison were put to work on turning the swamp into a park, basically, and that's how it became the ground.
Yeah, and now it's regarded as quite a characterful setting, down at the Basin.
Very much so.
Yeah, they get reasonably good crowds there. So, in a curious way, I get the impression that Test cricket in New Zealand is working rather well. They don't play that many games, but when they do, they've got some more interesting venues now, and they've deserted the big rugby grounds for more suitable, smaller venues.
Yeah, the Hagley Oval has its own Botanic Gardens end.
Yeah.
I was very impressed by the Botanic Gardens. We walked through them a few times, and there's much wildlife and plenty of flora and fauna at that far end of...
Sounds like you had a good trip anyway.
Oh, it was very nice. I was particularly pleased to get to the Basin Reserve because I knew how famous it was. And how windy it is.
Well, where's that gone?
It's down to fine leg for 4. And it's given us runs.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably... Belatedly, he decided to leave it. He must have taken an under edge. We'll see that again, I'm sure. Here we go. Probing away, Davey. A very late leave, and that could have gone anywhere. He's very, very fortunate to get 4 runs for it.
Yeah.
He's got 20 now, Elgar. That's a substantial knock in this match so far.
Won't it please Josh Davey? He comes back very well with a beauty.
Well, just at the moment, is Davey actually looking a bit more dangerous than Overton, I'd say.
But still,
did get hit for 6 just in the previous over. And Elgar's now under-edged him for 4, but he's beaten the bat a few times.
In the meantime, that lead is still extending. It's 93, effectively 93 for 1.
Yeah.
Now, the strange thing about New Zealand was to have Christmas approaching in high summer. As we were there shortly before the shortest day over here and the longest there. Out, is that caught? It is.
Well, is it? They're just going to check it out. He's not going anywhere, Elgar. And we are now going to have...
There's going to be a conference between the 2 umpires, I
think.
think.
Well, we'll have a look at a replay, no doubt. I expect the umpires wish... No, I don't think we're even going to do that. I think it's established that it didn't carry. Or... Here we go. No one's too bothered. I think he got the edge.
Certainly an edge. It must have just dropped in front of James Roux.
Yeah, he must have done. And I think, to be fair to Roux, I don't think he suggested otherwise.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a clear edge, but it just didn't quite carry. It's hard to tell with the naked eye, even watching the replay. But they knew.
Yeah.
And
we were at the wrong end to be able to see it.
Well, there was just a start of a celebration, and then there was the recognition that Roux obviously didn't think it carried. They're having a little discussion. There's a little discussion going on within the slip cordon.
It was a visible deflection.
It was a visible deflection, and with the naked eye, I think you would have, with extensive replays, you could see that just didn't quite carry, so therefore it's not out. And Rue never suggested anything else.
Yeah. But yeah, back to New Zealand. Christmas parties in full swing when we were out there.
Right.
And they didn't need any Christmas lights because it stays light until about 10 or 11 at night out there. But they were well into their Christmas celebrations. Had a very friendly feel, country.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let's push firmly back to Craig Overton. He's into his fourth. Davey also has four. Will we have a... Well, I'm sure we will have a change in due course. Will it be Jack Leach? It was on day one. It was yesterday. First change.
Was it? Well, I'm sure it will. I would have thought that's the obvious way to go. As I say, until the dismissal of Walter, I might have actually taken a punt on Bowling Bourne at the left-handers, but now it's one of each. I think you'd stick with your senior man and your more accomplished bowler. But he'll want to bowl. I'm pretty sure that they reckon it's only really going to turn from the river end. So they want to bowl in that end. And the little conundrum is that Davey has actually looked more dangerous from that end than I would say Overton from this end in this spell.
Worth giving him another over, particularly after the edge in the previous one.
Yeah.
And then the question is, do you bowl yourself as the skipper, or do you put on Miguel, who bowled really well in the first innings?
Yeah. I mean, I might be tempted to put Miguel on, I think. Well, he's hot, or relatively hot.
He's played firmly, but straight at the man at mid-wicket.
We're going to have another one for Davey. He's running in with purpose from long leg. Tom Abel's rushing out to get his cap.
Feels right.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that nothing happens. It may only be one more. I'm getting impatient. In these situations, you know if you're Jack Leach, you've got a lot of bowling to do. It doesn't half help if the seamers have got a couple out before you get started. And he particularly liked Elgar to go because he'll want to bowl at right-handers as often as possible.
Elgar.
He's got to scamper, but he's there.
I think he was okay, even if that had hit, which it didn't. So
who's that gone down? It's one of the players who is scurried in and picked up the ball, threw it at the stumps. I'm just trying to work.
I think it's Jack Leach.
Well, that would be an absolute killer blow. It's the last person that you'd want to see struggling.
I think he's okay.
Well, he's just wandered back. He's not totally happy with life, and he's just got his hands on his knees and bent over double. And he's gingerly feeling his knee.
Oh dear.
But
he's not quite right, is he?
No. But he's going to have to be. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean,
he's not comfortable with life at all.
No, I mean he's never been work shy, as you know. He rolled off 30 overs yesterday. He's probably going to have to do the same today.
Just hope that as he walks around on it, it miraculously rights itself.
Yeah, he's just doing a few little stretching exercises. I don't know whether the physio's coiled. Just to have a quick check up. But it's the last person Somerset would want to have damaged. He's still doing a few little stretches.
Runs here, down to long leg, just the one in fact. Archie Vaughan is down there. He's just walking around gingerly, Jack Leach. But I think he looks better now than he did at the start of the over.
Yeah, he's now just going through his action. Which knee? I don't know which knee. When he's bowling, you'd think more pressure is applied on his right knee, his front knee, as he delivers.
Well fielded. Diving stop from Tom Abel.
That leg gully, especially for a elder. Let's go there a bit.
Bat and pad. I think I heard two noises
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
End of the over.
So he's bowled well, Davey. And it's caused Elgar some problems. He's got rid of Walter.
I wonder if that will be the last for the moment.
Don't know.
5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20.
I mean, you might think, well, I'll keep him going in the knowledge that Leach is going to have to bowl a lot of overs anyway, but you start to get impatient. You don't want another wicket, and essentially you feel that, as with Harmer, Leach provides the most obvious threat from one end. We're going to have Gregory. So you feel that, it applies more pressure. The spin bowler asks more questions, but we'll see what he does. He's going to give himself a go with just the 2 slips. Cordon's been more crowded than that most of the time.
Played that quite late. Tom Westley into the ring. Won't be a run for it. I thought he was very unlucky not to take a wicket yesterday, Lewis Gregory. He passed the bat frequently.
Yeah. Well, he's not shirked. He's bowled quite a lot of overs this summer. For someone who's always fretting a bit about his body, he's got through some overs. What Overton's doing, he's run out. He's ran out to cover point, and now he's walking back to slip again.
Whether he had any specific message. Perhaps he was just asking Jack Leach how he is after that unfortunate. He's now having a word with the batter. Specifically, the Essex captain. I wonder what he had to say to him.
I don't know. You can never tell.
Oh!
That's a cracker.
Gregory just has a little after look at Tom Westley.
I mean, that could... Oh, that was quite similar to the ball that dismissed Josh Davey, wasn't it? Just, except for it didn't quite hit the top of off stump, but he's on running all over the place at the moment. Craig Overton from second slip. He's just gone to square leg as well.
Jack Leach in fielding action, rather more straightforward circumstances than the previous one. I think he's okay.
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen much of the physio to attend to him.
And if he'd felt there was an issue, then he probably would have done.
Yeah, he's going through a bit of a warm-up routine. I mean, he's probably... I don't know if he gets stiff after 30 overs. You probably do. I certainly would now. Well, so let's have a look. I think Davey's going to have one more, is he, or not? Let's have a look. Each has the ball in his hand as we speak.
I think he's going to bowl.
Oh, he's taking his cap off. He's going to bowl. He's got a left-hander on strike. It'll be interesting to see what sort of field they set for Elgar. I think Elgar, I think I'd be tempted. He's going to come around the wicket rather like Harmer did to the right-handers, I reckon. That's how he's marking his run-up anyway. It's just a question, I suppose. He'll have a slip and he'll have a forward short leg, and he might have a leg slip as well.
And it's
what we wonder is whether he'll give himself a little bit of protection around that mid-wicket area or not. Whether he gives the batsman one big shot in that direction, take that risk. It worked well for Harmer against Umeed, who saw there was no one out there in front of square on the leg side. He went for the slog sweep, missed it, and was bowled. I think Elgar is obviously a more experienced player, but I think I've also seen him, although he's a sort of craggy player, he's quite capable of going over that leg side field. But initially, what's he going to do? He's got and what he is going to have is he's going to have a man on 45.
It's Archie Bourne, isn't it, going into that position. Then there's a slip and a short leg.
Looks like he's going to have a silly point as well. Or maybe that's the leg slip. Just one man short at the moment. I can't. Oh, he's got a man at deep square leg. That's Pretorius out there.
So yeah, Lewis Gregory at slip, Craig Overton at leg slip, and I think it's Tom Banton at short leg.
Yeah, usually is. Pretorius on the boundary there. Vaughan is behind square on the leg side, saving the single. Like that.
Spot on. Still some minor adjustments being made.
Yeah, he's just pushing his mid-on back a bit. I think they know Elgar pretty well, though. He's ideally, he'd like a bit more of a break after his 30 overs yesterday, I think.
First run off him for Dean Elgar. He goes to 22 to add to his first innings 30. .96 in front now. Essex just the one wicket down.
Didn't quite get his feet going there, but he's got his bat on it.
Strange snatches of conversation that waft their way up here from our effects mic, which is below us on the Thatcher's terrace.
Oh, it's a leading edge. I'm surprised he's got a man out there, actually.
Be a single. I don't think they're talking about the cricket at the moment.
I don't know. I don't know which button to press to either put up the volume or take it down here. Oh, I think I've lost them. But if I want to spy, I'll just... Ooh, that's turned and it's going to be... Was that buys?
It's going to be 4 of them. Whatever they are. Yes, buys.
So it's obviously turned and it's eluded James Rue. Let's have a look. It's turned quite sharply. Good ball to a right-hander. Not much good for a left-hander.
It's difficult for the keeper because you're unsighted.
Yeah. So it's all gone a bit little sleepy out there at the moment. They've got the early wicket by Davey.
It's a 3-figure lead now.
Yeah, and it's just looking a little bit flat. Obviously disappointed at the batting display. .46 for 1 became 145 all out. And just at the moment it all feels a little bit sleepy. A couple of wickets would change that.
Tractor's arrived. That'll add some
Perhaps
vocal
that'll
support.
answer the problem.
It's in his usual position below the main scoreboard by Gimlet's Hill. Such a pleasant day to sit and watch cricket. Bright sunshine, a little bit of a gentle breeze. Nice temperature out there. Somerset have got a week off next week from Championship action. Come thick and fast so far this season.
He's on target. He's bowled no ball there, though. With a couple runs. But he's not looking that venomous. His wicket is, as Joel used to say, sleeping a little bit. It seems it's gone to sleep. It's got a little bit paler as the sun's beat down. And when you compare this from what we're seeing now with the spell that we saw from Cook just after lunch, it's not quite the same. He's bowled another no ball. So all this is adding to the frustration.
And to the Essex lead.
And to, yeah. You wouldn't do it in white ball cricket. You really get punished there.
Did swing there, but mainly after it had gone past the bat.
Yeah, some movement. It's going to be long over for him.
Yeah, this is the 5th match of Somerset's campaign. so far drawn 2, lost 2. Wait there, the call, and quite right. There isn't a run there. If Essex do go on to win this game, and they would certainly be favourites to do so at the moment, then Somerset will be, well, they'll just stay second to bottom.
Yeah. No, they'll be in a very uncomfortable position. It'll be a long wait to the next match, I suppose. I mean,
Yeah.
they'd probably need a break and to refresh somehow and regroup even. But when you get a break, it's nice to have that break after a good game, actually. You can feel good about, always think about bad golf, really. If you have a really good round, but best not to play for another month. Just remember the good ground. Good round. Now then, Leach. He's got Elgar in his sights. We saw one turn, but not from the right spot. Last over. Just a little bit leg-sidey at the moment. I mean, that's where he's got all his fielders, of course, but he needs to be pitching from around the wicket just outside that off stump. That's more like it.
So he wasn't quite sure where he was playing that, Dean Elgar. Got the Q end of the bat to it in the end.
He's been watching the snooker. Oh, hell, that didn't bowl him. That's the sort of perfect ball, except for it didn't hit the stumps. Let's have another look at that. Through the gate, wasn't it? Oh, it's not through the gate, actually. I'll take it back. He's beaten on the outside edge. But this angle creates that.
Single here. Desperate for another breakthrough, Somerset, really. Defended comfortably enough to conclude the over. The encouraging thing after that collapse in a heap by Jack Leach is that he's moving pretty freely again now.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, he's not skipping around exactly. I think he's bowled 30 overs yesterday, and he's on the spot. He's got the odd one to turn, just the odd one. I think Wesley was able to defend him pretty well in that over.
He's going to switch to round the wicket, I think, Lewis Gregory. There being a left-hander at the other end.
Yeah, just the two slips. Just trying to bowl, essentially they're just trying to bowl dry at the moment. They don't really scent wickets particularly, but they're just trying to keep the pressure on. They've got two gnarled old batsmen there, well certainly Elgar, and Wesley's been around a long time now. Don't forget he's a test cricketer, Wesley.
Yeah, and time isn't really of the essence.
Oh no. And Elgar knows how to bat time. He's done that. Many a time.
Yes,
It's a
it's
fine career, actually. He was it's a long time ago. He played down here as a youngster, a young overseas player. I know he was very popular then. Played a lot of Test cricket since then. Now quite a lot for Essex. Surrey, he played for Surrey as well. So his attributes are obvious, and he was, sought after when available, and Essex got him.
Absolutely. An extensive oeuvre.
Yeah.
He's just proceeding in an unruffled manner.
Well, yeah, and the moment the ball is hitting the middle of his bat, it's not necessarily going very far, but there's a reassuring clunk, in this over especially. He's seeing it pretty well now. And their demons, if there are one or two demons out there, they seem to have gone away briefly.
Oh, there is a breakthrough. Lewis Gregory, that's his first wicket of the match. And just as
the
we
demons
thought
are back.
Dean Elgar has gone. Didn't really look in any trouble at all during that innings of 23, but Lewis Gregory has done the trick, and that, my word, is a relief for Somerset.
Well, I guess that's off the inside edge, I think. We'll have another look. I've talked him out, of course. Here we go. It's just short of a length. And it's
a bit of inside edge.
Inside edge onto stumps. He doesn't quite know how it got there. We'll have another look.
This is slightly closer in.
Yeah, may even have gone. May even had a bit of inside edge and onto pad and then onto the stumps. Let's have another go. We've got replays coming out of our ears. It's fantastic.
I can't see how that would have gone onto the stumps without help.
Yeah, oh no, it definitely had help. I think it was inside edge with a bit of brushing of pad as well. One thing we do know, and you can see, is that the bails are no longer on top of the stumps.
And you can sense the dismay on Elgar's expression.
Just as you felt he was looking rather secure, he's gone. It's like life, isn't it?
Talked him out magnificently.
Well, no. So interesting, from the wider perspective, this is we've sort of enjoyed watching Sam Cook bowl, and we understand why he's in the England squad. He looked very impressive. Yeah. And now we've got Jordan Cox.
Well, he looked yesterday very much
did he?
in just with the bat, obviously, rather than the ball.
Yeah.
Very much in that vein. I thought he had a little bit more time to spare than any of the other
Well,
Essex
we'll have a look at him
batters.
now. And he is in the Test squad. I suspect, the expectation is that he is the spare batter at the moment. Though you never know for certain. He didn't quite believe it to start with, Elgar. He looked round at his back leg, thinking, how did that get through? But it must have taken a bit of an inside edge, and then his leg, and then onto the stumps. Still a bit of mystery to him. So, Jordan Cox. He's been on an England tour, but I don't think he hasn't played a Test match, has he? Or has he?
Not yet, I don't believe.
No, he was going to play a Test, and he broke his thumb, didn't he?
That's
and then
right.
Bethel played. I think that's
right.
the way around.
And did well.
Yeah.
First ball, driven handsomely.
Well, that's a very handsome shot. It's not a great ball, actually, but it's a handsome shot. And he's like a good old pro. He's having a look at the footholds. But absolutely magisterial back foot punch from an ordinary ball, it has to be said. And you'll be disappointed with that, Gregory, but he'll be relieved that at least he's got a wicket. It's 49 for 2. Runs coming relatively freely. What over are we in? 14th. Far quicker than in the first innings. The lead now is easily calculable. So what is it?
110.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's what it is. You see, I knew there was a naught at the end. So effectively 110 for 2, which is quite a healthy place for Essex to be. But a wicket is a wicket. Doing a bit of juggling now. What's he doing? Bat pad's coming out.
So Jack Leach now has a right-hander at each end.
Yeah.
He's played 3 one-day internationals and 2 T20 internationals, but not yet a test. Jordan Cox, he's watching from the non-strikers end at the moment. Tom Westley defending that first ball of a new over.
It was a magnificent shot to get off the well, albeit an ordinary delivery. Well, he's on target, Leach, at the moment. He's not getting the ball to bite that much, but he's been around so long that he knows not to worry too much about that. Just keep the pressure on. Just needs one to go. That's got a 7-2 offside field, which is quite unusual. Just the mid on and backwards square leg, saving the single on the leg side. And he's on target, but he's not biting. And frills from Wesley, he's defended that over well. Maiden.
He's got a strike rate of just under 15, Tom Westley, at the moment.
Well, it's good hard-nosed cricket, really. They've got the upper hand, and they're not going to let it go. And even if it takes it a while, I mean, Elgar was setting off on that way, and Wesley likewise.
Yeah,
he's soaked up 44 balls already. Wesley for 6. It sort of passed me by, really. He was going so slowly, but he won't be too worried by that. Now then, giving himself a bit of protection. Gregory on the boundary there. Oh,
slower ball.
He's giving himself. He's got a huge gap on the offside, actually, between backward point and mid off, and then there's a man on the boundary, the square of the boundary. So the scope for Cox to get off strike pretty easily.
.49 for 2 then, Essex. And Gregory into his 4th over. Tidy figures at the moment.
Well, he's got his wicket too, and I'll just give a little spring in his step. But we haven't got enough wickets, but they've got a couple, and they're keeping the pressure on just for the moment. New batsman.
Nicely struck, but
half volley didn't go anywhere. That's all right.
Straight to Tom Banton. I'm going to make way for a short while.
Here.
Spencer Bishop.
He's sent the cheery email today, of course. Matt Henry's on his way. Well, or will be soon. We need a really good spell from you here, Spencer.
I will do my very best. Thank you for adhering to the embargo on the release today as well.
Well, you're suggesting that I can't remember. Do you know, I haven't disgraced myself on an embargo for at least 5 months now. I can't remember when I. But yeah, I accept your gratitude. I didn't get where I am today as a journalist for 30 years, that understanding of embargoes. Just getting a bit more forgetful.
Well, when you're Vic Marks, you can essentially do what you jolly well like.
Really? I haven't noticed. It doesn't apply at home, I can tell you. You're going to grill someone later, is that right?
Yes.
No, not grill.
Not grill.
You're
No,
going
because it's
to
far
have a
too
chat
hot
with.
for grilling. We would be speaking to Connor Hyde, who is a remarkable young man, who is part of the Somerset Super 1 setup, who ran the London Marathon.
Oh, right.
At the weekend, which is an incredible feat. So we're going to be talking a little bit about Connor, his background in the game, giving a little bit of love to Super Ones because it's an incredible initiative, and it's brilliantly run by the Lord's Taverners and also the Somerset Cricket Foundation. And we'll be having Connor talking us through how he prepared for it, what it was like, and why he was doing it in the first place.
You're not fit enough to run a marathon just yet. You've had a catalogue of unfortunate
clumsiness. I was just saying to
they're all footballing injuries.
Well,
or not.
It's like, a cricket record. The more of the story you tell, the less impressive it becomes. So you could say this is Somerset's highest ever stand for the 4th wicket against Essex on a Thursday in Taunton since the war. The story it sounds better that I was playing football when what I was actually doing was having a kickabout with the children and fell over.
Oh, right. So you were technically. It is true to say that you were playing football.
Technically, yeah. It sounds much cooler.
Okay. I mean, we always worry about your injuries, but we were far more worried when Jack Leach fell over just about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. But he seems to be moving okay.
It wasn't terribly graceful, was it?
No, and he looked a bit anxious for a while, but he's on target, and he's, as ever, patient, but it's not doing too much. He's been... It's a test of patience at the moment, both ends. I think they're inquiring about LBW there.
Several things.
Well, anything will do.
Anything will do.
But I think he probably played a shot and he was outside the line. Let's have another look. Well, I think he's outside the line and it's probably missing off stump. And I don't think he hit it.
But other than that,
that was a very good shout.
Other than that, I think it was perfect, wasn't it?
But it's fascinating to look at Jordan Cox. We've seen Jordan Cox before, but it's the start of, that he's in the test squad. People just look a bit more carefully, don't they? And sometimes players are aware of that, and it can affect them a bit.
Yeah, I think obviously the spotlight was going to be on him yesterday.
Well, I wasn't here yesterday,
and I know that Her Majesty, the purveyors of Her Majesty's press were keen, or His Majesty's press now, were quite keen to speak to him yesterday, but Essex felt that it would be Chris Silverwood instead. But like you say, as soon as a test squad is announced, particularly during a game, then the focus does fall on that player, and whether or not that impairs their ability to do what they've been selected to do in the first place is a difficult one, I imagine. But hopefully that will be the case, and he will potentially crumble now and be back to his very best come Zimbabwe.
Well, he probably won't play anyway, but or he might not play. Ostensibly he looks like he's the extra batsman. But I think I remember Trevor Bayliss when he was in charge. Who was a lovely, quite discreet Aussie, lovely guy. But just occasionally, I think he kind of out of the blue, he mentioned someone, a batsman, let's say, maybe a week or two before a test team was about to be selected. So we're very, expressing interest and name checking him, and he would do it partly. I'm not saying he did it very many times, but you would do it partly just to see how he reacted to suddenly being under the spotlight. With the thought being that if he reacted really well, that suggests that he's really up for it, and that he can cope with that little extra bit of attention.
Won't crumble under the glare.
He might just crumble at the thought of, oh my goodness me, they're all watching me now. Because particularly when you're playing someone like Zimbabwe, but it applies to other nations as well. Oh, that's a good ball, isn't it? And it's not a great shot, really. You're defending something that's about 6 inches outside off stump. It's not a good idea. The biggest difference very often from playing county cricket as Test cricket is not the standard of bowling or that sort of stuff. You're up against people you've played against before. And it's the attention, the occasion, the scrutiny, the cameras,
the atmosphere.
Nasser Hussain, my God, they're up. I mean, they're a charming member. They're dissecting that. That's the big difference very often, rather than the fact that the bowling is 10 miles an hour quicker or the batsman that much better. Anyway, so there he is, Jordan Cox. And he's clearly someone when he scores runs, he scores eye-catching runs, doesn't he? He plays some lovely shots. He's a sort of Banton-esque in that sense, I suppose.
Yes.
Is that all right?
I think that's certainly something that could be levelled against him at the moment. It would just be nice if he would. It would be nice if he would just not do it today, please. Thank you very much.
Well,
I mean, obviously, I'm
you'll
looking
never work
to
for
be
the
impartial.
BBC like this.
I'm trying to be impartial, but
you are.
This is putting a slight crimp in my Saturday afternoon, if I'm honest, as the score continues, the deficit continues to increase.
Well, you are I don't know what your title is, but you're you can't slag them off here while you're here. I mean, what do you think of that shot of?
I think it was jolly good, is what I think. But Somerset need wickets.
Somerset are playing really well, but they're not winning this game.
No, but we're coming second at the moment.
All right.
Let's just say that the atmosphere in the media centre or press box, as we shall say, is less positive than it was at about this time yesterday.
Yeah, this time yesterday, Somerset were taking wickets, weren't they?
I mean, normally the Somerset Media Centre is the happiest place on earth. Disney will have you believe that it's Disney World, but no, the happiest place on earth, the most magical place on earth is the Somerset Media Centre on a county championship match day. That is a fact. I mean, they're always very positive.
Some of them were going strong before Disney was invented, I think.
What's the answer? What is going to make the breakthrough, Mr.
Well,
Marks?
I wasn't here yesterday, but where Somerset were very good is that they were patient and they bided their time and didn't let the book game slip away. Now, we've seen when Somerset batted anyway, the wickets can fall in clusters, so you just got to keep the pressure on. I thought they were, just before Somerset got Elgar out, I thought they were looking a bit flat, actually. It was quiet. They're usually quite noisy out there, not in a bad way, but they're usually a lot of encouragement. And I just felt it looked a bit flat, but they've just got one wicket, get another one, and you're creeping back into the game. And that helps too. That's spun.
I think the second session yesterday was, like you say, the patience was key.
Yeah.
Could well have taken more than two in the first session yesterday. Didn't. You could almost sense the frustration.
But hit that well. Yeah.
But they came out in the second session. Heads weren't down, stuck to the task, and the rewards were forthcoming.
Yes, I guess at lunchtime yesterday you'd have taken 200 all out, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. But the last wicket partnership was a little bit frustrating.
Yeah. However, no, that doesn't look so good. But I think it's also fair to say that 146, 145 is significantly. It's not an easy pitch to bat on, but it is significantly below par. Oh, and that happened a lot yesterday too, didn't it? He has bitten the outside edge without getting that precious little nick too often for comfort. But he's on target again. He's not shy of bowling. He's going to get a lot of bowling. It's weird, isn't it? I should speak on behalf of the Spinners Union.
Yep.
All this talk about Championship cricket, you've got to rest and recuperate and rotate. Doesn't apply to finger spinners. I note.
As a member of the Spinners Union, what's your advice for Jack Leach when he's bowling a spell like this, where he's beating the outside edge?
I hesitate to advise him because I'm such an admirer. And what he's good. He's very good on pitches that help him, mainly because he is so patient and phlegmatic, and he doesn't panic, and he knows deep down on a pitch that's assisting him, if I keep just putting it in the right place, I may have to wait a long time, but it'll come. And he doesn't over-elaborate.
No.
Sometimes you might criticise him if you're playing on a very flat pitch, that he could, a bit more variety might help because it's not turning, it's not moving, you need something else. But on pitches where there is some help, and there is some help out there, he's very good at not panicking if he doesn't get a flurry of wickets, staying steady, in the knowledge that the odds are that these wickets will come in the end. If you keep it in, that one will happen, something will happen, because it's just turning enough.
So patience is the key.
So patience is so important, and he's very good at that. And that, it's not always automatic that a good spin bowler likes bowling on turning pitches, because there's suddenly pressure. It's turning. You're the only real spinner we've got. Yeah. You've got to get 5 or 6 of it. And that he's good at handling that, because he stays patient and he sticks to straightforward principles of, I'm just going to keep putting pressure on him, give him nothing to hit, not try and over elaborate. I know the odd one's going to turn, and the odds are I'll prevail in the end when the conditions are helpful. So,
and you've got to be mentally tough to do that, haven't you? Because
you get frustrated.
Naturally, if you're not taking it, you want to be trying something different.
I know, and you can feel it with the show, but sometimes, for us especially, he's had limited outings and limited success playing for us. And when he did play last summer, say, on a pitch that helped, he was just straining a bit. He was so frustrated that, he wasn't getting wickets, but other spinners were now and again, and he was so keen to do well for us that he was almost straining, trying to look for that magic ball and trying perhaps to do lots of different things, because he's so desperate to get that wicket. And that's probably something that Jack could, well, I'm sure Jack's always been helping every spinner, whether it was Don Bess or Show, and he'll talk him through that as well. So there is no simple answer, but I think it's just you on a pitch that helps you a bit. You just got to stay patient, stay mean. Say it'll work out for me if I just give them nothing. One turns, one doesn't. Frustrate them out. They'll make a mistake, or I'll get that ball just to turn. He's beating the outside edge. It's so frustrating when you keep beating the outside edge. How do you cope with the possibility of trying to turn it slightly less? It's quite
wider bats. Sure. Just single. What do you think is going through Lewis Gregory's mind as captain at the moment? You've got the spinner taking it past the outside edge, maybe 2 or 3 balls per over. You're running in from the other end.
Well, he's got. With Leach at the moment, he hasn't taken any wickets, but he's imposing pressure. He's beating the bat now and again. He's not giving any runs away. So you've got. The obvious ploy is to have Leach from that end, and he's got Pretorius up his sleeve, who's been very good.
Yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. So he's ripe and ready to go, and I would have thought he'll come on about now. I don't know what time. We must be getting close to tea.
Yeah, last over before tea, potentially.
Okay. So, I'm almost surprised he bowled 6 overs, Gregory. He's got a wicket. I thought he might have gone to Pretorius earlier, because in fact he's looked as dangerous as anyone in our attack in the last game or two.
I think he was particularly unlucky early on yesterday.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's going to fill him up with fruit and flapjack during the 20-minute break and
half a dozen
let him.
Half a dozen egg sandwiches.
But is there a danger that frustration creeps in? Obviously, looking to keep the deficit to as low as possible. Is there the danger that frustration keeps in?
Well,
and
yeah.
You're trying to do something, trying to force.
Well,
the
there
issue
is
rather
that
than
danger. I
playing
mean, it
the natural
doesn't feel
game.
like they're doing that. They are, in a sense, it's a war of quite a traditional war. Look at Wesley. He's faced 59 balls for his 12. But he knows that he's holding the cards, Wesley, because the ball's getting older, the lead's getting bigger. So, but I think Gregory's right not to strain too hard. Try and keep him under control. He can keep switching his seamers. As I say, he's got Pretorius up his sleeve. I mean, initially, when we had two left-handers, I thought you might go with Vaughan very early to bowl at those left-handers, but they've gone now.
I was going to say, you're surprised that we haven't seen Archie Vaughan.
Well, I would have had him in my mind to bowl very early against those two left-handers, but then they got out. So I'm not so surprised now. And we think, although we don't know for certain, that it'll probably only turn from the river end.
Well, there is that possibility. and that is tea, as they say.
Okay, well...
Okay.
You've got what's happening?
So we're going to speak to Connor Hyde,
Okay.
as we said, who is the Super Ones participant who has run the London Marathon. We've got to set the scene before we do
You're
that.
going to do that,
We've got a special video which is going to explain a little bit about Connor's story and what's been going on.
So you won't mind if I leave you to it then, really?
Bring us back some fruit and flapjack. Ladies and
Where
gentlemen, Vic
from?
Marks.
Where from?
Oh, we've used our vouchers, haven't we?
Some people with a disability at the start think they can't do stuff, but in my mind it's opposite. I think you can do stuff with your life, you just got to adapt.
Connor was born with cerebral palsy, epilepsy and learning difficulties. We didn't know if he was going to live. He didn't talk for 5 years. He couldn't walk properly for 3 years. We have terrible times when he's in and out of hospital and it's awful. As a mother, perhaps I actually grieved for the boy I thought I may have lost. That he would never be able to have a normal life. He was told if he did sports, it would help him with his CP, help him get stronger. Sport is Connor's life.
If I didn't have it, I don't think I accomplished a lot.
He runs everywhere, but the main problem is his epilepsy.
You could faint at any time.
When he goes out running, he normally needs to run with someone else. Even though he's had all these challenges, he's grateful that he can run.
I feel so lucky because everything I've done, my parents always supported me.
A lot of mainstream sports don't really include people who have disabilities, whereas Super Ones is fully inclusive. He absolutely loved it from the first time he went.
I didn't know at first it was cricket. No, really.
After a few months, he got more confident and he was asked, would you want to lead the warm-up? He was then able to transfer those skills elsewhere.
He started coaching 2 years ago and he's been working on the All-Stars programme, but he's also been coaching on the Super Ones programme at Yeovil as well.
He's one of the people who's helped me do what I can, be more independent.
He's always trying to improve himself, not only for himself, but so he then can pass that on.
The fact that they get to see Connor and have him as their coach is a really good role model.
He's looking for what's the next stage, how far can I go? So he now helps out with the gym and walking cricket for the over 50s. For him to come in and say, I'm going to work, I mean, that's something I didn't think I would ever hear.
I make sure all the gyms are nice and clean. If someone needs a court, you log them in the system.
He has proved It doesn't matter if you have challenges in your life. You can do amazing things.
When I was younger, I didn't think I was going to do nothing, but I proved a lot of people wrong.
The biggest thing I would say is let them do it. Encourage them and be prepared to let go. And a group like Super Ones is so encouraging.
If I didn't have cricket, I don't think I would be as happy.
Oh my God, I am so proud of him. He's happy, and to me as a parent, being happy is the most important. Sorry.
Couldn't say thank you enough, really.
You turned your life around.
And that video was Connor's story, and I'm delighted to be joined in the studio now by Connor Hyde. We were just talking a little bit about watching that video, which we've seen a few times now.
Yeah.
How does it make you feel seeing that back again?
It makes me so proud because I came from nothing. Now I've done things I never thought I've done. So it just feels unreal at one point, but yeah, I'm just thinking I'll make a big difference for everyone who have a disability, or if they haven't, just making a difference.
So let's start at the start, shall we?
Yeah.
How did you get involved in cricket?
So at the start, I just finished football, and I didn't really, I wasn't doing anything at one point, and I needed to find something to like push me to do stuff more. And then I started Super Ones cricket in year 4. And first week I wasn't sure if I was interesting of it. And then I went back next week, and I've just enjoyed it, and I found loads of friends, and they're still with me at this moment in the Super Ones, and I've been doing it for about 4 years now. And it's just been brilliant, and all the coaches are brilliant. Yeah, it's just been a great journey, really.
So maybe for those who don't know, Super Ones is something that you've got involved with via the Somerset Cricket Foundation, which is a Lord's Taverners programme. It's a disability cricket programme, isn't it? But it's not just about the cricket, it's about ensuring that participants have got somewhere to go, not necessarily a safe place, but somewhere to go. And it's not just about the cricket, is it, with Super Ones?
No, it's not just about cricket. It's just, I would say it's doing good social skills, and just making friends, having a good time. If you like do something wrong, like not hit the ball, just keep going and keep trying, and it's just helping us to work on our mental health and our fitness side of things. Yeah, it's not only about cricket, but it's just so good in my opinion.
So you were playing cricket, but that wasn't quite enough, was it? You liked it so much and were so keen to give something back that you got involved and have started helping and started helping with sort of the coaching side of it, the helping running of the sessions. Is that right?
Yeah. I've been there's a guy called Steve Glass. He asked me, would you like to do your level 1 coaching for cricket? And I was like, yeah, I'll give it my best shot. I did it, and then I passed it, and I've just been coaching ever since, about 3.5 years now. And I've met some great people, coaching quite a lot of people, kids mostly. But it's just been fantastic, and at the moment I'm trying to get my level 2 course done, so that means I can go into schools and help cricket. Yeah, it's just so good.
Your story is such an inspiring one, ensuring that a disability has not in any way become a barrier to you achieving or doing what you've wanted to do. Becoming a coach, is that something that was very much in your mind, trying to help, those that you were coaching to realise that, through cricket and various other sports and things like that, there is a pathway to doing what you want to achieve and being able to potentially fulfil some of those dreams that you might have?
Yeah, most definitely. I thought it was a good thing to do because I wanted to show people, no matter you have a disability, you can still do stuff with it. So I just think people with disability get a bit scared sometimes, but you just gotta go out your comfort zone and try stuff and see where you end up, really. And I think I'm a perfect example of that.
Through cricket, you've met some incredible people, like Chris Vokes. I know that you're really reasonably close to Chris Vokes. You met the comedian Adam Hills and received a number of special awards, including an Inspire Award, which I think you received at the Oval. And Chris Vokes wouldn't leave you alone, would you? Did you have to get an injunction or something?
It was at the Oval a couple of years ago. He was such a nice guy. I wasn't sure where he was going to be sat, and then when he came through all the tables, he got sat right next to me. I was like, oh, hello, Chris Vokes. But yeah, such an amazing guy. I still message him a little bit, just not too much, because, he's doing big stuff at the moment.
Let's talk a little bit about the London Marathon. What made you want to take on such a monumental challenge?
I wanted to do it because every year I did running, and I was like, oh, what's my next big challenge? Because I'd done a half marathon. I was like, let's try do a marathon. I've been watching it every year, and then I thought it was going to be quite hard with me because my CP cerebral palsy. But I had a support runner, and I just wanted to show people you can do it, and it was amazing, and I would recommend it for everyone if they want to do it.
What were you raising money for? Was there a particular reason why you decided that you wanted to help a good cause?
Yeah, so I was fundraising for the Lord's Taverners, so they help out with the Super Ones programme, and the Lord's Taverners charity is a charity who helps disability people get into cricket, and that is, I thought it was amazing charity because I'm quite pleased what I've done with cricket, and it gives me a focus to get the money into that charity. And altogether I started with £2,000, and then I raised 7,700 altogether.
Wow, so you were looking to raise £2,000,
yeah,
and you've raised over 7,000.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That must have been an incredible feeling when you see that total coming out. I think we've got the total on the screen now, £7,720. How does that make you feel?
I feel proud. Absolutely proud. Never thought I could have. I didn't think I was going to get £2,000, but I did it, and then the Lord's Taverners messaged me, do you want to try and get a little bit more, see how far you go? And then I raised 7,700 altogether.
That is an incredible achievement, and you keep using the word proud. So you're talking about the pride that you felt for doing it. Let's have a quick look at the medal show. You've got that with you. When you came in, I saw you wearing a Somerset lanyard with the picture of James Hildreth on the membership card, and I thought, wow, the medals aren't looking great this year. But that wasn't your medal, was it? Here's the medal.
It wasn't.
There we go. There is a camera just there. So if you'd like to hold the medal up and show it to everyone, wow, that is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
How did you feel when you eventually crossed the line? The time was 3 hours?
3 hours 52.
Wow. Amazing. 3 hours and 52 minutes and 40 seconds. After that incredible feat of endeavour, what did it feel like to have that medal put around your neck?
It's always been my dream since when I started watching the London Marathon. I never thought I could do it, so when I got through that finish line, it was quite emotional. And my support runner kept on saying, "You did it, Connor. You did it." I was like, I might want to do it again.
What, this afternoon, or maybe give it a week?
maybe a couple months at most.
What have you got a message for all the people that have come out to support you and have donated? What would you like to say to them?
I just want to give everyone a big thank you. I never could have done it without you guys. I just want to give a shout out to the Yeovil Round Table. They gave me quite a big donation, £1,000.
Fantastic.
And also I want to give a shout out to the Yeovil Town Running Club. If I wouldn't have all my friends there, it would been quite slow training by myself. But yeah, it was so good to have everyone donate, and I'm grateful for it.
So you've got involved through cricket through Super Ones. You got involved through coaching through cricket as well. You've now run the London Marathon. What piece of advice would you give to someone who has a disability but has dreams? What would you say to them to get them to, go out of their comfort zone and achieve those dreams that you've been able to do?
Just do it. There'll be barriers, what are quite hard. What I've done, it's never going to be easy, but I would just keep doing the stuff you love and just get it done. No matter how long it takes, it will always happen in the end.
Fantastic advice. Absolutely brilliant. Connor, everyone associated with Somerset County Cricket Club is incredibly proud of, and of course the Somerset Cricket Foundation is incredibly proud of what you've managed to achieve with the marathon, with the coaching, with Super Ones. I think you're an absolute inspiration to anyone who is watching this and anyone else who catches up on this a little bit later on. Thank you so much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Anyone who wants to find out information about Super Ones can do so via the Lord's Taverners website or through the brilliant Somerset Cricket Foundation website. Connor Hyde, let's just finish off by saying thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you for being an inspiration. And what we'll do is we'll leave the QR code up on the screen. So if people do still want to donate to what is a very worthy cause, then they can do so. So we'll leave the QR code up on the screen. We'll let people enjoy the end of the lunch break. We'll be tea break rather. We'll be back with the rest of the cricket in just a few moments' time. But for the time being, Connor Hyde, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. 2 umpires are out there already for the final session of play here. Somerset against Essex in the Rothesay County Championship. And it's very much Essex holding the cards at the moment. 59 for 2 to add to the first innings lead of 61, which makes a very neat 110. Cox is 8, Wesley is on 12. They've been going along pretty circumspectly, these two, as indeed was Dean Elgar before he was bowled by Lewis Gregory. That's the last wicket to have fallen. We saw the back of Paul Walter early on. Josh Davey trapping him LBW for a duck, a 9-ball duck. So Somerset need further breakthroughs, and in pretty short order if they're to get back into this game. I'm Stephen Lamb. Vic Marks is with me as the players come out. Well, there's a lot for Somerset to do.
Well, I'm shuffling my abacus here and I make 120.
I beg your pardon. It did have a naught on the end.
Yes, I know. So that's mounting up.
I need
you
my
see
calculator.
A passage of play and you think, well, it's just sleeping a bit or it's got a bit easier, but that can all change very quickly. But if you're in the Somerset camp, I mean, you don't want to be. I mean, you're going to be second favourites if you're chasing, or not necessarily chasing, trying to attain 250. And as things stand, 59 for 2. Well, you did pretty well to limit it to 250 at the moment, but things can happen quickly on the surface where there is still some spin. Just watching Archie Vaughan actually doing some loosening exercise. I mean, if he's going to have a little bowl.
It's going to be Miguel Pretorius in the meantime. This will be his first bowl of the innings.
Well, very well in the first innings. And in he comes.
And bowls a beauty, first up.
Yeah, well, there's been quite a lot of playing and missing in this match.
Yes, that has been a consistent feature.
Yeah, and that's a very good loosener. It's on target and it's just left a bit. I think he's played it. He didn't follow it, I suppose. That's the virtue. That's a good start.
Straight approach to the wicket, Pretorius. That's on the legs of Jordan Cox, and he'll pick up the first run of the session. The lead goes up to 121.
Yeah. Extra man comes onto the leg side for Wesley, who favours that side. More protection.
Wesley has 12 from 62 deliveries. Been going about his business very calmly and collectedly, knowing that there are still 2 days left in this match after today, so there really isn't any rush.
No, most important is just to get that target up and dispirit the Somerset side. Quite a dasher in his youth, and he can play both ways, I think it's fair to say.
Bat and pad, I think, for a single. Will they go for a second? No. Let's keep an eye on Ben Debenham, given as a run.
Yeah. So an extra man on the offside for Cox. They've got that third man, wide third man.
It's a very useful attribute to have, to be able to change gear according to the match situation.
Yeah. I imagine, well, Cox is more of a dasher anyway. And he's got a hard volley, and he's hit it beautifully before.
Good example.
Yeah.
We saw one or two of those in the first innings yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was a it was an ordinary delivery, to be fair, but he didn't have to put it away with some aplomb. And he knows if he's an England player, he's got to have a strike rate around about 85. Otherwise, he'll get picked again. No, I'm being facetious, perhaps. A little bit, perhaps, but not that much.
Won't get anything for that. He's played it straight at Archie Vaughan, who may have a role to play in this session.
Yeah, I think he will. In fact, it's going to be Jack Leach, though, for the moment. But I think you're right that at some point, either Leach needs a break, or possibly Archie Vaughan might just test what happens if you bowl a spinner from this end, this Trescothic end. But the impression is that it's unlikely to turn so much from this end.
Yeah, although I suppose you don't know for certain.
You never know for certain, no.
People still reclaiming their seats after having a little potter around at tea time, getting a cuppa somewhere. It's really very pleasant. I had a stroll out there just now, and it's lovely in the sunshine. A little bit of a breeze. Nice, pleasant temperature. Fancy I heard two noises there.
Yeah, I was trying to work that on the onside, which is a bit of a danger if it does spin. Didn't go anywhere.
Driven for a single. New Mead is in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, which is reasonably well populated. Food and drink facilities which people have no doubt been partaking over the tea interval. Once upon a time, actually in your time playing, Vic, it was the Players' Pavilion, the Colin Atkinson.
Well, I started on this side, actually. I mean, when I first played, that Colin Atkinson
wasn't built.
Didn't exist. There was just a great big hoarding up that end, just to block the view, plus a scoreboard, where it sort of is now.
Okay.
We were in the pavilion down below, a lovely looking old wooden pavilion.
Yeah, I remember.
You remember it? That's where I started, and then I can tell you exactly, I think, when that was opened, which was 1981, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was a few years in the old pavilion, which was, I suppose, cosy. You couldn't see it.
He was going to play it, wasn't he, and then decided not to.
Yeah. It's just it was good. Another your good leaves. It was a good leave, actually. I just read that one. So when you were in the dressing room in the old pavilion down below, which is a nice wooden building, remember, with the cinema seats up in the top tier.
Very comfortable they were.
You couldn't see anything from there because it was at the back of the building, and then you'd go up a creaky little staircase in the corridor, and then they had a viewing area that sort of hung on the edge of that building. You often thought it would fall down, didn't know what was holding it up.
It was quite rickety.
Yeah, so you'd look at, so if you were in the batting side, you'd go up there to watch or to be ready to go into bat.
Here goes Pretorius.
There were some comfy old sofas in the dressing room, which I remember, but you couldn't see a thing. And if you were in the away dressing room, which was much pokier, there were just some sort of little slit windows that you could just about see the action if you stood up, peered through them. And you were lucky to get any hot water in that visitors' dressing room.
Yeah. The home dressing room got it first,
yeah,
presumably.
I think so.
Quite right too.
But you were very near the action. I mean, down below.
But how things have changed, because there wouldn't have been any screens then, would there? Or no mobile phones.
Oh no, it's absolutely not. So, if your team was batting and you weren't up in the box watching, you'd sort of just hear footsteps, which might be the next man going out to bat, or someone coming on to get padded up. So you knew something could happen. And then over there, that was Palatial, 1981. Huge dressing room by comparison, and not a bad dressing room for the visitors as well, to be fair.
They're on opposite sides. They were on opposite sides.
The home dressing room was the one right next door to the Lord Ian Botham stand now.
Yeah.
Away dressing room at the other end of the pavilion, with separate steps for each.
Yes. Quite symmetrical.
Yeah. Secretary had his... the secretary when we moved, it was. Had his office up there.
That was in the days when it was secretary rather than chief executive.
Yeah. Well, the first chief executive was Peter Anderson. That's when they changed the title. And he came in 1989. And then they kept building more and more pavilions. or Botham Stand.
Yeah.
On Darchies. Caddick.
Yeah, I remember having lunch every now and again in the last days of the old pavilion. They had a little bar and restaurant there.
Which one we over?
No, where we are now.
Yeah.
And I recall when it was raining, it leaked quite a lot.
Well,
several places.
Yeah, every chance, I think.
I don't think it owed anyone anything, that building. Although it was, in a way, it was sad.
It was an attractive building to look. Essentially a wooden pavilion, wasn't it?
Yep.
So it was quite characterful.
There's some nice old pictures of it around the place still.
Yeah. Well, and then there was a stragglers pavilion over there where that scoreboard is, way next to the Somerset stand. And that's where the Somerset stragglers, would play several games on this ground. But that's where we tend to go for a drink after the game over there.
It's good that the name has been preserved within this new Marcus Trescothic pavilion.
Yeah.
We were down there for lunch.
Yeah.
It's diminished slightly in size because there have been some alterations over the winter.
Well, that's right. They've had to create at least a couple more dressing rooms, and now that there's a women's team and a men's team.
Here's Jack Leach from the River End.
I don't think he's moving totally freely. Do you? I mean, he's never the most fleet of foot, but I think... Oh,
that's a beauty.
Well, he might have left that, but it has turned that. He's just gone down Coxter.
Judging by the way it was taken by James Roux, I think that bounced a little bit more than average.
Yeah. And I think it turned, but whether he withdrew the bat, I'm not entirely sure.
Reverse sweep will be 4, I think. It's got enough behind it.
Yeah.
He was able in pursuit, but he was never going to catch up with it. And if he can't, then nobody can.
Well, it's quite an interesting response. That you get that ball that suddenly leaps at you, it goes past his outside edge. So he thinks, well, hang on a minute. I'm playing orthodoxly. I'm going to have to do something about this. So he pulls out the reverse sweep, and he's hit it extremely well.
Might have been a single there, but Cox wasn't interested.
He did just a bit too hard, I think.
The other thing I remember about the old pavilion was the rather strange route up to the roof, on top of which used to be the commentary box. There was a cry of catch it, but it wasn't quite going to carry to Tom Abel.
No.
Picks up a single.
Mistimed.
You had to.
You know that it was. I mean, health and safety would have. We went up in the air there, and he just. It was not a chance, but he misjudged the shot.
Yeah, you had to climb up a ladder
Yeah.
and go through half a doorway.
That's right.
And there was a big risk of banging your head.
It's like going into someone's attic, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, as far as health and safety is concerned, I do remember there was some black and yellow tape along the edge of the precipice. What more do you want?
Yeah. It was a great view once you got up there.
Yeah, yeah. You get onto the roof, didn't you?
Yeah, and there was a little wooden box up there with perspex windows.
Yes.
And you could, on a day like this, actually, we probably would have done, you could sit outside and commentate, and that was rather nice too.
Yeah. But you had to keep your eye open for the lofted drive, which
particularly if Trigo was in.
Well, that's right. No, it was a wonderful view, but just a little bit treacherous by modern standards. I mean, you know, your youth, it's hardly a problem.
Yeah, it is a lovely position here, though, in the new Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Particularly this game, where sort of almost bang in line, wicket to wicket, and it's at a slightly higher level than that old commentary box was.
Oh yeah,
here
significantly. Yeah, it's safer here. I think it's a really big hit to get us. I'm sure the windows are a bit stronger, and there's time to duck underneath this table here, and we'll be all right.
Yeah, I remember again in the days of the old pavilion, the old press box, where Eric Hill was king of the castle. He had a little eyrie of his own, and during the aforementioned Viv Richards 322, one of the 8 sixes was heading straight at us so much, it looked so dangerously close that we did duck. We did go behind our desks.
Right.
Oh, beauty.
Yeah, well, he's gone fishing there. He's just got a glimmer of away movement. I mean, he's clearly easy on the eye, Cox. But he'll give you a chance, I think. It's fair to say.
He didn't have to play that, I don't think.
Well, no, he was looking to score, to be fair. He was looking for, but he was upset with himself afterwards, it seems.
Yeah. Maybe not quite in line with the strategy agreed over tea.
Well, as I say, I think certain players, you've got to let them play their own way.
This time he gets the full bat on it. Still plenty of cries of encouragement from the fielders. $132 for 2, effectively. I think I've got that right this time without my calculator.
I only even consider it when there's a 9 at the end of the total. They're testing Jack Leach again.
Oh, that's a direct hit. It's not given though.
And I don't think it's out either. But
Nigel Long was in a good position to judge.
Well, he was square at the wicket. And the players know, actually, for those run-outs. And they, of course, they inquired, but with no great expectation.
Good throw.
Yeah. Throws right-handed, of course, Jack Leach. Which was the wrong side for him there, too. That's why it was a safer run, partly. He keeps finding himself in prominent positions, Jack Leach. You want him to have a rest in between balls, really. Yeah.
He's had a full workload these last couple of days.
Yeah, more to add too. See, that's the sort of delivery where you think, well, he's only got to miss that in his mind, but Wesley's adept at flicking that ball on the leg side. So it's all fairly serene out there. Let's have a look at the run out, or the non-run out. He's always okay, I think. there's the bats in, and I mean, it's a good piece of fielding, but he's
run his bat in.
Yeah. So.
Over number 39 in all starting for Jack Leach over the last couple of days.
Oh, what's that done? Well, it's beating the outside edge again. It kept low too. I think yeah, he did well actually there. That did keep low and turn. Not too much. Did well to stop it, Rue. It's a bit quicker. I think he's trying to get a bit more on the ball. It's over so far.
Watchfully forward. We've seen quite a bit of that from Tom Westley.
Well, I guess that's one of the differences between the two sides, and it's this, that Wesley and some of the others have felt confident that they can defend against Leach and bide their time. Whereas I don't think any of the Somerset players kind of got in long enough against Harmer to feel confident that by playing defensively they were secure. So they were edgier. It's the question we always talk about it, of getting through that first 20 or 30 balls.
Yeah, and too few of them managed.
Yeah, so no, they didn't get there. Now, I mean, he's not scoring freely. Leach is bowling well at him. But he's confident that he can defend safely. I mean, there was some terrific examples of that. Actually, we watched Moen play sometimes. He had
Having another look at the run out.
Let's have a look at the run out. Oh, I tell you what,
It's
he's
very
right.
tight.
It is. I think that is out.
I think he is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can understand why they gave it not out. No one seemed very interested, actually. But direct hits, they take you by surprise. Well spotted, our cameraman. Great camera work.
Absolutely. It's a frame in it.
Yeah, and he's not in, but. Except that he is still in because this is a championship match and not a test match.
And Nigel Long didn't have several replays to look at.
No, he was. And to be honest, I don't think the players, as I said, usually know, and they weren't very excited. Oh well.
Yeah,
well spotted though, but it's not going to change the price of bread or anything.
Indeed. Yeah, he doesn't have. He's done third umpire duties, hasn't he, Nigel Long, in internationals?
Well, I think he's done test matches, hasn't he?
He has.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What I would say, though, where he's standing at cover. He is pretty deep.
Drilled straight back at the bowler, well fielded.
He's about 35 yards from the stumps, I'd
He's
say.
deeper than average.
Yeah, he's sort of keeping out of the way of Leach at cover point.
Probably on that side because he doesn't have to look into the sun.
Yeah. Wow. Now what's happening?
Not sure what the reason for this hold up is.
It's got even deeper now. Long.
I think we're clear to go. Whatever that was about.
Well, that would have been a turnaround, because
could have given Somerset quite a lift, actually.
Well, it would have done, because it would have been a real bonus wicket. But anyway, it hasn't happened. There are no third umpires here. Although it will probably filter through to Somerset on the ground and make them feel ever more grumpier. Life. Because it would have given them such a lift, especially with Leach doing it.
Single here. Yeah, they were thinking about the second, but I think they were wise not to. Good throw in from the deep.
Anyway, I was saying before that, I was saying about Moen. There were moments in Moen's Test career where he was frenetic against spin when he first went in. And the reason was, I'm sure, is that he didn't feel confident that he could just defend against Nathan Lyon in certain matches. So he played frenetic attacking shots because he didn't trust his defence.
Well stopped by Tom Abel.
That's certainly not been the case with Wesley in this little innings. He's been content just to play Jack Leach and confident that essentially something really uncomfortable happened to the ball. His defence would stand him in good stead.
Pretorius, as yesterday, proving difficult to get away. Again, that went rapidly into the hands of Tom Abel.
Yeah, well, again, he's working that straight ball on the onside, but that's what he does. He doesn't miss it very often, except when he's very badly out of form. So the game is sort of meandering on here, and Somerset are bowling with good discipline, but nothing much is happening. In fact, he's going to have a change. He's had enough. We're going to have a little look at Archie Vaughan's going to come in. Leach has bowled. They've taken him there. So he's bowled about a dozen overs, and he's been on target. You'll tell us exactly in a second.
Yeah, he's bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 14, so 39 altogether in the match so far.
So it's time to try Archie Vaughan, who's had his moments, of course, as an off-spinner.
Particularly against Surrey last year.
Yes. Just sorting the field out. You might find more aggression against, off-spinner to right-hander, young off-spinner against right-hander. There's a long on. No one at extra cover. Still 3 men round the bat. It's quite an attacking field, really. And quite a tricky moment for Vaughan in that he's not really participated in this game much. He's bowled a few overs this summer, but not in this game. Here he goes.
Yeah, he was the one Somerset wicket to fall yesterday evening. For a duck, got a delivery from Cook, which he had to play at. Found the outside edge.
Unlike Harmy's coming over the wicket. Wesley will be content just to play him gently on merit or be a bit more aggressive. That's well fielded. It's got much protection there, but Wesley's hit the field.
It's quite nonchalant from Tom Lammonby, just leaning down and pick it up one-handed.
He does most things nonchalantly, doesn't he? His coffee bar the other day. He's got a coffee bar.
Okay.
In
Taunton. Okay.
Along with, I think, Sam Maunder from the Exeter Chiefs. That's a bad ball. It's gone for 4. There's a big gap there. And it was so short that he could manoeuvre it where he wanted.
Yeah, so 5 off the over so far. That's single from the first ball. And here comes the last. Going to be 4 more.
Yeah, well, I thought it would be a difficult over for him, and in a way, I think he might have done with a bit more protection right at the start, just to get back into the swing of it, because he's been out of this game. Hasn't got any runs, hasn't bowled much recently. He has bowled quite a few overs earlier in the summer, and he was given really quite an aggressive field with very little protection on that offside. He's just dragged 2 or 3 down. So, not a great start.
And the lead is up to 144. Just the 2 wickets down. Pretorius, this will be his 5th over of the spell. Having a look at the ball, showing it to Ben Debenham, the umpire. Carry on with it for the moment. Not a lot of movement there. Just straight up and down. Driven firmly and will be 4.
Yeah.
Some acceleration from the batsman.
Yeah.
Two boundaries in the previous over, 1 in this.
Yeah, well, it's a slightly odd shot, but it's right off the middle of the bat, even if he's not in a classical position. It's slightly opened up. He's hit it hard enough there. Short straight boundary. Once he beat Pretorius, no one was catching it.
Could
be another one, yeah. Well, I think that was actually quite a good shot. It looked a bit ungainly. I don't know whether he was aiming it quite that fine, but he adjusted. Let's have another look. Well, it is an odd one because he's almost wittingly hit it in the air, but he was aiming for that fine third man. Runs are gushing now.
And playing it quite late.
Yeah, so I think let's have a look. See, it came off the middle of the bat, really. And it wasn't classical, but it was very effective and I think intentional. So it just takes a couple overs and suddenly it all looks very, very straightforward for Essex. Vaughan's struggled in his first over. Again, not really, I think, given quite enough protection, given the fact that he hasn't been in this game. So he's conceded 2 easy boundaries and 2 good shots from Cox. It's hard to get it back once it starts to go.
Yeah, the lead's gone beyond the 150 mark now.
Yeah.
Still just the 2 wickets.
So this is going to be a tough over for Vaughan. And he's bowled I always used to think it's the hardest part is that first over, almost that first ball, first over. Just to get into a spell. and you almost want to practice, bowling when you're not in rhythm. It's very trouble is it's so time consuming to do that.
Yeah.
It's toss someone a ball to bowl an over. Right, now wait another half an hour and we'll bowl another over.
He is actually practicing a little bit at the moment.
Well, yeah, he is. He's coming. He's opted to come round the wicket, having bowled over the wicket in that first over. But he'll be nervous. He's still got a very attacking field with very little protection on that offside.
That won't be a run. There is cover backward of square on the leg side.
I mean, his problem in that first over was he was too short, too often. But this is quite a test, really. Men round the bat.
It's another dot.
Yeah.
Fielded by Abel at mid-wicket.
Still sort of feeling his way, but
that's gone straight to Tom Banton at short leg.
Well, he's got all the kit on.
He's joined 3 dots.
Yeah.
There's a 4th.
Yeah, it's not spinning for him yet, but his length's a little bit better.
A run from the 5th. Brings Jordan Cox onto strike. Cox, who's on 29 to Wesley's 24.
Well, that was better. It wasn't especially threatening, but
just the single of it.
Yeah.
I'm shocked to have to reveal that we've lost the sun for the first time today.
Well, I don't know where it's gone because there's barely any clouds about. There must be 1 or 2 that I can't see. Yeah. But I'm still not leaving my umbrella at home.
It's still shining on the Quantox, but it's not actually shining on the Cooper Associates County Ground at the moment.
Both literally and metaphorically. Overton's coming back.
Can he make something happen, the big lad? Pretorius' spell, 5 overs for 17, is done. There'll be a single here.
Sun's come back. You're all right. I can see a shadow.
Brief departure.
So for Jordan, for Cox, they obviously know that he likes to open the face and run it down to third man. They've got a wide-ish third man, which they don't have for Wesley.
There's a very old and rather amusing story as the sun gradually sets towards the west, which it always does here. John Arlott was due to come on to do some commentary, and the previous commentator had said several times that the sun was slowly setting in the west, and plainly Arlott felt it had been said once or twice too often, because he came and sat down and said, "And as I join you, the sun is still setting gently in the west, and if it chooses to set in any other direction, I'll be the first to let you know." Overton then. Oh,
Ooh.
lovely delivery. That'll give his teammates and himself a bit of a lift.
It is if you're in a relatively positive state. If you're feeling extremely negative, he said, even when I bowl a good and look, nothing happens. Like he doesn't nick it. But that did zip off the pitch. Might have just taken a glove, but didn't. It's a good delivery. All the same.
Driven beautifully.
Well, there's an element of risk there, I suppose, but it's just about a half volley. Lots of width, and Cox is not going to let that go by. Let's have another look. I mean, it's right out of the meat.
It's a pedigree cover drive, isn't it?
And he doesn't even suggest thinking about running. He just marks his crease and says, have another go.
Which Overton duly does, and this is going to be 4 more. So there was a diving attempt by Tom Abel. I think he got quite close to intercepting that, but it was just out of his reach.
Well, that was not such a bad ball. Let's have another look. It was, that's hitting middle stump probably, but he's shuffled to the offside and he's timed that gloriously. I mean, the first ball I thought, he bowled that beauty that went past the outside edge. And then there was this sort of lame, foolish half volley which he put away. And that last one, well, that wasn't the worst ball I've ever seen, but he's whacked it. Well, actually, he hasn't whacked it. He's just timed it beautifully through that mid-wicket region.
He's got a classy look about him.
Yeah. I mean, if he scores runs, I don't think he scores many ugly runs. Cox.
Brought up the 100.
Yeah, well,
still just the 2 wickets down, so it's
on the rack here.
Effectively, it's 162 for 2.
Yeah, and the wicket seems to be sleeping. It's not. I haven't seen so much turn. The pressure's off. The batsmen are feeling very, very comfortable. Vaughan's, well, he's going to bowl his 3rd over. His second was much better than his first. He hasn't got the ball to spin much yet. They're just playing him off the back foot. Needs something to misbehave slightly, but he's content on the back foot. Wesley, he doesn't look like he's going after Vaughan. He's playing him purely on merit, but he thinks there might be something coming.
1 bounce to Tom Banton. Be a single here. Pretorius intercepts, but just had to move a few paces to his left, which gave him the chance to take the run. Jordan Cox back onto strike, 37 not out.
Just fractionally short still. They've just been able to sit on the crease and play him away. But it's too bad, but it's just not doing much at the moment. Again, it's the trust in the pitch is behaving, and they're just playing him very late off the back foot. I don't think you could go much further than that last one. He may be a bit frustrated the ball's not turning much when it has done most of the time, but my vague memory is that if you start getting fretful about that, it doesn't get any. If you start trying to spin the thing harder, it just doesn't work. Sometimes you come on and you start as a spell, and you're not particularly worried about getting the ball to spin. You just want to get it in the right spot. And glory be, because you're sort of relaxed about imparting the spin, it seems to spin more. And then a bit later on in proceedings, if you're getting frustrated about the lack of spin, you try to spin it harder. I mean, it doesn't seem to make any difference at all. You don't want to be gripping the ball too hard in your hand.
Here is Craig Overton, and First delivery left. Although it's certainly not spinning to the extent that it was yesterday in the first Essex innings.
No, and I don't know why that should be, but they're losing grass. I think when you lose, or the grass starts to die out, you lose pace. The extra bit of green grass just gets that ball zipping off the surface a bit quicker, by and large. Let's see, that's those shots that I could never play, where you're whipping it off middle and leg on the leg side, but he rarely misses once he's in, Wesley.
26 from 98 deliveries. Tom Wesley's been playing the sheet anchor role.
Yeah, but it's a valuable one. He'll be very happy with proceedings.
Yeah, especially with Jordan Cox going so well at the other end.
Yeah. I mean, the flick through mid-wicket in the last over by Cox off Overton was, I think, one of the shots of the day, really.
Oh, I think just pulled his bat inside the line.
He might have done, but, you know, if you keep it thereabouts, he bowled one something like that to Cox in the previous over, but followed it up with a half volley.
It's one of those 50-50 whether he played it or not.
Yeah, I think he did. Well, he certainly withdrew the bat, but whether he did it posthumously or not, I'm not sure. Oh, he played with that one, all right. Just head on hand, can't quite believe it. Nothing came from that. He's certainly playing at that, and he couldn't have been very far from it.
Hands on his head, Craig Overton. He won't give up trying, though. He never does. Oh, a big appeal for LBW here, and that is out. Effort rewarded for Craig Overton. That is the end of the Essex captain. Tom Wesley has gone for 26. That looked pretty plumb.
Well, he'd beaten him a couple of times. This time, ball's come back a bit. Nipped back in, hit him. Oh, just below the knee roll, I'd say. The only thing it could have missed is leg stump, I think. But let's have another look. Here it goes.
I don't think that's
no,
missing.
I think that's, especially, I'm not sure which pad you didn't get hit.
The back pad.
Well, that's out then. We've given that out. So suddenly, you know, something's happened, and in comes Critchley. Didn't get any runs in the first innings, but capable player, of course. A good innings from Wesley. Very patient. It's only 26, but he's sort of shepherded the side to 102 for 3, which we know is a lead of 163 now.
We do.
We boast when we can do the sum. So, well, that'll cheer Overton up, because he's bowled pretty well this summer, but he's not dominated with the ball, has he? He missed one game with a back spasm. He had another game where he was sort of rested. So he's not been quite the sort of superhuman force that we've kind of got used to here. Now then, Leach is coming straight back. And I think that's right. He got Critchley out in the first innings. Not a great deal was happening with Vaughan. It seems a bit tough on Vaughan, who had a difficult first over. Has bowled a couple more that were perfectly okay.
Yeah, just a couple of runs off.
But new right-handed batsman. I think it makes sense to have Leach back. And try and just change the feel of the game. Maybe try and pick up a couple of wickets. Critchley and Pepper struggled in the first innings. That's not to say they will in this second one, but try and just change the mood out there. So Leach is back. Cox on strike. Well, there's some noise going on. There's some anticipation. That was Cox. I don't quite know what happened. Again, we're at the wrong end here. I'm going to have another look at that when we get the chance. But Leach doesn't hang around, so replays are difficult to fit in.
Yes, Leach accounted for Matt Critchley in the first innings. LBW for 3.
Yeah.
Runs here.
Yeah, just dragged that one down, but
going to get 3 for this, I
they
think.
will, I think. Just a little push, but there's a huge gap there, and he's timing at the ball terrifically well, Jordan Cox. Now what's happening there? Just bring the man over to the leg side for Critchley. Slip in a gully. No one else really catching. Mid-wicket's quite close, but and so is the man at cover.
Off the mark.
Yep, well, he...
Well fielded.
We could have a
shy of the stumps, and oh, that's wide, and Tom Abel's not happy.
It was a brilliant stop, but they were stranded, and a perfect throw might have seen Critchley go, but the stop was brilliant. The throw off balance. He probably had a bit more time than he thought to steady himself to throw it, and his throw was off target, but oh well.
That was a good bit of captaincy by Lewis Gregory, actually, just to go up to Abel and pat him on the back.
I was quite
for
good
the
at that.
for the stop. For the stop.
Yeah.
I like seeing stuff like that.
Yeah, it was a brilliant stop, and the throw off target. Critchley initially some way short of his ground, but nothing came of it.
He was on his knees when he made the throw.
Yeah. Anyway, Critchley now has got Overton.
That's a good
well,
stop.
Another good stop. So a wicket does a lot. Just to
spices things up.
Well, it does a bit. We want to get another one ready. He said very, very penetratingly.
Yeah. In modern terminology, one brings two.
Well, yeah, I think it's not
Hopefully.
that modern. That.
Nicely driven, but there won't be any run for that. Critchley.
He didn't get going in the first innings, but I've seen him play in a positive. He's quite a positive cricketer, I think. And quite a good signing for Essex. He came down from Derby, didn't he?
Gets right over the top of that to defend it. Quite where he was aiming. He was looking to play that straighter. Can Craig Overton add another in short order? 1 for 17 at the moment.
he's on target. It's been a good spell, obviously, because he had beaten Wesley a couple of times before he got him.
On the money again.
The odd one's starting to keep low, I think, bowling at that end. That one didn't keep that much low, but I just sensed that a little bit. So, an impressive return by Overton. What they really need to do is get rid of that Cox, that England player Cox.
Yeah, he's on to 40. Jordan Cox, a stylish 40 as well.
Yeah, 40 from 62 balls, which by modern standards doesn't sound that quick, but by the standards of this match, that is quick scoring. It's quite a slow scoring game.
He got 26 in the first innings. Just a bit of single, that's neatly picked up out at deep extra by Archie Vaughan. A little bit more air and defended once again. Critchley, I wonder whether he's been briefed to take on the Wesley mantle, the anchor role.
Well, I would doubt it. As I say, I was saying earlier on, I think it's such an individual game, batting, that I think you have to give leeway to the batsman to do what he thinks is right and not to try and play in a way that has been dictated by someone else. So you don't want Cox to come in and play, for example, a Wesley-style innings, because that's not the way he plays. That's a very good stop.
Tom Abel again.
So I don't know, but I mean, I think they may have had a broad, we've got plenty of time to bat fellas. But you've got to let them go about it their own way. And they've got to be responsible for how they go about their business. They know the strengths and weaknesses of their game probably better than anyone. They've got to be comfortable. I mean, Critchley, though, I think when I've ever seen him play, is instinctively a sort of positive stroke player, isn't he? He likes to get on with it. I don't think he's under strict instructions to hang in there, but he might decide that that's the best way.
Played that late, Cox, unproductively, because he found Jack Leach at cover.
Yeah, he is a sweet timer of the ball, though, isn't he? Even that was just a little defensive push.
Started off his career with Kent.
Did he keep wicket a bit?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Another person who could take over the stumps for the England team. In fact, he was going to, wasn't he? When
he was going to in New Zealand.
Yeah, when he broke a finger.
Yeah. And Ollie Pope had to do it instead.
Yeah. So it's a bizarre scenario that he was going to keep wicket. Jamie Smith will be keeping wicket next week. He hasn't been keeping wicket for Surrey.
It is
Jordan
odd.
Cox doesn't keep wicket for Essex.
Movement and a bye, I suspect, here.
Well, that must have moved a long way, didn't it, off
Yeah,
the pitch?
it did. Rue was diving for it in the end.
It's a strange one. Let's have a look. It's gone like a leg break.
Extraordinary.
Amazing. But he hadn't pitched outside leg stump, really. That would have shaken him up. That's a very odd delivery. That did go a long way.
Good ground there, Victorious, to cut that off. 108 for 3.
Well, he's bowling well, Overton. And the sun's out, the pitch is a bit baked, and it's not doing quite so much, although we saw one go like a leg break. That moved about a foot. Somerset still need a flurry of wickets to get back in this game.
It's that time of day here at Taunton when herring gulls appear. Quite a few of them.
I thought you meant that's when wickets fall, but no, it's the herring gulls are coming in. Are they coming in for their supper, really?
They do.
A few discarded.
I think they do. I think they know that there are
chips.
bits and pieces around. But as Jack Leach starts a new over, it does always seem to happen. They appear in greater number at this time of day. They sometimes sit on the roof of the Lord Botham stand, which is a great view.
Well, they're not allowed to today, you see. Yeah. There's a plumbing issue.
Yeah, indeed. They'll be ejected.
I'm sure one of the stewards on herring gull watch. There's one. That's what a beautiful sight that is. There's one we go high up here and one just flew just above us.
They are very beautiful creatures. They start off very ugly, as birds often do.
Yes.
I've seen quite a few.
They're big and ugly, aren't they?
They are.
They don't seem to grow much, but they just become more beautiful.
Oh, lovely delivery. He appealed, James Rue, but...
he appeals for most things, I think. But that's... mind you, that did turn. I mean, that did turn.
The bail's off neatly, quickly. Outside edge, and Abel in action again. Sweep for 4. Square leg.
Yeah, well, he's just had a tricky time against Leach, but he's taken that from off the stumps, but he's hit it.
He middled it, didn't he?
And he's gone for 4, and they're going to block that bit off, I think. We're certainly going to have an extra man on the leg side. They're not putting anyone on the boundary, but
three in a ring.
Thought they might put one back actually, but no. Have another go then. Make sure you hit it.
offside this time. That was Critch's first boundary. He goes on to 5. The end of Leach's over. 12 overs for 24, so still economical. Not quite.
Can't quite get the wicket. It doesn't seem to have turned so much for him, does it, as yesterday, or indeed as we saw with Harmer earlier on today.
He's certainly got fewer deliveries past the bat than yesterday.
I mean, in one sense, I mean, you might say, well, that's good news from a Somerset perspective. When they come to bat, perhaps it's calming down, but it might be the height of optimism just at the minute.
Still Craig O. Starts with a dot. I can hear Tom Abel's voice shouting encouragement. He may not be captain anymore, but...
Well, I think he's kind of got leeway to do more shouting, because he hasn't got to do quite so much thinking, so he can do more shouting, I think.
Yeah, and having been captain for 7 years, he has licence.
Yeah. I think Graham Smith, when he first took over South Africa, he captained South Africa in about 103 of his 110 tests, or something
very
ridiculous
young when he started,
figure,
wasn't he?
And he was very loud and very noisy to start with, but after about 10 or 15 tests, I think he said, someone else better do the shouting, because I've got to save me energy for working out what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
Amazing, actually. It's such strength of character to lead a side like South Africa with all the various complications for over 100 tests, and to have started so young, and then keep
early
going.
20s, wasn't he, when he got the job?
Yeah. And to do it for that long, without going start raving bonkers, is some achievement.
4. Fine leg.
Yeah. Is that off the bat? I think it probably is, but we'll wait until... No, he's preparing, is he? Yes, he's good. So you're right. He gives a very delicate leg by. It's a very good kick off the thigh.
Polly Rhodes, the scorer, must be one of the very few occupants of the Lord Botham stand.
Well, if she's allowed in there, if anyone's allowed in there, it'll be Polly, I should think. She operates from one of the
box
right
on the end.
Turret.
Yeah, yeah.
The Botham Castle.
Immediately by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Yeah. I imagine she's up there. That seems to be where the umpires are signalling in that direction. There it is.
Yes, that's where we reckon she is.
Slightly tinted windows.
The only people in the Botham stand are situated there.
They've got a window open, 2.
Yeah.
Let the fresh air in.
Couple just drifting down that leg side. I suppose you'll have at least one more, probably, but it's got the 1 wicket. But don't feel like a second one's imminent. Where are we now? It's 20 past 5. Let's just... There's 13 overs remaining. It's just gone 17:23, so we're going to do a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, probably about, 6:15, something like that. I don't think we'll get an extra over in this evening,
No,
like we did last.
No. Somerset desperate to get a couple more wickets tonight, but...
Who would you go for with Craig Overton probably coming to the end of his spell?
I don't know. I mean, in terms of whose turn it is, it's Davey.
I think there were 2 noises there.
I don't know. He might have been outside the line. We'll have another look, I expect, in a minute. And also, the appeal was... Yeah, it's missing off, I think, don't you?
I think so. I just wonder whether there was an inside edge as well. It was close. Going to be a single out to deep extra here.
Well, the options are... I mean, he might bowl Overton one more, I thought, but Davey bowled. I mean, he's got his four seamers really. I
Davey
don't think
or himself.
I don't. Yeah, I mean him being one of his four seamers. I don't think he'll look to have it all spin attack. With Vaughan from this end.
And Pretorius was last on before.
Yeah. I'm going on the rotor system here. Really. On the rotor system, it's Davies' turn, and he did bowl a very good first spell. He's not so good, perhaps, with the old ball, but I would have thought that might be it.
Sweep here for 4.
Yeah, I think you're better off having that man on the boundary, actually. Because when he goes to sweep, he goes hard.
Yeah, that's the second boundary he's got in precisely that
way. The first one he swept off the stumps. Let's have a look at this one. Well, that one might have been going down anyway, but he's yielded 2 boundaries down there, and I think I would, but he's not going back there yet. Jack's just sent him on there.
Off you go.
Yeah, no, I think that's right.
Out to grass.
So if he plays that shot, there is a risk element to that shot if it's straight, but it should only be 1 run anyway from here on in. Oh, except for he's nearly intercepted by the slip fielder.
Yeah,
So
it would have been a great stop, getting across from first slip to intercept that. He nearly did.
Yeah. He anticipated, he saw what the batsman was up to. It'd be quite interesting to see what line that ball was on. So Critchley's playing with a bit more enterprise. Give up that notion of go out there and be me, says Wesley. In fact, he's encouraged Banton to go to leg slip now as a sort of deterrent of that.
Appeal for LBW not out is Nigel Long's verdict.
And they were more interested in that one. Let's have another look. Well, I tell you what, that is close. I thought that might be out, but in the modern way. But anyway, we will. I think he certainly hit him in line.
Looked destined for off stump, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't think there was an inside edge. Anyway, it's been given, not out, but that's a much better shout than the previous one, I'll tell you that much. And I don't think he's got bat on it. It's just...
very close.
Yeah. That's how he's out in the first innings, wasn't it? Oh, well.
Josh Davey is running in.
Yeah, well, there goes the rotor system. I've seen the rotor. We don't have a rotor.
We don't.
Not today.
We might get one tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, might we?
I think Peter Trigo is joining us tomorrow.
Oh, how wonderful. We'll just leave him
here.
Yeah. So, yeah, they have a rotor, and it's Davies' turn. And I think that was I think each thought you might have had him there. So, Davey bowled a nice spell with the new ball from the other end.
Took the wicket of Paul Walter.
Yeah. Now he's coming back with a much older ball, 41 overs old. And what's he going to have? He's going to have actually a slightly peculiar feel because he's going to have a deep cover in front of square, 2 slips, and a sort of backward point saving the single and a mid-off. So there's a huge gap at extra cover.
Dot ball to start. Just the 2 slips in alongside James Rue. Shadows cast by the players beginning to lengthen. Sun's been out pretty much all day, all but about 5 minutes.
Indeed.
If that. Stylishly played by Cox out to that man protecting the boundary at deep extra.
I think he's going to come in now, surely. No.
Still that big gap.
I know, I'm surprised really. Critchley, who's, well, he's been there a little while now, but he's only got 11. It's such a sort of such an easy little push on the offside for a single, but still.
Got that one to leg, and good sprawling stop in the dust of some of the used wickets by Tom Abel. Nicely stopped by the bowler. Lovely clear light out there at the moment. Wristily played, it's going to go all the way, I think.
Yeah.
Nothing Jack Leach could do about that. It's hit very powerfully by Matt Critchley. That's his third boundary.
Yep, some width there, and he's got it behind square. Leach is scurrying round. That's not what you want to see him doing, obviously. Diving away there. And once again, sort of, it just takes a couple of boundaries and you feel the pressure's all dissipated.
It's his first offside boundary. The other two have been swept.
Oof.
Well, that'll hearten Davey a little as a way of completing the over.
Well, you might be right, but I think it only really heartens him if it hits the off stump. But he did beat him. I don't know. He came back between bat and pad. Now Davy's unhappy with the footholds, I think. And he's just having a chat with the umpire.
He had a bit of trouble yesterday with the footholds at the other end. There was quite a lengthy pause while sawdust was ordered, and then took a bit of time to find.
Can't believe that. Right. I mean, I think they thought before the game started, this sawdust is not high on the list of priorities.
Absolutely.
For what we need. Well, Leach is going to have a break. I mean, he was very close to getting LBW at that his last over, but they're going to give him a break, and it looks like Captain Gregory's going to see if he can do something from the river end. Haven't seen much seen from the river end.
No, I don't think we've seen a spell by Gregory from there until now. I think he's bowled exclusively from the other. So seeing what he can do. He's got Jordan Cox to bowl at. Cox is on 45, which is the highest score, individual score of the match by, I think, for either side.
I think so. I think Noah Thane got 40 odd, didn't he?
Yeah, that was the previous highest.
He could be the first man to get 50.
Yeah.
setting him. I don't know whether Essex have got another game before the Test match. Probably.
The lead now is 191. That was in the right area from Gregory, but well played by Cox. Single out to Vaughan at deep extra.
It's a puzzle, isn't it? For Cox joining the Test team, but there's the complication of Jacob Bethel, who's currently still in India, playing. He's actually playing now, which is something anyway. He's not on the sidelines for RCB. But in the pecking order prior to that, Bethel was in the Test team, but he's not around for the Zimbabwe Test. It's quite a juggling act.
Absolutely, because he made a very impressive start, Jacob Bethel in New Zealand.
Yeah, he was batting at number 3, which is where Pope is supposed to be batting.
Yeah, I wasn't originally. He was in the squad to go. I wasn't expecting him to play, but it was because of that, well, the man out there at the moment, Jordan Cox, breaking his finger.
Yeah, so Bethel came in and batted at 3 and Pope went down the order and kept wicket. That's right.
They can't fit all of Cox, Bethel and Pope in the same side, can they?
No, they can only pick one of them, really. You would think. In that, there's Duckett. They don't drop. Crawley don't get dropped. And the others aren't opening batsmen, to be fair. There's someone at number 3, and you'd think it's Pope or Bethel, I suppose, when Pope gets back. Well, sorry, Bethel gets back. It's obviously Root at 4, Brook at 5. Stokes at 6.
Smith at 7.
Smith at 7. That's where the pecking order lies at the moment, unless there's a significant change of heart.
Here's Josh Davey running away from us. And conceding a single with the first ball of the over. On down to Archie Vaughan at long leg.
And then slightly bizarrely Shoaib, going from the bottom. He's not got any cricket at the moment. Cook. Atkinson.
And Tongue. Josh Tongue.
Probably. He must have another seamer in the pack. I can't remember. much contentment, I think, in the Essex dressing room. The day's gone almost perfectly, really. Had to be a bit patient this morning. We got that first innings lead of 61. And now a solid response. The wicket seems to be giving. There's a bit of Critchley leaping down the wicket. Wicket not really posing any obvious problems now. Seems to have gone to sleep a bit.
Matthew Potts is the other bowler in the squad.
That's the one. So they've got to decide which one. You'd think one, obviously Cox's favourite, probably not to play amongst the batters, I would guess. And, well, one of those seamers misses out, I suppose.
It's going to be
short arm jab. It's a slightly ominous shot there. It's a good wicket shot. Wasn't that short, but just punched it through mid wicket. Beautifully timed. Once it beat Abel, there's no stopping it.
Yeah, I mean, he's demonstrated much versatility over the course of his 2 innings here, Jordan Cox. That was Critchley who scored that boundary.
Yeah.
And he's going to get more runs here.
Yeah.
Won't get 4 this time. Out to deep extra cover, just a couple.
Just got the flavour. I think it's often an odd thing, isn't it? When you're batting, you just play one shot where everything clicks.
There is the versatile wagon wheel.
Okay, well, he's hit boundaries more on the off than the on. He's hit quite a few boundaries, really.
Not too much behind square on the leg side in terms of boundaries or in terms of many runs.
Well, yeah, but that sort of might indicate where Somerset are bowling, which is, you usually don't want to see too many leg side boundaries if you're normally looking for an outside edge. Anyway.
Skipper's having another go. Single for Cox, just edges closer to that half century. And the lead is exactly 200.
Well done, yeah, I'm with you there. 200 for 3 in essence, so it's another confirmation, if you like, of Essex dominance at the moment. Pitch seems to have started to sleep a bit, but they're in control of this game as we speak. No question about that.
Everyone's got in this innings apart from Paul Walter. 23 Dean Elgar, 26 Tom Westley, 21 not out Matt Critchley, but Jordan Cox leads them. Another single here, this time for Critchley.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slightly odd field in that it's allowing good deliveries to go for a single on that offside. And, he's captain, he can put where he likes when he's bowling, but it's slightly frustrating. You bowl a good ball and a little push like that yields a single. because there's such a big gap between. In fact, he's bringing one of his boundary fielders up to plug that gap. The four's now open. The single's gone. He's going to hit it for 4. Oh no, he's not. He's going to hit a single. So he's on 49 now, Jordan Cox. Our engineer has just fixed the television. Now he's sat down, he's going to start commentating again.
Aren't we lucky to have such extensive technical backup?
He knows I can't do it. Well, I think we can safely conclude that batting has not looked as simple as what we've seen in the last 15 minutes in this match.
Yeah,
Before.
I'm sure that's right. Just 8 overs remaining today. So
He's shuffling his bowlers. I mean, I think Davey only bowled a couple overs, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's a bit grumpy about the footholds. And he's coming off. And the ever-willing Pretorius is coming back.
Presumably will bowl out for 4 overs at this end.
Well, unless something happens. Still
discussing the field still.
At the moment, it's a weird field, I think, but it's the same field that Gregory was starting with. He's got a protection, deep cover, but there's still that huge gap of extra cover. Anyway, I can understand it for Cox, but not really for Critchley.
Well, that was a very good thing he did come in.
Yeah.
He's in business straight away. Backward point. Plenty of encouragement for Miggy.
Well, they're getting their money's worth out of Miggy.
Before, that's the penalty that you pay for bringing the man in.
Well, I think that, I haven't seen that much of Jordan Cox, but that's his 50, and it's come up in 87 balls, which is a good rate, but not. He often gets them quicker than that. But in this match, that's a significantly good rate, and they've adjusted the field now, brought a man over from the leg side, and protecting that third man boundary. But I think it's a feature of his play that he loves, a bit like Joe Root actually. He loves to open the face if there's no one at third man. He's adept at opening the face and guiding the ball down there for what seems like a very simple 4 runs. Didn't quite get that one quite so well. But that previous boundary, it was a delicate, intentional shot. I reckon he just opened up the face a little bit and it raced away. It looked such an easy 4 runs for it.
First 50 of the match on either side. There'll be another single here. Lammonby's onto it pretty quickly, but I'm not sure where he was aiming with the throw.
Well, that's the other option we haven't considered. Lammonby suddenly burst onto the scene, bowling his left-arm seamers, and he can actually swing the ball. And they haven't tried that one. It may be that they give him a go before the close.
He has bowled this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, he's got 4. He got a couple of wickets in a hurry somewhere.
Yeah. There was an ankle issue which rather got
Yep.
in the way of things last year. Beautiful drive for no run at all.
I'm not sure. You won't be doing the press conference, of course, today. But the why didn't you bowl Lammonby doesn't really strike me as the leading question.
No, no.
but nonetheless, he could just give him a go.
Well, he's maybe he's just doing up a shoelace.
I don't know. I don't think they've got the earpieces out there. There's that little glide. This time it'll only be one though, and it's also that's Critchley, who's settled in now. He's looking comfortable.
It's also the end of the over, so. Probably heard that on the PA. 88 balls and 8 fours for Jordan Cox's 50, warmly applauded by the crowd, which has thinned out a bit. It's partly the migration from one side of the ground to the other at this time of day. Yeah. The shade of the Somerset stand doesn't hold too much appeal by this stage.
They like to follow the sun. You look at the dugouts where some of the, I think, Essex players are sitting, catching a few rays there.
Absolutely.
And looking pretty tanned. Leach is back for a final fling. 7 overs remaining tonight.
Yeah, so another short spell. We saw a short spell from Davey, and that was brief from Gregory as well.
Yeah. Really quite a conservative field now, the most I've seen with Leach. He's only just got the slip.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's in the gap between the two run-saving fielders, Lammonby and Abel. So that puts the half Centurion back on strike. Overton has gone to first slip, and Lewis Gregory
has
is
gone to, well, you can decide what you want to call that position. It's sort of, I think I've heard it called old-fashioned point or something like that. He's catching position, but he's about 15 yards from the bat. Square the wicket on the offside. And he has actually spooned a couple there.
And in fact,
cutting, but
he's only lasted one delivery
well,
there
they've
before.
swapped places. Gregory's gone back to slip.
Oh, that's gone down for 4 byes, I fancy, unless it clipped the pad or something on the way through.
It's given us byes, and it must have been very close to the leg stump. Well, let's see if we can have a look here. It is close to the leg stump, but it's not hitting them. He's been a bit unlucky, I think, Leach, today. He had a good LBW show earlier on against Critchley. He hasn't bowled many bad deliveries, but the wickets haven't come. He's beaten the bat a few times, but not that often. Doesn't seem to have turned quite so much.
They put on 50, these two, Cox and Critchley. Came together at the fall of Tom Westley's wicket. That was 102 for 3. More runs here. Just the one more, in fact. Added by Jordan Cox.
The Essex runs of 50 came up in 179 minutes, 280.
And the lead, while
I can't tell you, it doesn't end with a 9.
200 is complicated mathematically.
I think it's 214.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
Well, it's a very healthy one for Essex, with only 3 wickets down. They are in firm control.
I know it's 214. It's on the, I
It
just
says it
found
on
the screen.
On the screen, well done, well done.
Yeah. Why didn't I spot that one earlier? So it's 214. That's a healthy lead with 7 wickets remaining. Perhaps Pretorius can strike. In he comes.
Yes, I could have looked at that screen after tea,
Well,
couldn't I, and
you
got it
could
right.
have done.
Rather than
Except you
10
need pretty
out.
good eyesight from where you are. It's pretty quite, but yes, it's all there. You just know where to look. It's not been a good day for Somerset, it has to be said. It's a very good day for Essex. Look, a pretty confident side at the moment. So the bowling attack looked impressive this morning. Oh,
well bowled.
Yeah. There's still something there then. Haven't seen it for a while. It's wide of the crease.
Straightened a bit.
Yeah.
Not at all far away.
No. And given he likes to run it down to third man, there'll be 1 or 2 times where when it does bounce a little bit and he opens up that slip cordon for activity.
He was a really good signing, wasn't he, last summer, Miguel Pretorius? Wasn't a particularly well-known name.
Yeah. Played a little bit for Durham, hadn't he? And he got better and better last summer. And they were delighted when he came back, I think, and you can understand why. He's a forthright cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah. And particularly given the absence of Matt Henry.
Well, yeah.
And just in case you hadn't heard earlier, that is some good news that Matt Henry will be available for Somerset's next championship match, which is against Sussex here, starting on the 16th of May. So that will strengthen their attack. Here's hoping he's fit for it.
Well,
it's an odd little shot.
Well, again, he gets that little bit of extra bounce, and he's coming wide of the crease, angling the ball in a little bit, and then it's left him. It's quite a handy delivery, really.
I think he was thinking of that dab down to third man.
Yeah, but against, I mean, that's not a good shot, really. But getting that extra little bit of bounce, he's a strong man. He's not particularly quick through the air, but gets a bit of energy on the ball, and he's looked one of the best bowlers over the last couple of games, I think. And he's certainly sort of willing. He's up for it, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's strong.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of talk about, shepherding various bowlers through the schedule. I get the impression they just pick Pretorius and get on with it.
Yeah.
Certainly since the first, he didn't play in the first game, I don't think.
He's played the last 4.
Yeah.
First mixed disability T20 of its kind ever. Saturday, the 21st of June, Midsummer's Day, that will be. That's the summer solstice, 21st of June. Some way off still. Days will still be getting longer for a while yet.
Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's just took the pace off that one a little bit, and he beat him in the air. It turned a little bit, but did he nick it?
It's not happening,
Not
is it?
close. Actually, it was. Let's just say it was a slower delivery. In the end, he was a long way from hitting it. Nice piece of bowling, but no reward. There it goes up a little bit. Beats him. It's half the battle in spin bowling. Easier said than done. It's not getting the ball to turn so much as getting the batsman to misjudge the length when it just sort of dips down. That's when you get him in real trouble. And he did that there.
Probing over this.
It is. He has caused Critchley a few problems, but he hit them.
Oh, he was gone if that had hit.
Lost me objectivity there a minute. Let's have a look. I don't know if we can get a good view, but where's the ball coming? Well, look, mind you, I thought the other one was in.
Yeah.
And I think that one is in. But he recognised the danger and put in the dive. And it was a good precaution to take. I think he was in. He was in. But he had to scurry. Good over from Leach there, but nothing to show for it. Now he's wandering out to protect the deep cover boundary where he's had to be running around quite a lot there as well, I think.
Still Pretorius. At least a single here.
Yeah, he'd be annoyed he didn't get something on that.
Yes, he said something, and I'm not sure if it was broadcastable.
It's all right, I didn't quite catch it. We apologise to any listeners. I keep hearing that.
He said bother.
Yeah. Well, he's a wholehearted cricketer, and he would have expected to stop that, especially off your own bowling. I think he's partly bowling wide of the crease because Josh Davey was a bit uncomfortable with the foothold, so he's certainly very wide of the crease as he's delivering it, but it's sort of looked quite dangerous because he's angled that ball in and occasionally it's held its line. And sadly for him, beaten the outside edge rather than taken it.
He's an occasional grunter, Pretorius, at the point of delivery.
An occasional grunter.
I think I heard one with that. Let's listen. Not that time.
Well, that confirms that he's occasional. Alan Arthur Jones, when I joined, Alan Jones used to grunt a lot. Which was a good sign, really, because he was quite quick, actually.
They haven't bowled badly, Somerset, but they've not had the same assistance as they had yesterday.
No.
And sometimes you just feel you're not getting the rub of the green. Batsmen play and miss. Edges aren't found.
It does not make a difference. You get a couple of batsmen dig in and the sun stays out. And that's nip back, come back in the air slightly. But I agree with you. The seamers, four seamers, bowled perfectly okay, but they haven't had the same zip and venom that we saw from the Essex guys, Cook in particular, perhaps. Rajitha actually bowled some serious balls. So it appears, but it often appears this way when two batsmen get set, that the wicket is more benign for batting now. Jack Leach has got the odd one to turn, but not consistently. So what we can't quite be certain of is whether this is because the wicket has changed, or whether it's because the bowlers have just become a bit neutered after a long time in the field. I mean, that's one of the virtues of just sticking in there, that the bowlers get tired. And Somerset bowled 50 overs, having bowled 90, I think, yesterday, or 90 plus. Well, no, about 90, wasn't it? Nearly 90. Taylor Swift's coming. Oh no, it's a tribute act. But anyway, they're coming anyway. She's coming. When's that?
June the 13th. Friday
There
the
you
13th
go.
of June.
Ah.
First ever women's standalone T20.
I thought he was going to say there's the first ever Taylor Swift concert at Taunton, but I've got that wrong.
Yeah, you're quite right. It was 88.2 overs.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I can see the sense as this is pushed up to long off for another single. I can see the sense in just bowling short spells for his seamers, as Gregory has done. Short from him, short from Josh Davey.
well, if nothing's happening, yeah, you can. He's got the option to keep swiveling him round. Do you leave that? I can't be sure.
We might get a better view from the other end in a moment. Propped sensibly out to Tom Lammonby. I don't think we're going to see him bowl today now. Only 3 overs left. It would be a short spell if he came on.
Yeah, very much minded, I think, this pair now. They played pretty positively, Cox in particular. But their eyes on the close of play. Understandably. And they're defending with confidence.
Yeah, and with just 12 deliveries left in the day.
Rushing in. Pretorius is rushing in. They don't like doing too much overtime. Well, nor do we. Well, we don't mind, but, you know.
We don't work to rule.
Neither to rule nor to rota. It's not work, this, is it?
It's all good fun.
Might be work tomorrow if you're a Somerset fan, I can tell you. Anyway, Pretorius, who's bowled well again, but he's not got much to show for it so far this innings.
Down the leg side, helped on its way. Won't be a boundary, just a single, in fact. Archie Vaughan out there. Gathering. You're here tomorrow, Vic.
Yeah.
Yep, so you and Pete Trigo and me. I think that's what the race looks like.
Does it? Well, we'll leave Pete on his own for a couple of hours. He won't mind that. Where's that gone?
That's a long leg.
It's a false shot, but it's another single. Hands on head for Pretorius. I mean, I love the way he keeps bounding in.
Oh, there's an imposter on the roof of the Lord Botham stand.
What, those goals?
There's one of those goals is there.
Dairy.
2, actually.
Yeah.
And a third.
They're trying to work out why there isn't any fish and chips left
That's
down
it.
the bottom.
Yeah, the great catch being closed.
Yeah, I mean, there's one goal saying to you, I promise you, the other day when I was down here, there were fish and chips galore waiting for us to come and polish up. But I can't understand why they're not there today.
That's probably it, you know.
Yeah.
We were talking about looking for scraps earlier, but that is the stand where they would smell the fish.
Yeah. I knew you were talking rubbish. Well, I was.
In goes Pretorius. And they're driven for 4.
That's a beautiful shot. It's slightly over pitch, but not quite a half volley. But my goodness me, that's what attracts Cox to the England selectors. Let's have another look. Pretorius won't like it, but well, it's almost a half volley, but not quite, and he's just stroked it away, beat mid off.
Great timing.
Yeah.
And one of those shots you can stand and admire.
Yeah.
Followed up by copybook defence. Been a great day for Jordan Cox. 61 not out.
Yeah, well, that's the only half centurion, and at the moment it looks like you get a lot more. Not tonight. But he'll sleep well and look forward to tomorrow.
224 for 3, effectively. And I got there without looking at the screen as well. 1 over left. It's been a long day for Somerset.
Yeah, they've had a very disappointing day. I mean, when we turned up, I don't know, we didn't know what to think. We didn't know whether 200 was a good score. Well, I'm not sure it was a good score, but it now looks rather a good score.
It does.
With a first innings lead, that first innings lead of 61. And batting has seemed much easier in this last session. Ball's 50 overs old. Wicket just calming down a bit, perhaps. Still some turn there for Leach. No wickets so far. He's bowled perfectly well. The old LBW not coming. The odd beating of the bat outside the off stump, but no nick. Just no sweeps now from Critchley.
Counting down the balls.
Yeah.
4 left.
We don't think.
Oh, he's been taken, has he? He has! A wicket falls. That'll be the last ball of the day. Critchley has gone for 28, taken at slip, and Jack Leach has his first wicket of the innings. 163 for 4.
Well, he's going to start again tomorrow morning then.
He will.
Well, Critchley will be through. He was just drawn in to play something other than a forward defence. He looked like he was just trying to turn that on the leg side. A bit more air. Look, he's tossed that up a bit. Forward he comes. He's just pushed at it. And it's a classic little cork slip off the left arm spinner. I think he did a slightly slower delivery, slightly beat him in the air, and he was groping towards the end, and he's furious with himself. But nonetheless, it's a good piece of bowling. And he's deserved that. He's deserved that. I don't think it's turned the game round exactly, but it's just given them something to be cheerful about as they go off the field. 163 for 4. The lead, you told me what it was very recently, 224. So 224 for 4 is a very comfortable position for Essex to be in. But Somerset have the consolation of 1 more wicket, a fresh batsman in tomorrow morning. Leach will have the ball. Have to bowl him out for another 40 and just knock him off.
It's a little bit of a fillip.
A little bit of a fillip.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Probably a fillip.
But it doesn't alter the fact that it's been Essex's
Absolutely.
day.
Yeah. Very much.
There's the match summary with that half century from Jordan Cox. 61 not out, he finishes. Critchley gone for 28, and Essex very much in control of this match. That lead is the all-important figure, 224 with 6 wickets in hand. We will be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow. Vic and I will have Peter Trigo for company as well. We hope you can join us then. In the meantime, from me, Stephen Lamb, a very good evening to you.
"150 years of history."
And he gave himself some room there for the stroke and paid the penalty. Paul Garner.
A century and a half in Somerset.
Straight, out.
Spin to swing, this county's seen it all. Records set and broken, Somerset's spirit endures.
The cider that flowed with the fans' roaring cheer, the hopes and the dreams that have spanned beating heart, each player a thread in this vast work of art.
From Atkinson to Abel,
Wharton to Banton.
Garner to Gregory.
Lewis Gregory does what Lewis Gregory has done for a little while now.
Cricket is very much alive in the southwest.
There it is. James Hildreth was there at the end.
So here's to the club, to the game, to the law, to the echoes of laughter, the battles and more. The Somerset's legacy, rich and profound, shall forever be cherished in hearts all around.
The screamer is back, you know, the thing that goes up and down.
Sure,
no.
I put petrol in instead of diesel. not now. Got an email from Rebecca. My dad did exactly the same. He's 53 and he's having senior moments. I'm not as old as your dad, Rebecca. I'm probably about 46.
Just making a cup of tea, ready for bed, and a ball comes through your window.
That box has just turned up here. All right, I'm here. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. I haven't said a word.
Don't get him upset there, please.
Quicker delivery again. Sarsour's way!
Oh, yes, direct hit. Oh, that's big. That is huge. That's gone out of here. Oh, no, it hasn't. It's bounced just in front.
Yeah, some of the lighter moments from 2020. You got the right petrol in your car?
Yeah, everything's sorted this year. It was down at Taunton as well. It's great fun, isn't it? The cricket is absolutely magnificent. It's amazing what happens outside of the game. It's great fun.
It is great fun, and it is absolutely amazing how much the players love it as well. Now, Matt Floyd has been looking at the rise of the phenomenon, which is 2020.
It all started on the 13th of June 2003 when the Sussex Sharks took on the Hampshire Hawks at the Rose Bowl. No one could have predicted the excitement that was to follow after a slightly inauspicious start.
2020 has liftoff. And it has liftoff with a wide. That's absolutely ginormous.
Great ball. Meeting Britney Spears later.
The game has now been signed up at international level. England have played 2 matches against Australia and Sri Lanka to packed houses.
I think it's very, very exciting. Pro 2020, I think it's good for cricket. We needed that game. It's exciting for as far as the spectators are concerned, which is very important. I find that the players really enjoy it.
At the end of the day, it's entertainment for the crowd, and if we can entertain the crowd, that's the way we go.
The crowd certainly weren't disappointed. Last summer, England's demolition of Australia set the tone for one of the most tense and exciting Ashes series in living memory. And it's not just over here where the game has taken off. With the first 2020 World Championship to be staged next September in South Africa, 2020 fever has gripped most, but not yet all, of the cricketing world.
I think people are accepting it more and more, especially because of how successful it has been in the UK. And if England can embrace it, then I'm pretty sure the rest of the world will want to, because England is always known to be very conservative, and the fact that they have done it well, and it's been very successful. The rest of the world realize that it's a good way to go.
For test matches, the stands are full. For the one-day games, it's more than full. So India hasn't had that problem of people turning up and watching cricket matches, so probably they don't realise the importance of 2020.
Didn't know how really it was going to work in Australia, but we played our first round of domestic games last year, and we got great crowds. And even the season before that, we played a couple of associations, had a couple of trial games, and we got sell-out crowds as well. So it's really taken off.
Back in England, the profile of the 2020 competition as a marketable brand has been rising each year, allowing most counties, both large and small, to cash in heavily. None have taken to the new format more wholeheartedly than Leicestershire, who have made finals day on all 3 years so far and won the competition in 2004. For them, 2020 is more than just a bit of fun.
It's become the climax of the season where we fill the ground. We get anywhere between 4,000 and 6,000 depending on the opposition. I guess for a normal C&G type game we'd probably get 1,500, and for a county championship game 700 or 800. So it's a big money spinner.
We're seeing the hospitality numbers grow sufficiently so that we've had to bring in an additional marquee this year to cope with the numbers, and then next year obviously we're looking at increasing the number of boxes that we have.
Women particularly, I think, if you said which sport would turn them off most, I think cricket used to turn them off more than football, actually. And I think the 2020, it's shorter, it's faster, it's more dynamic. I think introduces a different dimension to the game. I think they want to see that.
We're entertainers. We love doing well in front of big crowds, and it's, you know, those finals are what it's all about. You know, it's, in a way, it's our test matches. If you're never going to play for England or not going to play for England, then these are your Lord's finals, and it's fantastic, and long may it continue.
But it's not only the commercial side of things that have changed. During its short history, 2020 has evolved on the field, with players improvising and developing new techniques.
I think the first couple of years, people just went out there and expressed themselves, whether they won or whether they didn't win. I think nowadays people are really making sure that there's a plan and they're sticking to their plans. And I think that's what we did very well in the last couple of years. We had our plans, we stuck to our plans, we took our egos out of the game. Game plan was everything. And 120 balls is a lot of balls.
Every year, batsmen are becoming more innovative, and new shots are being displayed, and I think it's fantastic for the game. And a lot of that type of cricket can be transformed into normal one-day cricket and even four-day cricket.
Batters have worked out areas to score, to go for fours and sixes, for hitting their boundaries, and bowlers have had to get a little bit cannier.
So the new format is undoubtedly still growing. The game is getting more popular by the day and has managed to bring cricket to a wider audience while adding to both the commercial and technical sides of the game. But what next for 2020?
We're trying to globalise the game of cricket, and especially in America, you know, where they find cricket very boring and confusing. If we play the shorter version of the game, I'm pretty sure that they will catch on.
It's just important that maybe we play less tests or less one-days and they bring in the 2020. How they do it is a very difficult job, but it'd be nice to see a few more 2020s at international level.
Us at the Cooper Associates County Ground, we should tell you. Today we're joined by Errol Sapire. Errol, welcome back to Taunton. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, glad to be back here.
Let's go straight in where everybody will remember you for. 6 for 5 against Glamorgan. T20, July 2011.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that must be one of those occasions that you're never, ever going to be allowed to forget. Well, I'm not going to let you forget it, am I?
No, it was a special evening, probably quite similar to what we have here. It was a dark, sort of wet evening at Sophia Gardens. It was called Sophia Gardens then in Cardiff. And yeah, I remember warming up, and I think according to Trez, and Trez was the captain, and they just wanted to play 3 spinners.
Yeah.
And so Kartik was one of the spinners, Max Waller and myself. And we won the toss, I think, and fielded first. And Kartik opened the bowling. First ball, Joss was keeping. He pitched it outside leg stump and hit Joss's right shoulder.
Right.
So it spun a lot.
Yeah.
It was a very dry wicket. But anyway, so it was I didn't come on to bowl till probably after 10 overs.
Right.
Yeah. I think Trez was like, just chucked me the ball and said, look, just get a couple of overs in, go as little as possible, and then your job is done. So fair play, I'll do that. I ended up taking wickets, oddly enough, and yeah, it was just surreal, the whole how it all just happened within a space of 3.2 overs, and yeah, I mean the pitch did offer a lot of assistance, but you still had to put it in the right areas, and yeah, it was an incredible evening, which I will never forget.
And this was the world record, and was only recently beaten, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, only quite recent, as probably about two years ago.
Yeah,
2 years ago. And that as well, there's a story behind that. And I came back from the supermarket and put on the TV, and Leicester were playing against Warwickshire. And is it Colin Ackerman? He was bowling. I think he had got 4 wickets then. So I was watching it, and then he got this 5th wicket, and I was like, I think my record could be broken here. And then he got the 6th one, and by then Warwickshire needed, I don't know, they needed pretty much six every ball, and I think then he got his 7th wicket, caught in the deep mid wicket. I think it was Jeetan Patel, and that was it really. Which, I mean, you know, records are there to be broken, but then straight away I messaged Colin Ackerman to say, you know, many congratulations, and, you know, celebrate it while it lasts, you know, cherish it, and, you know, it's all good. Yeah.
So you held the record for 8 years?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've given a lot of people hope. I think there's been a lot of figures that are very, very close. And actually it won't surprise me that someone will take 8 wickets. I think, you know, you just need to get on a roll, and yeah, no, why not? I mean, like you just saw Sydney Thunder being bowled out for 15, you know, about 3 weeks ago, which, you know, you never thought that would happen in a professional setup. But yeah, I think getting 8 wickets is possible. You never know.
So let's go right back to the start. How do you end up coming to be part of Somerset? Because you were born in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. How does a lad like you end up playing for Somerset in the first place?
Yes, so I was very fortunate. I gained a cricket scholarship to Millfield School, which is obviously based in Somerset, and I started in my third form, so age 12, and obviously the most sensible option was to come through the Somerset setup, you know, the county age groups. So I just played for Somerset since, you know, under 12s, under 13s, worked my way up. And that's how I ended up playing for Somerset. And, you know, I'm pretty much a West Country boy, even though, yes, I'm from Malaysia. But, you know, I've been here for 28 years. So I was at Milford for 5 years. I did my A-levels under the, you know, and I had very, very lucky to have coaches like Mark Davis, who was a former Somerset player, and Richard Ellison as well. And straight after school, I went to Exeter Uni, which is, you know, just further down the road, further southwest. So, and then straight after that, I was with Somerset. So I'm pretty much a West Country boy, and I played for Devon as well, you know, for a couple of years, which, you know, I definitely helped me in my progression as a cricketer. But yeah, just by being at Millfield, and, you know, and I know it sounds silly, about 8,000 miles away, but then, and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset.
Who was in your sort of year group that you played through with, who people would have known?
Yeah, so Wes Durston.
Right.
James Hildreth.
Yeah.
So James was 2 years below me, academic years. Wes was maybe a couple of years above me. There was Max Waller, Craig Keyswetter. There's quite a few names. I remember when I started at Millfield, I will still not forget this. The first match I went to watch Millfield first 11 playing, I swear the keeper was probably about 5-10 yards inside the boundary.
Right.
And the bowler was running in and letting go of this ball, and it was Simon Jones.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. So I was lucky enough, you know, Simon Jones was there, Dean Kosker. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of cricketers that have come through from Millfield. Very fortunate for that. You know, there's a lot of names that I you know, to mention.
Yeah. And obviously, it wasn't easy though to break into the team here, was it? You sort of had quite a period of trying to get in and not quite get in there. Tell me about that period of time.
Yeah, it was difficult. I mean, there was a lot of competition, you know, and I think the only way that I could get in was to actually open bat in the top 3 for the second team.
Yeah.
And so I put my hand up and said, look, I'll open. And I actually then transformed myself to be an opening batsman. And by doing that, that gave me a small window to get into the first team, an opportunity to get in. And, you know, that paid dividends, and that's how I really got into the first 11, was actually transforming from from a middle order player, at school. There's this running joke that I got 4 years running, I won the fastest 50 competition.
Yeah.
So I was definitely a stroke player, someone that would get on with it. But then for me to get into the setup, I had to just transform or put my name in the hat to say, look, I'm going to open and challenge myself. And that's how I got in, really. Yeah.
You were a pretty sharp fielder, though, weren't you? I've seen you take some pretty good catches over the years.
Yeah, I've always that is one of my strengths, was my fielding. Always it was all down to pride and attitude in fielding, and I really enjoyed it. And I must admit that I myself have kind of surprised myself. I've taken some spectacular catches over the years, but for me it was just something, whatever way I can contribute to the team. And actually in 2005, when we won the T20 Cup under Graham Smith, I got in the team because of my fielding.
Yep.
Simple as that. Because I think it was again at Cardiff. I came on as a 12th man, and I think I took 3 catches, and the last catch was a diving catch from long off to mid off, and it was to save the match. Basically, it was a tied match. Yeah. But after that night, it was like, well, yeah, you're playing for the rest of the, because of the energy that I brought. So it was something that I really, found quite easy to control, and so I really enjoyed it.
I think I remember you playing at Northants and doing a stunning piece of stop in there. And you were one of the first people I remember used to wear long sleeves.
Yes, that's right.
You?
Yes, I always wear long sleeves fielding, simply because I would be diving everywhere. So it was just a protection for my skin, really. I know now that you got tuber grips and all those things, but I used long sleeves, and that's what I would pride myself is basically just to stop everything that comes my way, regardless of anything, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
Let's talk about red ball cricket particularly for you. You had one very good season, didn't you? 2009.
Yeah.
Tell me about that season.
Yeah, I think it was a build-up from a couple of years before that, from sort of 2007 really. I felt that I was playing good cricket in 2007 and, wasn't getting the opportunity. And I think 2007 was when we came up, right, from we were champions of Division 2. So everyone was playing well. There was no need to change the team. We were on a high. But I personally thought I was playing quite nicely and doing as well as I could. And then 2008 was the year where I actually found, that I had the opportunity to play a few first team games, and actually made a difference. And I just took it with me, I learned as much as I could over the last 2 years. And 2009 was again, I think it was pre-season, all down to pre-season. And I got a lot of runs over pre-season. I think I made a couple of hundreds or 300s in 3 pre-season games, which meant that I guess I didn't give a choice, for the selectors of the coach, captain, who to go with. So I suppose they went with me. And 2009 was my best year by a long way, and really enjoyed it. To be sandwiched in between Trescothick and Justin Langer, open with Trez and Justin Langer at number 3. So that was quite, I was a bit starstruck. But I just went about doing my job. At times I would go like, well, Trez is playing on a different wicket. But then I just had to do my bit. So I think as a pair we worked really well. We bonded really, really well.
That was the year of the game with Yorkshire down here. Tell me about that.
Oh,
That was a spectacular match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think we were chasing 470, 475, and I remember Yorkshire. They batted the last morning as well. Batted up to sort of lunchtime, and they may have had 20 minutes at us before lunch. So we had essentially 2 sessions to get 475. In all honesty, we just went out there to bat. We just batted, and obviously Trez went off like a bullet, and I did too. And I think we just kept going, and I think that's when I sensed sort of at tea time. I sensed that the fielders, the bowlers, the captain, of the opponent, Yorkshire, they were kind of they were panicking a little bit. They were not quite sure, and I sensed that actually, the game is there for us to win it. If as long as we, hold wickets and continue what we're doing, and we still had a massive task, but that gave. I remember Langer, David Stiff.
Yes.
Stiffy, he came in at number 3.
Yeah, he came in.
As a pinch hitter, and my God, I think he made 49 of like 20 balls, and I think that shifted the momentum as well massively, or showed our intent to actually, we want to win this match, and then Triggs at the end there to get a ton, that was unreal. So. It was just set up for him. It was one of Trigo's innings, wasn't it? It was just set up. It was just brilliant. It was amazing. I think, I don't know how many people were in, but I think, you definitely got your money's worth.
That was one of those never to be forgotten days, because you got 131, which was your career best at that stage.
Yeah, at that stage. Yeah, that's right. And that's when I sensed actually we just got to take a few more risks. And it worked out really well, and I remember coming off, getting out, and going, guys, I think we can win this, definitely. So I think there was a belief there. And I think I remember Xander hit the winning runs, and it's just poured with rain after that. So
like it was meant to be.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I think since then, I think teams have been quite reluctant to set anything below 500.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was a special match.
It was.
And then 2 years later, you had another good season, didn't you? And you opened the innings against India with somebody, again, a bit special.
Yes, Andrew Strauss. Not very often you can say that you've been opening with international superstars. Again, he was...
Against superstars?
Yes, against, big superstars.
Yeah.
One of my idols, Sachin, who I've always, followed from a young age, and... that's probably the main reason why I played cricket, really. But it was. I remember we had a match at Nottingham the day before. We finished a 4-day match.
Yeah.
I don't know what the result was. I didn't think we did too well, or I didn't do too well at Nottingham. And I was obviously travelling back, and we didn't get back till about 10, 11, in the evening. But next day. Presented itself, and it was a fresh day. It was a good day. It was a nice sunny day to bat. We won the toss, and we batted. Usually, traditionally, the touring teams bat first, but I think we were having none of that. I think Strauss was quite adamant that we do what we need to, and try to lower the morale of the Indian team. I think we did well. I think that whole situation. I remember batting up to lunch, and I struggled. I wasn't as fluent. I was probably about 30, 40 not out at lunchtime, and then all of a sudden after lunch it just clicked. Everything just clicked into gear, and it just starting to flow. Everything just started to flow, and by then it just became just really lovely to bat on. It was good. Yeah.
And was it like batting with people like Trez and Strauss and Langer, and you've been lucky enough to play alongside on the opposite end to lots of big names. I mean, what's it like standing in the best batting in the best seat in the house.
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. I think the key here is not to play like them. I think you've just got to play your own game and trust your game. So batting with Trez was amazing, purely because we, not so much, his quality was obviously very, very different, a much higher caliber. But I think little things like we pick up on, like watching the bowler, how they hold the ball, what they were trying to do, which way they're trying to swing, whether it was reverse swing. So we would convey all those, and actually I think for me that was the partnership. It was about giving as much information as possible to one another, and then it was up to each individual to use that. So it wasn't so much about how you play or, this is what you have to do. It was about just, trying to pick their brain and going, okay, yeah, maybe what about me doing this? And just, so I think I found that really helpful with Trez, and in a lot of similarities in terms of actually the process of batting. Yeah. Not so much batting itself, the process of it. And then on the other side, Langer, who was simply amazing for me. I think he played a massive role in my development. However, if you played a miss a ball, he would come down the wicket and tell you off, and go, come on, concentrate, next ball, So every ball was like a golden ball, which I understand because you only get one chance. So there's no right or wrong way, but I think you've just got to find what works for you. But I think for me, playing with these superstar big players like Andrew Strauss again, he was very level-headed, very calming influence. So you just got to pick their brain rather than replicate what they're trying to do. Because I remember at Warwickshire, I came off laughing, but it was a tough wicket. We won the match. I think it was 2012 possibly at Warwickshire. And it was a tough wicket, but I got it just on the stroke of lunch, and I only made 2 runs. So I batted a whole session for 2 runs, and I think Trez was on 70 odd already. But funny enough, I came off and I just sort of just had a giggle because I had to. You would have thought I'd nick one for 4 or whatever, but I just couldn't. But oddly enough, I got a lot of praise for that innings because that set up for other players to come in to, and obviously Trez was playing on a different wicket. I found it really difficult, but it just shows you that you just got to go about what you stick to your strengths, and just also at times appreciate what's at the other end. Obviously Trez took a lot of pressure off me, which was amazing.
Yeah, and obviously, being in best seat of the house with people like Tendulkar and Dravid out there. I mean, what was that like, being so close to them and watching them play?
Yeah, starstruck. I remember Sachin walked into bat. I was like frozen. I was fielding at points, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe my idol is coming in, and all how his routine, his tap this, tap that with his bat. Yeah, just very fortunate to play against and with these superstars. Like I remember Ponting playing here,
of course.
Graham Smith. Yeah. We've had some big names playing for Somerset. The likes of Kieran Pollard in T20. I think it's about just learning from them because they've got all the experience. They've seen it all. There's a reason why they are the best. So I think it's just, even when Hashim Amla played for Nottingham, I went into the dressing room and spoke to him for a couple of hours just to pick his brain, just to obviously work, find out how to be more successful, and not everything works for the individual. You've got to, pick what is right for you. But there's no harm talking about the game. Yeah.
And all too soon it came to an end for you, didn't it? Because you had injured knees and you had to pack up in 2013.
Yeah, 2013. Yeah, so sort of like 4 years on from my sort of best year. I've always struggled with my knees. I've got patella tendonitis, so it was very difficult. I mean, I've had it, you know, long term, and I think it just got to a point where it was sort of affecting my day-to-day living, you know, my lifestyle, and you know, like driving, you know, sitting down to have a meal, you know, I was in agony, or even just, you know, walking around and stuff like that. So, and yeah, and unfortunately, and you know, that's something with professional sports. It's a short career, and you know, these things happen. I thought, well, actually, I need to look after myself, and obviously with the advice of the surgeons that I saw was best that if I just, you know, retire and look after my knees and you know, go from there. So, I mean, it was obviously very sad to retire under those circumstances, but again, you know, I think I can honestly say that I've given everything, like put my hand up and worked hard for it, and I've enjoyed it. So, and you know, you just got to make the most out of it.
And what about one or two sort of special moments? I know that, you know, that ton in that game against Yorkshire here, and again with Straussy and the Wicket Hall, but one or two other little sort of moments, things that I might not pick out as highlights that you might want to remember.
Yeah, I think it was against Northamptonshire, T20 match, and Alton Chigambura, who was the overseas player for them from Zimbabwe, and I came on to bowl and I got him out my first ball. But I think that, because I think it was the quarterfinals, home quarterfinals, but that was a turning point as well. For me, that was quite, you know, high up there on one of my sort of list. That's quite. I remember,
because you had a long time in the changing room with a whole range of people, didn't you?
Yeah.
So there must be one or two little things that maybe sort of click there for you.
That's going back quite a while now.
Must be a Trigo story somewhere.
Trigo. Yeah, you remember. Was it changing those and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion back in the days with Big Graham Rose and all those, you know, Piran Holloway and all of that, and you know, Jamie Cox was captain then. This, I guess, my debut 100 first class at Derbyshire.
Right.
There were three of us from Millfield, so it was me, Hildreth and Wes, and we all got hundreds. So you know, that was Wes's debut maiden 100 as well, mine too. So that was quite you know, something unforgettable, which was, you know, a very proud moment. I don't know. You should put me on. It's a very good question. There's a lot. I think, if anything, you're right. If anything, it's more things like catches that come to mind. Like, I think in 2005, Shah Willoughby was bowling, and what's his name against Gloucestershire? Craig Spearman ballooned up one over covers, and I pretty much sprinted for about 40-50 metres and took a diving catch in front of a packed house. I think that's the day where we made the world record, 250 plus.
That was with JL and
Cameron White. And I remember Cameron White hitting a ball to the gates here. He was a good player, he could hit big balls. But it was more about moments of like catches and stuff like that, rather than, you know, sort of like, again, taking a catch. I remember it was at Hampshire in the finals day, we tied the match.
Yes.
And then
forget that one.
Yeah, and Afridi, it was at Warwickshire, and Afridi was batting, and it was a sky, and I took the catch at deep mid wicket. So again, that was a, you know, sort of a contribution, you know, in front of big crowds, and you know,
and let's just talk about development had happened whilst you were playing, because you were playing before T20 arrived, weren't you?
That's right.
So I mean,
yeah.
what was the attitude of people then? I mean, what was your thinking? I mean, now we've taken it just for granted, don't we? But I mean, back when it started, there was, you know, what was the general feeling that about in the game of people like you towards the T20 game, which was completely different?
Yeah, it was. I think it started in 2004,
Three.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2003. I think Leicester were the team to beat, right? Yeah, I started 2001.
Yeah,
around there, and it was all very new. It was still unknown, but I think when I played, we had a squad of players that would play in all three formats.
Yeah.
And that was the difference.
Yeah.
We had to adapt our games to fit in. So I remember playing, you know, a 4-day match and then a 1-day match, and then, you know, trying to adapt to T20 as well. So, but whereas now, the difference now, I think there's separate teams for each competition, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially a different squad for each competition, and so players are able to, you know, come in and out, you know. But whereas then, I think everyone had to just, you know, adapt whatever the conditions were, and for you to play. So, for example, like me, I was opening the batting or batting the top 3 or whatever, but then I found myself batting at number 7. But then I had to adapt to white ball cricket, so I had to learn about death hitting, you know, so I might go into matches where, you know, I require a runner ball, or, you know, where it's under tight situations, or where, you know, there's only 2 overs left and I have to, you know, you know, try to slog it. So I think, my role was quite different as such when a red ball and white ball. So, you know, I had to, you know, red ball cricket opening was completely different. So I had to adapt quite a lot, and I actually found it okay. I actually found batting at number 7, 6 down the order in 1-day cricket actually not bad. You know, I found a niche there, and obviously I could bowl, you know, half the overs or, you know, my full quota. So it is, it's difficult. I think, I think back then, it was.
It was only 20 years ago. But it was back then, aren't we?
I mean, like, I don't think we were looking at big scores. So for us to get that 250 against Gloucestershire, that was a huge total. But I think, generally speaking, high sort of 180s, 170s were good scores. So it was still relatively new. But whereas now, I think players just go hard at it from ball 1 to ball, you know, 120. You know, every ball, and there's no fear. Whereas I think back then there was also like, well, I've got to play well to keep my place in the team. So whereas now I think it's just, you know, go hard, So, and I actually can't keep up with the number of T20 tournaments that's happening. Like, you know, it's everywhere. There's a lot. Like today, the South African T20 series has just started. So it's a lot.
Exciting times. If you had your time again, would you do it all over again?
Yes, most definitely. I think that there's things where you learn throughout your career, and if anything, I would probably take it easier during training days. I train. I wouldn't say train less, but I train smarter. So save myself for matches, and actually I wouldn't try to put too much pressure on myself. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, it is a game. You've got to enjoy it. But I think, definitely, you know, there's areas where you tweak and change. But I think, generally speaking, the whole lot. Yes, I'd love to do it. Yeah, I'd love to do it again.
If you had to choose one format, what would it be?
I'm a purist. Question. No, it's red ball. Red ball for me. Look, cricket evolves, so do human beings and everything. But I think for me, I judge a cricketer or like to judge a cricketer based on red ball, first class, Test cricket. But yeah, because for me that's the purest form. It tests you with everything: character, tactically, technically, everything really. And there's opportunity for you to also get big runs. And it was difficult. 4-day cricket is not easy. I mean, yeah, Test cricket. It's the reason why it's called Test cricket. Got the test of everything. Your, stamina. It's because first innings and second innings, or playing the first and fourth innings, is completely different. The pitch changes a lot, so you got to adapt. Yeah, conditions change a lot.
And now you're back living in Taunton.
Yes, I am. Yes, I had a brief period in London for 3 years. Unfortunately, I wasn't too well, so I had all my treatment up in London, and thankfully I thank the PCA for that and people around me to support. But yeah, now I'm back in Taunton, sort of familiar surroundings, familiar faces. Really enjoying it.
Great. And obviously still follow the cricket here, still come and see what's happening?
Yes, definitely. I have done over the last few summers. Still keep in touch, obviously not with James Hildreth now, but he's obviously just retired last summer. But likes of Tom Abel. Somerset will always be part of me. It's always been and will always be part of me, and it's great to come back and actually see the supporters as well. On the Gimlet Hill.
Yes,
I see a lot of them, and they still do recognise me, which is great. But and Tractor is always there. But no, it's great. It's great to come back, and it's a very warm, friendly, family-orientated place. And Somerset cricket for me is special. I always have a special place in my heart.
Brilliant, Errol. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Great to hear you talking about Somerset with so much affection. We've always enjoyed seeing you down here, and we look forward to seeing you in many, many years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.